The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Morgan Stanley's weekly strategy note focuses on the modest stock reaction to geopolitical events such as the U.S. bombing in Iran. The strategists believe that geopolitically led sell-offs are typically short-lived and modest, and that oil prices will determine whether the volatility persists. A team led by Mike Wilson says that oil would need to hit $120 per barrel to really pose a threat to the business cycle. Let's keep the conversation going now with Lazard Chief Market Strategist Ron Temple joining us at the desk. Great to see you, Ron.
Great to be here. Thank you.
I want to start with that point. Is it really all about oil when trying to calibrate how the equity market might react to these events?
I think on a direct basis, it really does come down to energy prices. And just to kind of put a broad kind of guideline on this, Jay Powell testified in Congress a few years ago, right around the time of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that a $10 increase in oil prices, if sustained, would translate to about a 20 basis point increase in inflation, a 10 basis point decrease in GDP. So the way I'm thinking about this, go back to May 5th, that's when West Texas Intermediate and Brent basically bottomed, WTI at 57, Brent at 60. You know, we basically had an increase of about $15 a barrel since then. If that's sustained, it has a marginal effect on the economy, but not a big one. So kind of to Mike Wilson's comment about $120, that would have a sizable impact. But maybe to put this in context, going from 60 to 120, if those kind of rule of thumb that Powell gave works, is 120 basis points of inflation, about the same as the impact of the tariff increase since January.
Oi, der var vi på. Åpner opp om 6 minutter, og jeg har det fet den der ballet.
Deadline for reciprocal tariffs. Are markets not thinking about that while we deal with this? Does that go on the back burner?
I think the market assumption on July 9th is that we're going to punt for another 90 days. And basically, you know, we've had so little progress in terms of negotiated agreements. I think many people thought an agreement with Japan would have been announced at G7, that India was making quick progress, which always kind of surprised me because it's one of the most tariff-ridden countries in the world. But bottom line is we've made so little progress that I think the administration will kick the can down the road on that. So the markets are probably right not to be too worried about July 9th. I think on the energy front, though, it's interesting. You know, back to Iran, this story is far from over. I think there's a lot more to go here. Number one, we don't know how successful the attack was in basically debilitating Iran's nuclear program. We'll have to wait to see. Number two, though, is we have to wait to see what Iran's response is going to be. It's highly likely there will be some response. And there's kind of a continuum of U.S. military assets in the region, which don't affect energy production, probably don't affect markets very much. Maybe you get a
little 5,000 bare inne på der, så alle likt.
Start attacking other Gulf energy infrastructure. You could see oil prices up to 90 to 100 on Brent. And then there's the Strait of Hormuz scenario that you just discussed before. And so it seems like the least likely. It's very hard to do. But I do worry if the historical parallels might not be as instructive as people think, because look at what the Houthis have done in the last year. You know, they've actually been able to completely cause rerouting of shipping. And unlike in the case of the Red Sea, there's no alternative path other than the Strait of Hormuz. So this could be a different situation.
Snart kan alle dra på familietur.
This morning looking at maps, and it's a fair point there when it comes to the actual geography of the area. Ron, we are just getting started. You're sticking with us through the opening bell. We'll walk you through all the opening action coming up next. This is Open Interest.
Ja, kom snart.
this villa. Very traditional. A lot of things of the past.
I live my very first independent life in the
2 minutter til åpning.
And I built it by the memory of the farmhouse, the philosophy they believe, yin yang 5 elements, the concept of the life, of the happiness. They build this kind of roof like boat, and man and woman, and bowl of rice. Everyone should be happy if have somewhere to live, something to eat, and someone to love.
So you're defined a lot by your past experiences.
Yeah, actually I'm a lucky man because not everyone should have the experience of the poor and peace, poor and rich, technology progress, I changed during my life, rich by experience.
There's an appreciation
Yeah.
for what you have now.
And therefore, peace is the most important thing for today, for Vietnamese, and I think for human being, for the world.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading. This is
God
Bloomberg
dagen.
Interest.
God dagen.
I'm Matt Miller. So the first
Ja.
time that U.S. investors in
vi
U.S.
se da hva som skjer.
to show essentially what
Ja,
they
nå håper jeg det går oppover her nå.
bombing Iran through the stock market lens. Futures right now are pretty much unchanged. We've been up and down throughout the morning, but you can see arrows are green. So that shows a level of calm that you may not have expected on Saturday night. Ringing the opening bell down at the NYSE is Amrise, which is a company that has spun off from the German cement maker Holcim. Down on the NASDAQ, look at that, Matt Siegel there, former Bloomberg producer. Now he runs the Node ETF, actively managed digital assets, and they are celebrating their, I guess, Web3 digital assets campaign there at VanEck. So that guy used to be my producer.
There you go. It's a small world out there. Let's take a look at the cross-asset moves, though. After that escalation that we saw this weekend, you can see the S&P 500. It was much lower pre-market, down about 1% overnight. Then it was higher. Now it's pretty much unchanged as the bell rings. You can see we're hanging out below 6,000. We'll watch how that trade develops. And a lot of that depends on oil. What happens with oil prices? That is what we've been hearing all morning. You can see not much is happening right now with crude prices up just about 0.3%. Of course, we know that traders across markets right now are awaiting the response from Iran. This is one of the markets you want to keep an eye on. So too is the bond market. The 10-year Treasury yield a little bit lower right now. Perhaps some of that haven bid coming in, pushing the 10-year yield down about 3 basis points. But again, the message, Matt, is muted moves overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm watching oil, defense, airlines. You could see the moves that you would expect, just not in the size that maybe you would have guessed on Saturday night. ExxonMobil is up, but just 1%. Lockheed Martin gaining just about 0.5%. United Airlines down 2%. That's a bigger move as we get into the cash trade. But we are back with Lazard, Chief Market Strategist Ron Temple. And Ron, what you were saying before the break is we still don't know Iran's response. And pretty much everything in terms of the equity market, treasuries, oil, I mean, all the assets that you cover, those moves depend on Iran's response. So until we get that,
right,
you know, it's anyone's guess.
No, I think it's going to be days, potentially weeks before we know how the Iranian regime responds. I mean, clearly they've been taken offside in many ways. I mean, it's been surprising how effective the Israeli attacks have been, how amazing, frankly, incredible how good the Israeli intelligence was in terms of knowing where to strike and having people internally. So I think for Iran, there's probably a destabilization of just trying to get their footing again. But it seems highly likely you're going to get a response. Very unlikely that, as you read, former Ayatollah Khomeini basically talked about drinking from the poison chalice and agreeing to peace with Iraq many years ago. Hard to believe that Khomeini is going to do the same thing without some response to restore some domestic credibility. So we'll definitely be waiting for that. But again, if it's one-off and we have a temporary spike in energy, the impact on the real economy is just not that big. So, you know, what we would need to see for this to affect markets in a durable way is an ongoing skirmish or, you know, periodic attacks that lead markets to not be confident in energy supplies.
Well, when it comes to a response, we do have some news coming out of Reuters saying that the U.S. sees a risk of Iran retaliation within 2 days. This is attributed to U.S. officials who were not identified, but reportedly one of the officials told Reuters that Iranian retaliation could come in the next day or two. So again, that is the big question. I want to talk a little bit
Jeg tror jeg har tjent ganske bra på den originale kontoen nå, og på gull. Jeg vet ikke hvem av dere som har vært fra starten. Mye av dere har tjent på starten nå. Vi har opp noen prosent. Begynte I går.
Mirroring what we're seeing in the underlying market. Is that something to chase, or is that also a situation where you just need more information?
I think it's where you need more information. I think trying to chase any of these short-term news flow items.
Jeg begynner rolig på gull. Jeg skal trede den opp. Jeg kommer til å øke risikoen I takt med at kontoen vokser. Vi har opp nå, jeg vet ikke hvor mange prosent vi har opp fra I går.
Is Iranian response, for example. What I worry about is I think this probably increases the
Så jeg testet I stad at vi tåler 0,4 og 0,5 på 5.000 kroner I går. Da kan vi gjøre et action. Rundt $30, ja. Mange prosent det, ja. Ikke det 5% da?
I wouldn't be surprised if Iran does that. I wouldn't be surprised if they kick out the IAEA inspectors, leave the non-proliferation treaty. So long-term...
Jeg tømmer kontoen hele tiden nå, Nico, så det ikke blir noe kødd.
I think it's a risky move to try to chase stocks positively or negatively.
Ron, I imagine that the dollar must be the foundation of your analysis in many ways. And we have seen a spike in the Bloomberg Dollar Index. However, if you look at it over the course of, here's a 5-year chart, you can see we're still down 7 to 10% from those two peaks. What do you expect from the rest of the world in terms of preference for world reserve currency? I mean, is the dollar still up there among the top?
Dette meg hittil I dag, med litt volum. Jeg skal gjøre det med dere også. Pluss urealisert 2000, så jeg har 10.000 I dag. Jeg skal få til det med dere også, vi må bare bygge kontoen.
The opposite occurred because I think we saw a lot of people starting to reevaluate how much exposure they want to U.S. assets in total and U.S. dollars. So I'm more on the dollar bear side on a structural basis, and I can tell you from my discussions with major asset owners around the world, the conversation is should I decrease my dollar exposure?
Well, from where I'm sitting, it seems like the
Jeg tredje likt på den andre kontoen med mer penger. Jeg tredje helt likt.
Central banks, they had been de-dollarizing their reserves in certain regions of the world. You think about foreign ownership of treasuries, that's been coming down. So it feels like maybe we're seeing a little bit of an accelerant of what was already starting to happen.
Yeah, and no one's ringing the alarm bells, by the way. I just want to be clear. These are not emotional, political decisions. Maybe in some cases there might be some foreign governments that decide, what if we just don't buy any more treasuries?
Jeg skal doble den koppekontoen denne uka her.
We've seen China's holdings of U.S. treasuries go down by $600 billion in the last decade. I don't think that was a purposeful, let's go sell and crush the treasury market, but maybe let's reinvest the proceeds from maturities somewhere else. But generally the discussion is more about just what's the risk reward. And people look at the U.S. and see a debt to GDP ratio above 100% that's going to keep growing given the fiscal package we're about to pass. They look at questions around predictability of policy, polarization in the politics, questions about rule of law, and they start to really wonder, is the foundation that made the dollar the reserve currency since World War II the same as it used to be? And secondarily, are there other alternatives? Maybe with what's happening in Europe this year, the euro starts to look a little more...
Det ikke meningen å være litt sånn stille I dag, men jeg bare jævla fokusert. Jeg skal få den kontoen deres til å doble seg.
President Trump has put out a statement. I imagine, is it Truth Social, guys? I think it's Truth Social, likely, or it doesn't really matter where.
That's Truth Social.
He's telling everyone, in all caps, keep
Det må inn med I hvert fall altså ikke mindre enn 1000, eller litt over 1000 for å få 0,2.
Don't do it. It seems like a sentiment he could have taken into account before sending 14 bunker busters to Iran. I mean, that's the sure way to drive oil prices higher, right?
Well, so far it hasn't happened, but I'm going to refrain from opining. I think politicians have long stated their preferences for energy prices, and they've long tried to, twist the arms of people in the Persian Gulf and OPEC to produce more on different occasions. But I do think there is a risk here that we see energy prices go up. It all depends on what Iran does. But again, my gut is any response is going to be more short-term in nature because the long-term structural supply-demand story hasn't really changed. Most forecasters are saying we're going to have excess supplies of oil over the next 6 to 12 months. Prices are going to be on a downward path. What could change that? Prolonged geopolitical conflict in the Middle East.
All right, Ron, got to leave it there. Great to start off the trading week with you. That is Ron Temple. He is Lazard's chief market strategist. Let's get a check on this market right now. We're just about 10 minutes into the U.S. trading day on this Monday following a very eventful weekend. You do have the S&P 500 marginally higher right now to the tune of about 0.1%. You do have 300 names in the green. You wouldn't necessarily know that by looking at these small moves overall. I do want to call out some names here. Up at the top, you do have Tesla as your biggest gainer in the S&P 500 right now. They had that robo-taxi launch over the weekend. It went relatively smoothly, and you can see that shareholders rewarding that. Eli Lilly higher by about 3.6%. We got news that Novo is terminating its partnership with Hims & Hers. That should spell good news for Eli Lilly. That is certainly the sentiment making its way through the stock right now. And then ExxonMobil higher as we monitor what's going on in the Middle East. On the downward side, you have NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon trading places here for who is the biggest loser on a points basis. Small moves when you take a look at the percent, but still, when you're talking about the world's biggest companies, it adds up. And this is what you're going to see when we take a look at the sectors as well. You do have more green than red, but
tar ut av kopperkontoen så hele tiden har 5,000 kroner.
We have communication services at the top, utilities, energy, real estate, consumer staples. A really interesting makeup on this Monday, Matt Miller.
Sånn at dere får svare posisjoner. Så nå tjener penger.
So fascinating, I think, to see.
Så tømmer den hele tiden, så dere får masse cash.
Whether you're looking at WTI or Brent crude, we are seeing red arrows there. But could we see in the near to mid-term $130 a barrel? We'll look at what could happen if Iran chokes supply by closing the Strait of Hormuz next. This is Open Interest.
Han må bryte her, skjønner du. Det var litt risk I den ene trenden.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old who studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows,
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Tune in Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We gotta talk crypto. From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest. It's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Deutsche Bank upgrading Estee Lauder to buy, highlighting the company's strengthening fundamentals and mounting growth prospects that is being rewarded by about 3% higher on this Monday. Next up, Melius upgrading AMD to a buy as well, expecting shares to benefit from numerous catalysts in the pipeline. A bit of a rally this morning as well for AMD. And we end with BMO downgrading Dow to underperform, saying that the company's dividend is
det makrotall som kom nå, eller?
Weakening earnings, certainly not what you would want to see. Shares down almost 2%, Matt Miller.
Kan noen si hvilken news? Jeg klarer ikke se på grafen og få med nyhetene samtidig. Det kom noe nå.
Iran's response to the US. The president posting moments ago that everyone keep oil prices down and avoid playing into the hands of the enemy. He says, I'm watching, don't do it. Joining us now, Bloomberg oil strategist Julian Lee.
53,52 bedre enn ventet.
Welcome to both of you.
Da kan gull gå videre.
Why don't I start with you? You laid out 3 scenarios for the potential response from Iran. The worst one being, of course, closing the Straits of Hormuz, and you say that could push oil up to $130 a barrel. Is there any way, is there any likelihood that that happens in the near term?
For us, it's the least likely scenario for now. Iran has indicated that it wants to avoid escalation. It seems to be downplaying the damage done to its nuclear facilities by President Trump's strikes over the weekend. So all indicators seem to be pointing towards some kind of retaliation, because Iran can't not retaliate, but it does seem to be as though it's going to calibrate it very carefully so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where oil prices skyrocket.
Well, Julian, let's talk about some levels here, because you've seen a bunch thrown around from 110 to maybe the 130 area. If you did see that straight get closed, which Alex Steele reminded us has never happened before, what seems to be consensus, and both where it comes to when it comes to Brent prices, but also the likelihood of such a scenario actually?
Gull bør gå ved råd.
I agree that this is a relatively unlikely scenario. Iran has made threats, but it's made threats before, and I think it has been very careful in trying to calibrate a response, just as it did back in October. And I think that if we do get a price spike, and I'm not in the position to speculate how high that might go, but what I can say is I think it would be short-lived, because I think that the moment you get threats to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, you get a very swift and very sharp military response from the US. They've got two, or will soon have two carrier groups in the region, and I think that there will be a very swift response. I think you will see the release of strategic stockpiles, if necessary, in consuming countries. And I think that will help to bring the price back down fairly quickly. But I agree that this is probably the least likely scenario in terms of what actually happens in and around Hormuz.
And Dina, we've been marveling at the fact that you're not seeing too much movement when it comes to Brent this morning. There was an interesting quote from Bob McNally overnight speaking on Bloomberg Television. He, of course, is a former White House energy official. He said that we are up $10 a barrel since the war started, now a little more. And so I think there is an appropriate amount of risk in the market. I would love to hear your thoughts on that, whether $10 is an appropriate risk premium to build in.
It does appear, though, since this entire conflict has started, that oil has been relatively stable. So I would argue that, yes, that risk seems to be priced in. Obviously, all bets are off if things like the Straits of Hormuz are closed for a while, especially if that lasts. I do agree that it's likely to be short-lived because the U.S. would step in and ensure that they are reopened. But Iran is able to pose a threat. It's able to slow down shipping. It's able to harass ships. And that might mean that we find ourselves in the type of scenario that we found ourselves with the Houthis in the Red Sea, where it just becomes too problematic for shipping to go through those routes.
Dina, you have a lot of experience analyzing this region, and I wonder what your take is on whether or not we've crossed the Rubicon with this attack, U.S. attack on Iran. I was talking with Peter Cheer earlier from Academy Securities, and he thinks it's highly likely that the U.S. Now has no choice but to be drawn into a protracted conflict, to continue military involvement as Iran is so likely to pull out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. What's your view?
Well, certainly this attack doesn't enable the U.S. to just say, I'm done with the Middle East, let me turn to Asia. It does, in fact, the exact opposite. The one thing that I will say, though, is that Iran is not keen to escalate this very far because it knows that facing off with the U.S. is not something that it can win. And past instances have shown that actually it's been very careful at calibrating its response so that there isn't a huge escalation with the U.S. And it will ensure that it does exactly the same thing this time around. It just has to do something. It can't stay back and not do anything. So it will do something, but I suspect that it will calibrate it so that things don't get out of hand. But for sure, the U.S. is now very much involved in the Middle East, and I don't foresee a situation where it puts its hands up and turns away from it anytime soon.
All right. Julian, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Julian Lee covering the oil markets for us. Dina Esfandiari of Bloomberg Economics. You can see more from her by typing BECO GO on your Bloomberg terminal. Coming up in the next hour, we'll discuss Iran's nuclear timeline and options with former White House Middle East policy advisor Higari Chamali. This is Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about things that are outside your control? How does the current...
Hvis dere ser på det skjortet jeg la ut nå, så ser dere at han har tatt imot jævlig pent ned på den nedre diagonen der, så der er det massevis av rom.
Geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Hvorfor faen går Nasdaq opp I dag igjen? Det som var greia for noe? Og fordi Tesla har Tesla har den der selvkjørende driten I dag.
It's right here, at least this is NYMEX crude, 73.72, coming down, and we see the same if you look at the global benchmark, Brent crude. In terms of the big stocks that swing the indexes, Nvidia right now is down, but only...
Ja, det krokka så plutselig tungt. Sahar lager mat på kjøkkenet, så han kan ikke gå på kjøkkenet. Jeg skal ta han ut dit nå snart. Det blir jo så forstyrret her at det et helvete.
Petroleum is gainers you would expect, but not by too much. 0.2%. Lockheed Martin up, but only 1% there. Novo Nordisk coming down, as well as Hims and Hers, after the two canceled the...
Hvis gull bryter opp her nå, så bryter det skikkelig, skjønner du. Jeg bare vil ikke kjøpe på topp her. Jeg vil at det skal komme litt ned først.
And it certainly feels like it was much more recent than that. Remember, in late April, you had Hims and Health absolutely soar after Novo said it would sell several of its popular weight loss drugs on the telehealth platform for a steeply reduced price. I want to talk about the fact that we were just talking
Tesla
about...
Tesla opp 6%, det useriøst.
Both company lower right now.
Ja, det useriøst. Det useriøst, liksom.
Has been fighting to get back its market share in the U.S. and has been losing out to Eli Lilly. Of course, Eli Lilly is a U.S.-based company that it competes directly with. So you can see Novo taking a dive here because now it has to come up with another plan. And if you show up Eli Lilly, you can see that shares are up pretty healthily this morning on the heels of this news.
You know, I saw Madison Mueller, who covers this sector and these drugs for us on the BN side, wrote a story that went out on Saturday morning showing that Eli Lilly's experimental obesity pill, not a shot, a pill, held up to scrutiny in trials. And this is so important for those of us who are hungry for such a treatment but don't want to inject ourselves.
I know you've been holding out for that pill. So more good news for Eli Lilly here. We should mention that, remember, the news broke that Novo was, its CEO was stepping down. Lars Froggaard Jorgensen, I believe this partnership with
Pushed out is more what it felt like.
Pushed out is a more blunt way to put it, but I believe he was the architect of this partnership, so clearly some changes underway in direction. And also interesting to get this news on the heels of what we learned last week from the American College of Cardiology, saying that millions more Americans should be taking GLP-1s to help prevent heart disease. It's almost, or if not more important than diet, than exercise. That is a sea change.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating to me that Lars Froggaard Jorgensen was pushed out after having, what, tripled the stock price under his tenure, quadrupled the stock price in his tenure.
Wasn't enough.
Yeah, it remains to be seen if they can turn that around. And to what extent insurance is going to be covering these treatments that the ACC recommends. Coming up in the next hour, Goldman's Managing Director, Christian Müller-Glissman joins us, as well as Elliot Ackerman and Hagar Kamali.
Hvor mange fikk dere nå? 0,2? Eller 0,1? 0,1. Ja. Da må jeg ta et igjen.
We'll have to see over the next 3, 6, 9 months how the tariff discussions play out and what does it mean.
I do factor in some effects of tariffs now on inflation, on prices.
I like the idea of the 10% tariff across the board.
I've spent my entire career focused on fiscal discipline. I don't think these people have the foggiest notion what they're doing. And I think DOGE is doing tremendous damage to government.
Elon Musk is probably the inventor of our age, but who understands that we're in the midst of the most profound convergence among technologies.
When we are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption,
we cannot close this retirement gap without private-public partnership. We have to have good policy.
do you think, Dawn, that the market is correct to be, as of now, pricing in 3 rate cuts in 2025?
I would take the other side of that bet.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Nvidia opp 7... Nei, Tesla opp 7%. Fy faen, så neit.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The White House is playing down concerns over President Trump's comments hinting about a change of regime in Iran.
Existing home sales kommer på 4,03.
3 of the country's nuclear facilities.
Monument.
Spokeswoman Caroline Levitt.
The president was just simply raising a question that I think many people around the world are asking. If the Iranian regime refuses to give up their nuclear program or engage in talks, we just had a nuclear program on Saturday night, as you all know. But if they refuse to engage in why shouldn't the Iranian people rise up against this brutal terrorist regime?
The head of Iran's armed forces has just vowed firm action after the American strikes, and missile attacks between Iran and Israel are ramping up. The BBC's Joe Inwood.
The Fordo nuclear site, one of the US targets over the weekend, was attacked again, this time by the Israelis. They said their objective was to block access to a facility Donald Trump insisted was already destroyed.
Rafael Grossi, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, has issued a warning urging a peaceful solution.
We have a window of opportunity to return to dialogue and diplomacy. If that window closes, violence and destruction could reach unthinkable levels, and the global non-proliferation regime, as we know it, could crumble and fall.
Several Iranian officials claim Tehran moved nuclear material from those 3 sites ahead of time. New report finds the number of abortions in the U.S. rose last year, with more women getting a hold of pills through telehealth. CBS's Jim Krasula.
A group called the Society of Family Planning says that 1 in 4 abortions in the country last year used medications.
Jo, get sånn. Det burde gått mye mer.
Who does not see the patient in person. That number was 1 in 20 in the months before the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022.
It's heating up again from Minnesota to Maine as a June heat wave grips a big chunk of the country. It could hit 100 tomorrow in Boston. CBS meteorologist Nikki Nolan.
We have this, what they call a dome of high pressure. It's just really high pressure that's keeping any kind of clouds or weather away, which is allowing all of the really high temperatures and extreme heat to build across the eastern U.S.
Twin 6-year-olds among 3 people killed when thunderstorms knocked trees into homes in central New York State. Oil prices are flip-flopping today. Stock markets holding steady as Wall Street waits for Iran's response to U.S. strikes. President Trump just posted to social media urging, quote, everyone keep oil prices down. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Then he writes, drill, baby, drill. Dow up 122. This is CBS News.
Det Tesla som opp 7%, og bare piss alt sammen. Nasdaq ser egentlig ned nå. Mye, egentlig. Tesla fremfører om som selvkjørende kjøretøy, taxi, shit, robot, dritt I dag. Bare tull. Det fortsatt krig. Selv om den Teslaen kjører uten mennesker.
Utility workers in South America have discovered a 1,000-year-old mummy.
It happened while the utility workers were installing underground pipes in the capital, Lima. An archaeologist says the workers found the trunk of a huarango tree, a species native to coastal Peru, which had served as a tomb marker in the past. The mummy of a boy in a sitting position between 10 and 15 years old was found at a depth of 20 inches. The burial and the objects around it correspond to a style developed between the year 1000 and 1200. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
More than 10 years after Elon Musk pitched the idea, Tesla robo-taxis have hit the streets of Austin, Texas. A group of
Nå kommer det land, sikkert fra True Social.
Many posted videos from the passenger seats about their experiences in the driverless cars. Tesla picked Austin for the launch because of relatively relaxed regulations there. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Det noen som sitter på en squawker nå, som får med seg de siste nyhetene? Hvis ikke så skal jeg kjøpe det selv med etterpå.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Live Podcast. That's where you'll find us. Smart TV, just search Bloomberg Originals. We're there as well with the video, audio, the whole thing. Coming up, we're going to get the latest reporting coming out of the Middle East. Ethan Bronner, Bloomberg Israeli Bureau Chief, give us the latest reporting there. Ariel Cohen, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, get his thoughts on what's happening in the Middle East. What are the goals of Iran? What are the goals of Israel and the U.S.? Emily Lavelle, Chief Investment Officer at the New Mexico Climate Investment Center. We'll get her thoughts on these markets. We're going to go to Salih Yilmaz, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Oil Analyst. What does this mean, the rising tensions there in the Middle East on oil? We had oil
På to plattformer hänger det
about 12 hours ago. We were over $81 a barrel for Brent. We're now down 1% at 76. The market not appears with what's happening. So let's start everything off. Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Business.
Tesla opp 7,5%.
Sale price exceed $420,000 in May 2025. At IBKR forecast trader, the yes recently at 37%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is June 23rd. Well, we've got Wall Street right now kicking off the new trading week with some advances. This is as investors kind of wait for any signs of Iran's response to U.S. attacks on its nuclear sites. Reuters reporting Iran could retaliate against U.S. forces in the next 2 days. We'll start with the NASDAQ, up 0.5%, 107 points. The Dow up 0.4%, 186 points. And the S&P 500 up 0.5%, 34 points. The yield space, the 2-year at 3.86%. That's down 4 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.32%. That's down 5 basis points. Oil in the spotlight with the news flow. Brent initially surged as much as 5.7% to just over $81 a barrel. Right now, Brent down 0.9% at $76 a barrel. Because of that, we want to check in with energy stocks. We have Exxon right now down 0.2%. We have Chevron, little change, and we have Occidental Petroleum. Their shares up about 0.3%. More economic data. S&P Global, U.S. manufacturing PMI. The expectation was for 51, came in a bit higher at 52. And as for services PMI, the survey was for 53, came in a tick higher at 53.
Dere samme på begge kontoene, dere får jo dobbelt opp da.
Sales for May just coming in month over month. The forecast was for a drop of 1.3%.
Det går ju bra, va?
With an increase of 0.8%. And finally, to round things off, one stock on the move, Northern Trust. Its shares up 10% after the Wall Street Journal reported Bank of New York.
Ja, Tesla som drar med seg Nasdaq. Tesla nå opp 7,34% på piss.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Paul and
Alex.
Mye er nå?
Thanks so much, Lisa. Good to see you. Happy Monday, everybody. I should point out, just a few minutes ago, Michelle Bowman of the Fed, in prepared remarks, says that she would support a cut in July if inflation remains subdued. So that's definitely moving the bond market. Yields definitely moving lower on that. All right, let's take a look at some stocks on the move. I'm Alex Deal alongside Paul Sweeney, and we're joined now by Denitsa Sakova. All right, let's kick it off right now with Tesla.
Yeah, since the open, this stock has been going upwards. It's about 8% now. It was much more moving pre-market, but clearly there is a lot of enthusiasm. Perhaps some of it is retail-driven, but of course this is coming after the launch of its much-anticipated driverless taxi service, which happened in Austin. The first robotaxi trips were limited only to a small portion of Austin, and then actually there were a lot of influencers in the launch. It wasn't perhaps a big media event, which makes sense because we're seeing, obviously this is a favorite stock for retail investors, and we're seeing the sentiment today. Musk has cautioned the autonomy isn't likely to move the financial needle, but people are very excited about it. A lot of analysts are seeing kind of a turning point in new revenue generation over there. Musk has been reorienting the car maker around those self-driving vehicles, humanoid robots, so that's kind of a new part of the business that's been growing very fast, and it's a big bet. Tesla is down now just 15% year to date. It was much bigger loss just Friday. Obviously, there was a lot of turmoil after the breakup with Trump and all the Twitter, all the X drama we saw. But now most of those losses have been erased. Analysts are not super optimistic on this. There is some optimism from Wedbush analyst Daniel Ives, which is saying this is above expectations. But overall, a lot of people are saying the event was largely uneventful. So it's more of a retail euphoria rather than analyst euphoria here.
It's part of Elon Musk trying to get investors to focus less on bending steel and making cars and delivering cars, and more on the upside of robotaxis, the upside of AI and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the narrative if you're a bull. What else you got?
We got Northern Trust. That stock also rising. It's about 10% now. It's coming off weekend reports from the Wall Street Journal. Bank of New York Mellon has approached the company's recent days for a possible merger. So the ticker for Northern Trust is NTRS. The stock is up about 18-20% year to date. BNI is actually down on the day. A tie-up would bring the two of the largest custodians in the backwork together. Of course, this is the most important part. This is connected with reducing real estate footprints, reducing headcount.
Jeg shorter også på privaten.
So people are very optimistic, clearly, about Northern Trust. When it comes to analysts, they're saying that more details will come soon. And it really depends on the price tag. If the price tag is very high, maybe some of that reaction won't be so good. We're seeing optimism about the deal and big reaction today.
All right, quickly, let's go to Estee Lauder, up by over 4%.
Yeah, big move there. Deutsche Bank upgraded the cosmetics company to buy from Holt based on increasing evidence that the firm is diversifying beyond China. We're seeing strong demand for beauty products as well. The company is now up 3% year to date. The Deutsche Bank target is $95, up from $71. So another positive story here.
All right, thanks so much, Denise. I really appreciate it. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers podcast. Listen to 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcast.
Det er alltid en av de der store 5 som skal dra liksom indeksen så jævlig.
Overarching news and
Det
market
er
news
enten
of the
Nvidia
day
eller
is
Tesla
Israel
eller Broad. Det er
hitting
dritten
nuclear
ass.
sites as the world is now awaiting Iran's response to the U.S. Wrecking its nuclear sites in Iran over the weekend as well. All right, joining us now is Dr. Ariel Cohen, Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council, joining us on the latest. How do we rank the probability of an Iranian response?
There will be a response. Unless the Iranian regime collapses, they will be trying to save face. The problem is their options are not great. One, they could try and attack tankers, and we see that the tanker rates, the insurance rates are all going up already. Two, they could try to mine or close the Strait of Hormuz. That will piss off their Chinese customers and endanger their political support from China. Three, we see that Russia is talking, but so far is not getting involved. Why? Because Russia benefits from high oil prices. The higher the prices, the happier Putin is. So what else can they do? They could attack their neighbors. They would be cautious not to attack American bases, it looks like, because they could have attacked. They didn't. The regime is half broken because a lot of generals were taken out, so the decision-making chain is wobbly. But if they attack American bases, U.S. will deliver devastating blows against Iran. If they attack the neighbors, same thing. And here's a question that a lot of people did not ask about the alleged closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The pathway in the strait is through the Omani waters. It's not the Iranian waters. So are they going to endanger their fragile relationships with other Gulf states? Big question mark. Also, they normalized with Saudi Arabia under the Chinese umbrella. China brokered that deal. Are they going to endanger both Saudi and China connections? So the options don't look good for the regime. And what I am worried about, what keeps me up at night, is all that highly enriched uranium. They enriched several hundred kilos to 60%. If the ability to build a deliverable nuclear weapon is destroyed now, what about a dirty bomb? And I think that should be on the table. U.S. and Israel do not put regime change on the table yet, although Trump had his musings about it. But all the boxes need to be changed in terms of ballistic missiles, in terms of enriched uranium, in terms of proxies, and eventually, if we move to an agreement, that should be addressed in the future agreement.
Ariel, is it your opinion that some people are talking about regime change, but that seems far-fetched? Is it your sense that if there were to be regime change in Iran, it would have to come organically from the people?
Absolutely, 100%. It's a country with 3,000+ year history, 90+ million people. It's fractured. You have the Shah, the former Shah supporters. The Crown Prince lives several miles from me here in Potomac, Maryland. We have the far left, the Mujahideen Khalq people. We have the liberals in the regime. And of course, we have IRGC and the mullahs. So different components with diametrically opposed views of Iran's society, the role of religion, the role of women. don't forget, this is a regime that was executing more people per capita than any other country in the world. This is a regime that a woman could be beaten and killed for not wearing the hijab in a proper way. So a lot of people inside Iran are very unhappy, but this is a totalitarian regime or quasi-totalitarian regime that picks out dissidents and punishes them and kills them.
Which then makes an internal regime change enormously complicated. All right, Dr. Ariel Cohen, thank you very much, Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council, for the latest in the Middle East, sort of what the actual options may be for Iran and the rest of the world. All right, coming up, we're going to kind of break down this really perplexing market reaction. The bond market very much now moving on Michelle Bowman's comments about reforming the SLR, or meeting about reforming the SLR on Wednesday, as well as potentially being open to a rate cut in July if inflation remains subdued. We're going to get more on that with Emily Lavelle, Chief Investment Officer at New Mexico Climate Investment Center. Her reaction to the markets. We'll also take you to Tel Aviv with Ethan Broner, Israel Bureau Chief from Bloomberg, with the latest on what it's like on the ground. Happy Monday, everybody. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
på Tesla. Nesten 9% opp på en dag. Det er jo helt skapomse.
latest Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, we've got stocks advancing. This is traders await Tehran's next move, its potential impact. Right now, NASDAQ up 0.6%, 122 points. A Dow up 0.4%, 209 points. And the S&P 500 up 0.6%, or 36 points. The 2-year yield, 3.85%. That's down 6 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.32%, and that's down 5 basis points. We have Brent crude now down more than 1% at $76 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is little changed. Airline stocks, they were edging lower on the news flow. British Airways, Singapore Airlines, they canceled flights to the Persian Gulf. So we check in with IAG, that's the owner of British Airways. Their shares down about 0.5% in London. Singapore Airlines, they're down about 1%. And then we check in with American and United. United is down 1%. American Airlines down about 0.5%. And shares of Hims and Hers really taking a hit, down 29%. Word that Novo Nordisk is ending its recently formed obesity drug partnership with the company, and that's why those shares are lower. And then we move on to Tesla. Tesla up more than 8%. This is after rolling out those driverless taxis to a select passengers in parts of Austin, Texas over the weekend. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Lisa. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube, as well as any Bloomberg Originals section that you have, your smart TV, Roku, you name it, we are there. Want to get the latest on the unfolding drama within the Middle East from the ground in Tel Aviv. Ethan Broner is Bloomberg Israel Bureau Chief, and he joins us now. Ethan, what's it like on the ground right now?
Hi, Alex. I mean, it's as it's been for the last couple of days, ever since the U.S. Launched its attack on Iran. The Israelis kind of closed down. Went back to kind of emergency, state of emergency that they'd been in a week before when they began their own attack on Iran. What that means is schools are closed, most businesses are closed, the airport is essentially closed, and people are hanging close to safe spaces and bomb shelters. The Iranians did launch half a dozen to 8 or 10 missiles mid-morning and seem to have done some damage to an electrical facility in the south of the country.
Ethan, have we heard anything new from the Israeli government as it relates to kind of their intentions over the coming days and weeks? We understand Israel's still carrying out military strikes in Iran.
Correct. They are carrying
Altså, Gud bør gå mye mer. Ja, det her som er så rart. Bør gå mye mer.
There's been an expansion of their targets and their plan. That now partly that's when missiles come here and hit civilian areas, which they're almost all doing. Then the defense minister Israel Katz announces, well, if that's how you're going to be, then we're going to do this. And they have attacked the Evin prison, which is notorious, where political prisoners have been held for many years in Tehran. And they went after the Basij, which is a sort of internal morality police, and that kind of thing. And they also took another hit at Fordo, the deep underground uranium enrichment site that the Americans hit yesterday morning.
What is the
But your question about what they're planning to do, I'm sorry, I didn't actually answer it, is not entirely clear. There is some chatter in Israel about trying to kind of wrap this up, but that's not how the government is talking. It's talking out of both sides of its mouth, which is not that unusual, saying, look at all these amazing things we've accomplished. I think if they decide to stop, to say we've done enough, but they're still talking about all the things they want to do and the need to end this threat from Iran. So it's a little unclear where we're going.
Is there any indication of what an Iranian response may be, or is it sort of just preparing for all worst case scenarios at this point?
It's pretty much preparing for anything that could happen. We all, the Iranians have said, they've used some fairly harsh rhetoric about how the Americans are going to regret this and everyone's going to pay for these terrible things that have been done to Iran for the violation and so on. But I don't think we really know what's going to happen. The Iranians could, of course, go after American military sites, diplomatic sites. They could go after softer targets. They could go after Israeli targets. So far, we don't have much more than what they were doing before, which is sending these very, very dangerous ballistic missiles. They weigh about 1,000 kilograms into civilian areas in Israel and doing terrible damage. There are 10 or 15,000 Israelis out of homes over the last 10 or 12 days.
Ethan, the U.S. attack on Iran over the weekend had to be positive for Prime Minister Netanyahu from a political perspective. Can you frame out kind of what the reporting has been over the last several days on that topic?
Yes. I mean, the truth is that I haven't seen a poll in the last 36 hours or 24 hours, so I don't know if we have any specific data. But already at the end of this past week, after he launched the attack on Iran, a very successful, tactically, strategically quite brilliant set of attacks on Iran, his own numbers were up. Now, his numbers are not up enough that if he called an election, his coalition would necessarily win. But I mean, let's remember that he was suffering politically quite a lot after October 2023 because he is seen as Mr. Security, and security was very badly breached. But he is certainly in a much better position politically than he's ever been. So we'll have to see where this goes, but he's certainly in a very strong position.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Always your reporting top notch. Ethan Broner, Bloomberg Israel Bureau Chief. Stay safe there in Tel Aviv. All right, let's turn to the non-market reaction. I mean, when you see the kind of headlines that we saw over the weekend, the impact was estimated to be huge on financial assets, and that has not seemed to play out. Emily Lavelle is Chief Investment Officer at New Mexico Climate Investment Center. Broad case, Emily, here. What do you make of what many are saying are a subdued market reaction?
Hi, good morning. Nice to be here. I would agree. I mean, I'm pretty surprised that the markets haven't reacted a lot more forcefully. I think that, this attack really expands the range of potential outcomes and creates a lot more potential downside and a lot more risk in markets. And I think it just underscores the strategic need in the United States to have, sources of energy coming from all different sources, because if we get an escalation from Iran, then we could really see, some pretty big energy shocks, which could really impact inflation and prices all across the world, the US being no exception.
What does the Trump administration mean for your climate investment center, thinking about alternative sources of energy? How are you guys kind of positioning what you do in terms of addressing the challenges of climate change with this new administration?
Yeah, well, it's a good question. It's a tough question. I mean, honestly, green banks, if you're not familiar with what they are, we know that we need an estimated $3.5 trillion of investment into the energy sector in order to transition away from fossil fuels by 2050. And green banks stand in to really support that acceleration of the energy transition. And, New Mexico is really interesting because we're the second largest producer of oil and gas in the country, but we're also second in wind potential, second in solar potential, third in wind, and sixth in geothermal. And so the potential for real diversification of our economy is really significant. Unfortunately, what the Trump administration is doing through a variety of policies enacted, the most significant of which is the budget bill, the reconciliation bill that's currently going back and forth between the Senate and the House, is it really removes the majority of the incentives that have been in place since 2005 to bring cleaner electrons onto the grid. And so, unfortunately, I think what that means for the whole economy is going to be higher energy prices, less resilience, less manufacturing, fewer jobs, big multiplier effects. For us here at the Green Bank, we continue to see a lot of projects that are really interesting and benefit both, the low-income communities that we're trying to serve and the broader economy. But it's definitely going to be more challenging. And there are estimates that 50% of the backlog that's in the interconnection queue right now on the grid could be at risk if the bill passes in its current form.
And that's not even taking into account how long that line is to actually get connected to a grid. So if I was looking at individual stocks, is this like a fossil fuel play then at the end of the day, or are there more nuanced ways to play this?
You know, I sort of think of the way the U.S. has been in the last couple of months in the way that I'm used to looking at emerging markets. I invested in emerging markets for almost 10 years, and frankly, I think you've got to skate where the puck is going when it comes to policy. It's really hard to see there. That being said, I do think there is maybe some potential in the utility scale solar and wind market, and the reason for that is, you know, at the same time that we're doing all these things to hurt this cheap, easy to get on the grid energy, we're having this big national discussion about how we become AI leaders. And we heard Nextera CEO John Ketchum say last week, if we kill solar and wind, we're going to lose the AI race. And so I do think that there's the potential for, you know, lawmakers to come back to the table to try to support some utility scale solar plus storage in particular. The administration is still very focused on domestic manufacturers, so I think a name like First Solar might benefit. You've got the, you know, gas turbine manufacturers, GEV and Siemens, but this is a cyclical industry. They've got backlogs to 2032 now, and I just see more downside than upside at this point with the backlogs the way that they are. Then you've got clean, firm power, which is, you know, nuclear, geothermal, and that's all well and good, and I think that that does need to be built out. But there aren't that many ways to play it in the market. You know, you can look at the Sprott Uranium Trust. There's a geothermal pure play, Ormat. There's Constellation Energy Group. But it's, you know, it's tough out there. I think the reality is that you're going to start to see some people have to come back to the table because solar and storage is the cheapest and fastest way to get new energy onto the grid.
Emily, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Emily Lavelle, Chief Investment Officer for the New Mexico Climate Investment Center. I didn't know that New Mexico was number 2 in terms of, was it oil?
It's because the Permian, like the rock that's part of the Permian, spans Texas and New Mexico. So it's this huge rock.
Okay.
And that's where it gets a lot of it from. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I don't know. I'm still in the camp of we're going to kind of need everything.
Yeah.
It seems like I can't imagine. At one point we were thinking about a transition to almost purely to alternative energy, but that seems unrealistic. I don't know, but it just seems like but what's changed over the last few years has been these, you know, high-tech AI fuel data centers that, well, if you put that in the demand equation, then it seems like you need maybe everything.
That's what's so confusing to me, though, about the tech AI trade plus power is that signing agreements to make that happen is still really weird and like very, very difficult because tech doesn't want to sign like a 10-year purchase power agreement, right? Like that's not how they're structured. But that's what the utilities, that's what the power guys, that's what the energy guys need in order to put the money in to build something. So we've seen deals that expand plants or prevent them from shutting them down, but not building new ones necessarily. And that's going to be a real head scratcher for me. And then you put over the market volatility and uncertainty, and that's where the Iran situation comes into play. It's hard to make decisions with that kind of volatility.
Yep, absolutely. So coming up, Sally Yamaz, Bloomberg Intelligence senior oil analyst. We're getting her thoughts on what's happening with oil. It's now trading down by about 1%. This is Bloomberg.
puls. Han på kjøkkenet nå. Han der på det.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Investors awaiting Iran's response to U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. Morgan Stanley strategists say geopolitically led sell-offs are typically short-lived and modest, and that oil prices will determine whether volatility sticks around. Since we mentioned oil, let's start there. We'll go to Brent crude right now, down 1% at $76 a barrel. Stock seeing a little bit of a lift. This is after Fed's Michelle Bowman said she would support lowering interest rates as soon as July. Right now, the Nasdaq up 0.5%, S&P 500 up 0.4%, and the Dow up 0.2%. The 2-year yield 3.85%. That's down 5 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.33%. That's down 4 basis points. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is little change. With the news flow, I want to check in with some defense stocks. For example, RTX. Their shares are a little changed. We looked over at Lockheed Martin. Their shares up more than 1%. And finally, Reuters reporting that DeepSeek, well, it's helping China's military and intelligence officials while looking into ways to help Beijing kind of skirt around the U.S. export rules, gain access to advanced chips. Taking a look at NVIDIA shares on the news, their shares down about 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thank you so much, Lisa. Alex Steele here alongside Paul.
Jeg lar bare mine ståborgere komme litt an på hvordan likviditet du har. Altså, det bare noen få selskaper som går opp på Nasdaq. Jeg tror Nasdaq kommer til å knekke. Sånn som i dag så Nasdaq opp. Ene alene på grunn av Tesla. Alt rødt her. Tesla opp 10%. Når de begynner å miste litt trøkk, og krigen begynner å sette inn, så tror jeg Nasdaq kommer til å tryne til helvete.
Is this the correct move so far with Brent sitting at $76 a barrel?
I mean, great question, and we've been trying to figure that out in the last
week
or so.
Bare vent du, skal du se hvordan jeg egentlig holder på.
Is we're trying to see the risk of an actual disruption, which we haven't seen yet, and what type of probability we can assign to and put that into the price.
Hvor mye opp dere nå på gull nå hittil da? Cirka 10%, eller?
The current geopolitical risk premium appears to be...
Mye dere pluss på gullkontoen?
That's how much we are up on Brent oil prices since the strikes began. A little over. Where do we go? I think the US strikes...
Okay, så vi opp 10% cirka?
...in the conflict. But as markets talking about oil, we didn't really see, we saw an initial immediate spike above $80 a barrel, but since then it paired those gains, which is telling us that the probability that the market is assigning to a worst case scenario seems to be pretty little, and the market doesn't seem to expect a major retaliation that disrupts oil flows or
Ja, på gold, ja.
targets
Vi begynte jo i
some
går.
of those oil facilities in the Gulf appears to be low according to the market.
So when you talk to the companies in your coverage, how do they talk about the risk of the Strait of Hormuz? Is this something that they really think is a realistic probability that Iran could materially impact traffic going through that strait?
I think most of them would agree that this is still a tail risk, but they are talking about it. I think it was the Shell CEO last week who did mention and talk about how big the consequences of a closure of Strait of Hormuz would be. And I do agree. I mean, Iran threatened to do it before.
Men har han 1500 på kontoen, så får du ikke 003 på 001 når det innsettes. Du får 002, og du må litt over, tenker jeg.
Nå har jeg også tatt ut, så jeg ligger på 5000 hele tiden her. Tar ut på hver tre.
Det blir som det blir. Det går bra.
Ja, 10% er ikke så dårlig.
Ja, nei, det styrer jo stort sett i kontoen, så det går fint.
Gi gass.
Isn't really something that companies would welcome either.
Right. No, they want certainty. They don't want that kind of volatility. So I think it's important also to look at general supply demand dynamics. We've been reading a lot about how stockpiles globally are all right, that China's been stockpiling as well, and that sort of provides this buffer for any real supply disruption.
No, you're absolutely right. Inventories are at decent levels. Also importantly, OPEC Plus is sitting on a meaningful amount of spare capacity. I mean, the US SPR was depleted to an extent back in 2022, but there still remains some stocks there. But very briefly,
Tesla up 10%.
I think it's important to note that even if it came to that, and even if we did have a major disruption, you know, people might be looking at OPEC Plus spare capacity and saying, you know, we have that buffer against this type of disruption.
Den gullkontoen trader ganske hardt på da. Den andre kontoen ganske sånn OK.
Any spare capacity, and one of the reasons for that is that they would not want to be seen as benefiting at Iran's expense. They wouldn't want to be seen as benefiting from Iran's pain, and that's especially for some of the other Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, like the UAE. Because if they did, I think as Iran thinks about...
Du kan sette inn så mye du vil, Borgli.
You know, some of those assets, some of those oil production facilities in those countries could become targets.
Sully, if we kind of look away from this geopolitical tensions and the impact on global oil prices, what's the underlying demand out there for oil these days?
A great question. And it hasn't been perhaps as terrible as the market was talking about earlier in the year, but it definitely hasn't been great. You know, before we started talking about geopolitical risk premium so much, we were talking about how demand is pretty soft, and we were also talking about how OPEC Plus actually did surprise the market back in April and announced output hikes that were triple the amount that the market was expecting initially, you know, starting in May, but then they're going to repeat that in June and July. So before we started talking so much about this conflict and so much about geopolitical risk, we were talking about how, and I think there was a general consensus that come the third quarter, especially the fourth quarter, the oil market was very much expected to be in a very meaningful oversupply, which is, of course, a big overhang for prices.
Right, which is exactly another explanation for why maybe we're not seeing a dramatic move in oil prices. What I do look at, and this is a great function on the terminal for those of you that have it, is CCRV, and it shows the curve of oil. And if you compare that to, say, just a month ago, no surprise that the front end of the curve is a lot higher. That signifies potential supply disruption or a lot of demand. But the whole curve has really jumped for the next kind of 2 years. Does that incentivize longer-term players to kind of lock in prices now and then just keep producing?
It generally does, and I think you make a great point because perhaps we focus too much on the front end of the curve, but especially when we talk about companies, the back end of that curve is a lot more important because that's where a lot of the investment decisions are being made. So to your point, I think so. I think generally when you do see the whole curve move up, that generally does bring a little bit more capex back into the game. But we are talking about very volatile and unprecedented times. So I think until there is a little bit more certainty, and I think until there is a little bit more clarity on what happens with this conflict, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a major spike perhaps in rig counts or some of the capex guidance by the companies that we cover.
All right, really appreciate it. Always wonderful to get your perspective. Saleh Yilmaz joining us, Bloomberg Intelligence senior oil analyst. And, this was weeks ago we were talking about, oh my gosh, what happens if oil gets to 40? What are these producers going to do? And now they get relief. So maybe it's not that they're adding.
Jeg også short Nasdaq på privaten. Shorta den nå på 21,750, og så shorta den her på 21,770. Bare tull at Nasdaq skulle gå opp under krig, at det var bare for at Tesla har en selvkjørende presentasjon av selvkjørende taxi. Det så dumt at det.
That might be Landman Season 2.
Right. Yeah. Okay, see, I'm already prepping you for it. This is good for you. Yep. Okay. Coming up, we'll talk about the other area of the market affected by Iran and Israel. Wayne Sanders is Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst. We'll talk about how some of the defense players are moving off of this. We've definitely seen them climb in the market as well as some of those oil players. Taking a look, though, at the markets again. Relatively calm considering, and you have to wonder, do you want to buy protection or do you want to sell puts? And is that actually a risk? S&P up 0.4%.
Det som litt sånn problemet med gull akkurat her nå, at vi akkurat på motstandsområdet, ikke sant? Så hvis den ikke bryter opp her, så får den rett I trynet. Det derfor jeg så jævla forsiktig her. Men han har ikke brutt ordentlig opp ennå. Altså han brøt jo 75, men har motstand her, ja. Så litt forsiktig. Jeg har jo kjørt det jeg har gjort på Copy med dere. Jeg har kjørt 10-gangeren på min egen. Det litt morsomt. Jeg gleder meg jeg skal gjøre det med dere. Når vi får kontoen til å vokse litt mer da. Se, det her har jeg gjort på privaten I dag. Eller I natt da, med dere. Akkurat samme. Bare I stedet for å ta 0,01 så har jeg tatt 0,3 og 0,5. Jeg har tatt 10-gangeren da. Det på en dag. I dag. I tillegg til de andre tjente dere da. Så hvis dere skal se, jeg må skryte litt da. Så på 10 dager nå, jeg begynte på 30 000 kroner. På 10 dager nå, og så har jeg gjort fortjeneste på 30 000. Jeg har gjort 75 000 I gevinst. På akkurat de samme posisjonene som jeg gjør med dere nå. Så dere kan se at det ekte. Copy. På live. Så jeg har gjort 30 000, har nå blitt 100 000, eller det gevinsten da, det som står der. 75 000 kroner I gevinst. Vet da faen hvor mye prosenter det på 30 000. Samme faen. Så det på litt over en uke.
Nei, jeg rekker feil.
Ja, for det gevinsten. Det ikke totalen min. Det gevinsten som ligger der. Nå går jeg pluss på shorten på Nasdaq, og ser ut som at gull skal stikke av her nå. Fortsatt long gull. Jeg sitter på gull fortsatt. Vi sitter med 0,03. Jeg tenker vi øker nå etterpå når vi bygde opp kom til litt, så øker vi til 0,4 og 0,5. 0,04 venner. Ikke 0,4.
Og det gjelder.
Ja, vi skal øke, vi må jo få kontoen til å bli mye.
Ja, da vil vi
Bloomberg Intelligence.
spille.
Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Lost to Heaven.
Right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube.
I know,
as
Sahar.
well.
I know.
So you can hear
I
me
know.
on
I know.
live
I know.
podcast. That's where you'll find us. We're also gonna
Det er egentlig Teams, takk være Team at vi starter med konto her nå.
Bloomberg Pursuits, and that's
Faktisk.
where we will pop up here. Let's check in with Wayne Sanders, senior defense analyst.
Til det med 0,04 hos deg med Lost in Heaven.
Wayne, quite a weekend for the U.S. military. When we had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs yesterday describe the operation in what I
Men nå er vi opp i hvert fall 10% da, på en dag. Det er ikke dårlig det, altså. Dere som er nye, 10% er ganske bra, faktisk.
In the world of defense, what did the
Faktisk.
weekend mean for you guys?
No, absolutely. When you look at the way that this operation went down to support the B-2 Spirit and the massive ordnance penetrator, you have to be able to pave the way. You have to be able to own the airspace. And, you know, up until this point, when you look at Russia and you look at China, their air defense capabilities being very significant, it's always going to be a question as to whether or not an air operation like this could actually be successful. So the fact that they were able to put this together, not only be able to keep the operational security side of the house intact, but they actually were able to put all this together. They were able to suppress enemy air defense, known as SEAD. They were able to push all of those out front in support of the B-2 in order to drop those bombs along on Natanz and Fordo, and then also the Tomahawk strike from coming in for Isfahan. Why that's important, you know, when you look at the defense primes, I think it was a big win for a lot of the defense primes in this, especially you look at Boeing, right? Boeing for the F-18 and the EA-18 Growler, which is an electronic warfare capability, right? You want to be able to go in there and jam ahead of time. They really proved their worth on this. Lockheed's F-35 as well as the F-22. You put these pieces together into this integrated operation, it's pretty amazing. Then on top of that, if you add in Northrop's B-2 and what it did for their stealth program, I think is very, very key and shows a lot of promise against Russian air defenses like Iran has, the S-300, which is one of their air defense capabilities. Being able to get in and out undetected and without being shot at is, I think, a very good thing. And so I see room for that. I see room to extend the B-2 program, which was originally going to be...
Juhu! Nå er det pluss på Nasdaqen min, og jeg går pluss på gullet mitt. Jeg tok gullet litt for tidlig i stad, men faen skal ikke klage og tjene penger da, sånn egentlig. Det er så typisk, man blir liksom... Man blir aldri fornøyd, vet du. Det er problemet med trading, for du vet at du kan tjene så mye penger, og så klarer man ikke å stoppe. Bare, tjent 15 000, tjent 20 000, tjent 40 000,
Do they buy stuff or like talk to defense players that are European and not the US? Because all the names you listed, they are straight up US companies.
Men jeg tenkte en ting, en måte som vi alle kan tjene mye penger på. Hvis jeg får de 5 000 kontoene til å bli 10 000, så fra de 10 000 kontoene til å bli 40 000, så får de 40 000 kontoene til å bli 100 000, da har jeg plutselig 4 millioner jeg kan handle for. Da blir det litt mer action. Det blir morsomt. Det skal få til fortere enn dere skjønner det. Det skal gå så jævla fort. Det eneste jeg ber om er at dere kan fortelle andre om det jeg gjør. For jeg har ikke lov til å reklamere. Jeg har fått Finanstilsynet på nakken, for de sier at det jeg driver med er gambling. Det går ikke an å tjene penger på det jeg driver med. Så jeg har satt veldig pris på om dere kan bare dele det og fortelle folk at jo, det er en fyr som faktisk tjener penger på det.
Du må be han om å sende lotteriet til syne i stedet, vet du.
Ja, de nekter for at du kan tjene penger på det. Bare, nei.
Whether it's Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman or General Dynamics, the stocks are all
They
would put up a lot more because it just seems like everybody, not just the U.S., everybody's going to be spending more on defense here, you know, namely Europe. What's going on there?
Yeah. I think there's probably a counterbalancing effect.
Vi er ikke ute av dansen ennå. Vi må bryte 3,387, og så må vi forbi 90. Altså det er $3 til. Så flakser vi videre oppover på gull. Så hvis dere trader på egen hånd nå, så kan dere vurdere å ta gevinst nå, og så kan dere kjøpe den hvis han bryter. Hvis han ikke bryter nå, så detter vi ned den til 80. Ligger akkurat her nå. Det stemmer jo, Kim Snoen. Jeg er opp 10% fra går, så hvis du hadde fulgt meg med for eksempel 100 000 i dag, så hadde du gjort... Du vet da faen, du har gjort mye penger nå. Jeg aner ikke.
Like, best on the street. Wayne Sanders, So Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst. What were you saying?
I was going to say, listeners also a big help as well. Alex from Boca writes in and said, hey, numbnuts, it's Iran, not Iran. So thank you, Alex from Boca. Appreciate that. He didn't say numbnuts.
I was going to say,
no, he was very kind. That's something I would say probably. I'd put my snark in there, but Alex, thanks for that, Iran.
Yes.
So anyway, that's kind of there. And so, yeah, I'm a little surprised that the defense contractors just aren't performing better, the stocks, because it seems like if you're going to buy stuff, where else are you going to go other than U.S. contractors?
Yeah, exactly, and that was kind of the point in terms of where Europe gets their stuff from.
Yeah, interesting.
For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now with equities on the upswing, with the S&P up 0.3%, the Nasdaq outperforming, up by about 0.4%.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great lineup for you. We're going to continue to tackle this lack of reaction in the oil market today. Dr. Amrita Sen will be joining us. She's founder and director of market intelligence for Energy Aspects. Truly, really plugged in, one of the most dedicated and best in the industry. Also, Terry Haynes will be joining us of Pangea Policy on what could be next out of D.C. We also have Jay Powell, 2 days of testimony over the next 2 days as well, and Michelle Bowman earlier talking about potentially cutting rates in July if inflation continues to move lower. So we got everything covered for you, but let's kick it all off right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa Mateo.
You got it. We have investors kind of waiting for any signs of Iran's response to U.S. attacks on its nuclear sites. Right now, the Nasdaq up 0.4%, 90 points. The Dow up 0.1%, 67 points. In the S&P 500 up 0.4%, or 24 points. We have the 2-year yield 3.84%. That's down 7 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.32%. That's down 5 basis points. Oil in the spotlight with all the news for Brent. Initially surged as much as 5.7% to just over $81 a barrel. Taking a look at it now, well, it's down 0.9%, $76 a barrel. Because of that, we'll check in with energy stocks. For example, Exxon down 0.1%. Chevron, little change. We have Occidental Petroleum down about 0.4%. A few stocks on the move this morning. We have shares of Hims and Hers really taking a hit, down 29%. The reason why? Well, Novo Nordisk ending its recently formed obesity drug partnership with the company. Novo shares they're down about 5%. Trust their shares of 8%
Gull.
The Wall Street Journal said that the Bank of New York Mellon had approached the company about a possible merger. And lastly, Tesla shares, well, they're up 9% after rolling out those driverless taxis to select passengers in parts of Austin over the weekend. In fact, when you look at the IMAP function on the terminal, automobile manufacturers leading the 11 biggest with Tesla.
Husk å salte dere akkurat her.
News 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now. Wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Stocks moving higher, as Lisa was just reporting. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Alex Steele. I'm joined by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sekova. Denitsa, what are you looking at today?
Tok litt gevinst, kjøper den inn igjen. Jeg vil ikke sitte med skjegget i postkassa her oppe, for jeg vet at hvis ikke han bryter her nå, så faller han. Så vi tar litt gevinst underveis her. Vi har fortsatt en inne nå. Tømmer kontoen igjen. For hver gang jeg tar gevinst, så tar jeg ut penger.
That's a very interesting stock. Last year it was
Internal 66 til 32. Tar ut.
It's been crazy. It's been a really big buzz and among retail investors and others. There are so many ETFs and a whole ecosystem around it. But at the end of the year, the company said it was awarded a contract with NASA. The whole technology of quantum computing has incredible promise. Processing power of millions times greater than computers, which is
Ute av gull, begynner på nytt igjen hvert øyeblikk. Må finne
encryption, all that. The big issue is that it may take a very long time to do that. It's obviously a very expensive process. So this year the stock is not doing well at all after a crazy rally last year.
Yeah, crazy rally is 100% the definition of that.
Kunne satt en short her også, men jeg tør ikke gjøre det.
Fintech company that stock up over 2%.
We're looking at Pfizer. They're launching their own stablecoin, and stablecoins
really,
it's been in the news everywhere, and it's coming.
Vi traff bra her nå. Holder fortsatt, venter, kjøper inn litt lenger.
Passing a legislation on stablecoins, but obviously that's.
Akkurat nå så det et tidspunkt, og så øker beløpet.
President Trump re-election campaign, and clearly a legislation coming there. Pfizer is up 2% today. Circle, which we've been talking about a lot, it's up about 15%. You can't even keep track because the stock keeps rising. It's up 790% since its IPO. This is Circle SRCL, and Pfizer ticker is FI. So those stablecoins have gained traction in traditional financial circles with lawmakers passing that legislation. Stablecoins are usually pegged to the value of assets like the dollar. That's what the legislation offers. And they've been on a crazy run, and everyone is wanting to get a piece of the pie.
Paul, do we need our own stablecoin now?
It's time.
I think we do. I needed the IPO allocation at $31 a share. I don't know where that is. I don't see it in my account. So I'll call up all the people on Wall Street and figure out what's happening. But that is $31 IPO on June 4th of this year, and look where we are just a couple of weeks later. Amazing. All right, one more.
We have Exelis, ticker is EXEL. It's climbing after the company reported a positive top-line results from a trial study on treatment for colorectal cancer. The stock is up about 12%, and the year-to-date gain is 36%. Analysts are very optimistic. They said that the study is pretty much paving the way for the first regulatory approval of the treatment. The oncology company on Sunday said that its in development cancer therapy demonstrated a significant improvement in survival rates for patients using the drug with a combination with another drug. So there is a lot of optimism.
Spørsmål. Kan jeg gå short også på den gullkontoen? Det er litt skummelt, men da trader jeg sånn som jeg gjør ellers. Da går jeg long og short, tar noe tap litt av og til, klink, Er dere med på det, eller skal jeg bare kjøpe? For da gjør jeg dobbelt så mange trades.
Subscribe to Stock Movers and Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere that you listen. I want to take you now on the ground to Tel Aviv with Ethan.
Men da tar jeg tap også innimellom, selv om for det, da gjør jeg 100 trades liksom. Greit, da gjør jeg det. Nei, men det er bare gull. Jeg gjør
Yes,
det.
I mean, I think there's a sense that
Da er vi opp,
close the Straits of Hormuz.
Da er vi opp nesten 12%.
International oil trade. It could theoretically attack American military bases or American embassies, or it could continue to attack Israel and Israeli sites around the world. I think those are the things that are being debated right now. I mean, what we've seen today is that Israel has continued to take out military and nuclear targets in Iran, as well as symbols of the regime. But the Israelis are now saying that they've taken out some 80% of the ballistic missile launchers that Iran has. If that's correct, that would suggest that their ability to shoot at Israel in coming days or weeks will be greatly reduced, perhaps to nearly zero.
So then what? I guess, you know, the question, Ethan, is there's a sense that there's a unique opportunity here before Israel to maybe reset kind of the order there in the Middle East and maybe make some serious upgrades to its long-term security. Is that something that people are talking about?
People are talking about it very vigorously right now, Paul. I mean, the problem is that it's not completely clear what that means for everyone. So for sort of centrists in Israel, it means it's time to sort of deal with the Palestinian question, embrace maybe a relationship with the Saudis and so on, and create a kind of regional alliance. I think that the people who are in power, Prime Minister Netanyahu and those closest to him, do not believe that there's anything that can be done about the Palestinians. They tend to be more aggressive about the need to actually do something, continue to do something about Iran and the militias that Iran has been sponsoring over the years. So it's not completely clear to me what that means. But you know, if in fact, what it could mean is that in some period of days, Israel will say, we've taken out all the launchers, we've done what we can to the nuclear situation, and now, dear Iran, we're telling you we're willing to trade peace for peace. You don't shoot any more missiles at us, and we'll stop attacking you. And there could be some kind of a standoff as a result of that.
We are getting some reports here that Iran's armed forces chief of staff has said that our response to U.S. attacks will be, quote, proportionate. Again, we don't know what that means, but quote unquote, proportionate. When can life resume as normal in Israel? You've spoken many times about how schools are shut. You know, it's a really thin hospital staff, like it's like COVID, but with missiles. I mean, these are pretty scary and upsetting statements. How long is it going to take for things to get back to normal?
That's a great question. I think it's, by the way, an extremely expensive war for Israel. I mean, not just these planes and anti-missile missiles, but the lack of business and all of the homes that have been ruined by these missiles. So I think people are very, very eager to know the answer to that question. I can't see anything happening before this week is out, but it's possible that Israel will to go back to a not highest alert situation, but a kind of medium one where you can have restaurants open to up to 30 people, that kind of thing. School, of course, will start to let out anyway. We're approaching summer. But, you know, businesses are really eager to get back going. And I think we're, you know, at the moment, they're still waiting for that thing to fall. What is that proportional response that Iran is going to do? And until we see something, I think we'd be foolish to think that nothing's happening.
Also, just real quick, Ethan, can we get the latest?
Du kan bare følge noen musikk.
Seems to have fallen off the radar as Israel's news flow comes from other areas here. What's the latest? I know we had some hostage remains returned. What can you tell us?
That's right. There were 3 bodies, the remains returned. That's right. There are still about
jeg shortet akkurat her nå, bare 2 små. Jeg shortet nesten på day high. Nå går vi penger på den. Men jeg tror gull skal gå videre opp. Jeg shorter kun nå, fordi jeg ser at han sliter med å bryte. Jeg ser at Nasdaq sliter med å gå videre, selv om, og de... Jeg klarer ikke å forklare det. Samme faen. Jeg går i pengene I hvert fall. Det det viktigste. Jeg tror gull skal opp, men det skal ned først.
Joining us from Tel Aviv. So taking a look at the market here, you're looking at Brent off by 1.1% and WTI crude off 1.2%. The question I'm getting is why? Why aren't we higher in prices? So I'm going to ask that question to Amrita Sen. She is founder and director of market intelligence for Energy Aspects. All right, Amrita, what's your answer?
Why are we lower in prices today?
Yeah.
Well, because again, we haven't seen any actual supply disruptions. You know, we've been
Ikke mye, Joachim. Bare nok til at jeg tjener penger på det.
close to Straits of Hormuz. That remains very much the last resort for them, right? Because if they did that, they are really going to get the US involved in a much, much bigger way than they have been so far. Any country that's even neutral towards it will basically become you know, far more kind of angry about the whole situation. And I don't think Iran necessarily wants to attract the ire of the whole world, given how weak the regime is right now. So I think that's a big part of it. The other one is a bit more technical. We've seen most of the crude oil traders trade this via the options market. So when you are short call options, as prices are going up, are taking profits all the way through, right? Because you're kind of selling out of your position. So that's kind of adding to it. I would say, generally speaking, unless Iran actually escalates to the point of disrupting supplies, we are probably not going to see any significant increase in prices from here.
Amrita, is there a consensus about how much
Ja, den forklaringen min tror jeg bare driter
is in oil these days?
Jeg tror vi bare driter I forklaringene mine.
Relatively easy, right? Because we were in the high 60s for Brent. We were already moving higher just based on the fact that fundamentals had been stronger than people expected. But I would say, given where we are now versus where we started when the conflicts kind of headlines started coming in, it's about $10.
What's your question then? So if I'm assuming the question you're getting is why aren't oil prices higher, but what's your question?
I mean, for me, the real question becomes the medium term, right? Like, I know the focus for the market is in the Straits of Hormuz, but we know this isn't over yet, right? We know Israel, while kind of, you know, walking a tightrope around this, they are talking about regime change. And what does that mean? A political upheaval has never been associated with a good outcome for oil production, be it Iraq, be it Kuwait, be it Iran in the past, be it Libya. And I do wonder, for the medium-term outlook, like, do we actually see lower Iranian production over the next couple of years at a time when OPEC Plus will also have less spare capacity because they're bringing back a lot of production? I know this is not the time because of
Piri, gull litt sånn risky, så bare ta det du er komfortabel med, men jeg passer på, altså.
Oil prices are undervalued, given everything that was already going to happen, and now we add Iran to the mix.
How has OPEC been behaving, OPEC Plus? Has it been rational over the last...
Vi opp 12 eller 15% nå. Nå skal man se det, smarten fra starten.
Got really ratcheted up in the Mideast?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question if they're rational. I mean, you have to understand kind of their logic to this, and I think they have been consistent, is what I would say. Saudi Arabia has been saying, look, it needs to be equitable cuts, everybody needs to be a part of this, and I think that's what they have been doing. But at the same time, they have also been kind of, obviously, there's been disagreements between OPEC members, with Kazakhstan cheating clearly, and some of the others as well, with regards to, you know, what that kind of policy should be.
10,5% på Tesla, det blir så dumt.
One thing they're very, very clear is they don't want to get drawn into it. They want to make sure that their general infrastructure, not just energy, is protected, and I think they're going to try and be as neutral as possible. And again, this is one of the reasons why I don't think they're going to be surging production if there were to be an Iranian outage, because the last thing they want is to then get attacked, because Iran's going to be like, you're taking advantage of our situation.
Right. Well, speaking of, here's an extremely unfair question. When President Trump tweeted earlier, I want lower oil prices, drill baby drill, come on you guys, I'm watching, who's the you? I mean, who is he talking to specifically?
I mean, drill baby drill refers to the US producers, right? And I mean, I did smile when I saw that, because I was like, yes, you say that, but at the same time, you know, thanks to tariffs, thanks to just kind of broader his economic policies, oil prices are a lot lower. Again, if you take away the $10 geopolitical risk premium, than it has been in the last, you know, couple of years. So there is no incentive for their producers to drill. We know we've talked about this, Alex, you and I, about how gassier the acreage is getting, all of these reasons, right? So drill, baby, drill remains a pipe dream. I think that it's regardless of where the prices are, simply because you are in a situation, at least for the crude oil side of things, just geology is playing its part. We're going to get NGLs, we're going to get gas, but I don't think that's going to necessarily translate into oil production.
All right, Amrita, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Amrita Sen, founder and research director of Market Intelligence, joining us from the UK via Zoom, talking about oil and the Middle East. Again, looking at it right here, we've got Brent crude off 72 cents here. It's about 0.9%, right around $76.25 here. So we were at a high for Brent about 12 hours ago of about $81.40. So definitely pare back some of those gains. Coming up, Terry Haynes, founder, Pangea Policy, on the markets in the Middle East. He pulls no punches on his analysis. We appreciate that. S&P 500 up 31 points. That's 0.5%. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
For da kom du Da har du fulgt meg litt senere enn de andre, for jeg startet med en på hva faen jeg tror opp nesten 15% en pro. Jeg har gjort det her da, på på 5000 kroner, så er det det da, på i dag, på det ene konto. Westerlife har det samme som meg, så da har vi jo opp 15%. Nå går jeg pluss på shorten min på Nasdaq også.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We've got stocks advancing this morning. This is over easing fears of Middle East disruption to crude flows. We have NASDAQ up about 0.5%, 107 points. The S&P 500 up 0.4%, 27 points. And the Dow up 0.2%, 104 points. Let's head over to Brent crude right now, down 0.7% at $76 a barrel. Treasury yields, though they're falling. This is after the Fed's Michelle Bowman said she could support lowering interest rates as soon as July. We go to the 2-year, 3.84%. That's down 6 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.32%, and that's down 5 basis points. Few companies making news this morning. We'll start with Stellantis, shaking up its leadership. Its new CEO begins this push to turn around the company. Its shares down more than 1.5% in Milan. Nomura more than doubled its CEO's pay last year. This is after a record annual profit. And finally, the most exclusive credit cards, well, they're about to get more expensive. JP Morgan making its third and largest annual fee increase to the Sapphire Reserve card. And analysts are telling Wall Street Journal American Express they're expected to raise their $695 fee even higher than Sapphire's. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in really hot New York City. We're also streaming live on the internet. That's cool, as always. You can find us there on YouTube. All right, as Lisa was just reporting, stocks are higher in part due to some comments, perhaps. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision, Michelle Bowman, saying she could support easing policy as soon as July. That would be nice. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News, joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Mike, tell us about Michelle Bowman, and when she says she could cut rates, does that mean something?
It's interesting because we debated this. She is not known as a monetary policy expert. She's been the banking person on the Fed, and she was recently elevated to vice chair for supervision for that reason. She has become more outspoken on monetary policy over the past year, but that's not her expertise, and I don't think the board looks to her for guidance. But Chris Waller said something similar a week ago, and he is one of the influencers of the Fed. So there may be some rising interest in July, but it's also important to note that Bowman and Waller are the two members of the Fed who were appointed by Donald Trump, who has made his feelings about interest rates quite clear. And so there's probably a little bit of a political aspect to this as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, Mike, that maybe the consensus on this U.S. economy is that, okay, growth is slowing, but nobody's got recession on the table anymore. Inflation seems fine. That seems like they can just sit there. I mean, I don't know why you would even...
That's Jay Powell's argument, and most of the board, and we'll hear from Powell tomorrow when he speaks to the House Financial Services Committee, I imagine.
Which we will be taking live.
Yes,
in full,
of course
for
you
2
will,
hours.
or I'll be here to, anyway.
Break it down.
He'll make that case. What seems to be... I think just to step back, we have to be fair to Bowman and Waller and say that they both said if the data change.
Okay.
In other words, if inflation goes down further or stays about where it is, and if unemployment rises, then they might be willing to do that. Now, unemployment has stayed steady for 2 months. Inflation has started coming back down again, especially when you look at the PCE, which is the Fed's main gauge. But the interesting thing is Bowman dissented in September from the Fed's 50 basis point rate cut. And at that point, inflation was lower than it is now, and unemployment was lower than it is now. So not sure what her argument is, what's changed. But this was a speech, so we didn't get a chance to ask her questions about that.
So there was a fun chart making the rounds. I think it was in Mike Wilson's note, talked about spike in oil prices and how they coincide with recession, and we are nowhere near that kind of spike at this point. Is there a corollary in your research to high oil prices and weak economic growth?
Well, falls into the
It's dicey, right?
It falls into the category of, say, the Somme rule of something that has been observed to happen, but isn't always right, isn't always the case. Same thing with the yield curve inverting. Usually, if you have a big spike in oil prices that's maintained, not just things that go up for a month in the contracts, it's followed by a recession at some point, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen. Now, we do have conditions maybe setting up for a recession with the tariffs, so that's something that the Fed's keeping an eye on. And that was a little bit of bonus.
Stemmer, Hansi. Shorta her oppe på nesten det high. Akkurat her nå.
The labor market is in pretty good balance, but it's not as.
Og så shorta Nasdaq, den går i pluss. Shorta gull bare for en liten sånn pullback tilbake. Tror gull skal gå videre oppover.
And so the Fed will have to respond.
If tariffs introduce.
Det er bare for å være med, puste markedet, som jeg liker å kalle det, jobbe markedet. Jeg bryr meg ikke om det går opp, jeg bryr meg ikke om det går ned. Jeg skal bare være med. Men gull skal opp, og Nasdaq skal ned.
And the Fed's numbers won't come out till 30th, which is Fed Day. But the numbers should start to show up in enough categories that you could say we're going to see inflation. And I don't think anybody argues that we're going to see inflation from tariffs. The real argument is about how much and how long it will last. Is this a one-time only thing? Prices go up and then they just stay where they are and are influenced by everything else in the economy. But the hard part is, since Trump keeps delaying things, we don't know when he's going to put what tariffs on what products. So there's a question right there.
Mike, always appreciate it. Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joining us there. All right, here we have Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy.
Nå går jeg veldig penger på Nasdaq-shorten min. Gleder meg veldig over den. Men gullshorten er 0 omtrent, pluss minus.
Between the U.S., Iran, and Israel, or do you feel like one and done? Moving on.
Good morning, Alex. I apparently am the person urging humility in a sea of certainty. You know, I've heard and read a lot of people saying this morning, well, I get analysts saying, oh, I know exactly how this is going to go. Iran's going to sue for peace, and this will happen, and that happen, and the other happen, and here's the knock-on effects from China and Russia and elsewhere. We're in the phase of this conflict where downside economic risk is heightened, much more heightened than people think, because the possibility for irrational action is much greater at root.
So, Terry,
I could go on.
It was just, it seems like President Trump's policy seemed to change a little. There was from, America first to now, really ratcheting up the stakes in Iran. How do you think his outlook changed?
I got to tell you, Paul, I've never been the guy that thought, I think I said this to you yesterday too, I've never been the guy that thought that this is some sort of a U-turn or anywhere close to it. I think Trump is absolutely right to come in and put take a fresh eye on the nature of the United States commitments and what's most important for America, certainly. But this got taken as withdrawal all over the world, and that was never going to happen. We're in it to our teeth in Taiwan. Our interests in the Middle East are very, very important to the national interest of the United States. And even in a situation like Ukraine, we haven't left. They're not crazy about where we are, but we've given them more weapons. We've signed a minerals deal. We're not gone. And we're not going to be gone either. And
that's scary, Flippen.
To those for whom it wasn't obvious already that we're going to be in it to stay. And this is a clear situation, I think, where the duties of the president outweigh the preferences of the candidate.
What does in it to stay mean? Like, what does that really entail?
Well, we have continued to defend Taiwan and work our military and economic interests there. Middle East, it's not for nothing that the president made a centerpiece of his early second term a week-long trip to the Middle East with the idea that we're going to be using interconnected economic alliances in part to ring fence the Iranians, and the Iranians are a client state of China, so in essence ring fence China and Russia as well. So that's not new, and it's clear now that the president would like the Europeans to step up to the plate on defense, and you see that from the NATO resolutions that they're finally getting serious about that. But even then, we haven't completely withdrawn from Ukraine as was widely assumed in the United States 6 months ago. So we are not melting away from our global responsibilities here by any stretch.
Terry, you mentioned Ukraine. Does the calculus there for Mr. Putin change given the actions of the U.S. in the Middle East over the weekend?
Yeah, well, good news, bad news. The increased price of oil helps him, and if Iran does something that sparks a significant increase in the price of oil, obviously Putin has helped. So that's not good news for Ukraine. But on the other hand, what you have is not only increased resolution demonstrated by the European allies as well as the United States. And the EU, in my estimation, could do an awful lot more than they already are, which is the precious little. But not only that, but you've got a situation here where there's a clear commitment by the president with a clear follow-through, and that alone is bad news for Putin. So kind of a mixed bag overall. But I'd say for Russia, it's overall negative.
And before we let you go, Jay Powell testifying to the House tomorrow and the Senate on Wednesday. What do you think the biggest talking point is going to be?
Well, here's the thing. It's I think we all know this. Powell's not going to say anything new, firstly. Secondly, as Mike McKee just reminded the audience, the key here with the Fed is read every word. And he pointed out a number of words in Mickey Bowman's statements that the market isn't reading, for example. But Powell can't say anything new in this testimony, in this twice-year testimony. While Mickey Bowman may talk about the possibility of July, doesn't mean July. Powell's certainly not going to endorse that or anything else. He's speaking for the entire Fed. What's going to happen on Tuesday and Wednesday really is that Congress is going to talk over Powell's head. They know that none of that's going to happen. What markets get out of this is a look forward on the meaning of the tax bill and promises for growth, and also for fiscal, and why that situation's not going to get cleared up anytime soon. With the actors taking their usual stances and their usual marks.
Terry, thanks as always for joining us. Always appreciate getting your perspective there. Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy, joining us from Washington, D.C. Via that Zoom thing. Coming up, Ethan Zindler, Bloomberg NEF's lead for countries and policies research on the Senate tax bill. Still not beautiful for U.S. clean energy. Some risk there for sure. We'll break it down. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, bra pluss på shortman på Nasdaq. Jeg driver og tar noe litt sånn... Ja. Gull står litt stille. Jeg tror gull skal gå videre oppover, men jeg er short gull her oppe, for det er day high, og det bare... Ja, jeg tror jeg riktig også var litt grann short der.
At the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. While the S&P 500 halting a 3-day slide, this is after Federal Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman pointed to a possible rate cut as soon as July. We'll start with the S&P 500 up 0.3%, 18 points. The Dow up 0.1%, 57 points, and the Nasdaq up 0.3%, or 75 points. To the yield space, the 2-year 3.83%, down 7 basis points.
Yes,
the yield on the 10-year 4.31%, and that's
also
down 6 basis points. We have Brent crude down 0.8% at $76 a barrel. Checking with COMEX gold up 0.5% at $3,404 an ounce. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down about 0.1%. Airline stocks edging lower. This is on the
gullshorten går gjennom også, ser ut som. Hold begge to.
Singapore Airlines.
Jeg tar den ut nå snart.
Canceled flights to the Persian Gulf. So we check in with IAG. Their shares down about 1.5%.
Nå har jeg penger både på shortet begge to her oppe. Det var litt spesielt.
Also American Airlines down more than 2%. Same for United right now. And shares of Pfizer, they're up this morning more than 2.5%. Word that it's launching its own stable.
Og jeg skulle forklare at jeg så det her i stad. Nå kan forklare.
For financial institutions and its merchants. And then sources saying Apple will tell internal for startup Perplexity AI. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Lisa Mateo. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio.
Legger inn en ny short snart, når han kommer opp igjen.
Lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies, 130 industries all around the world. Every week around this time, we like to check in with our Bloomberg BNEF colleagues. They provide clear perspectives on global commodity.
Piri, nei, du er med på neste. De posisjonene jeg gjorde nettopp, de var fra start. Så når du er med på nå, så er du med på neste runde, som kommer nå veldig snart.
Research. He's basically the DC wonk who understands all the policy stuff. So here's my broad question for you. You're not the Strait of Hormuz expert, but the volatility and the uncertainty that we see in one market, aka fossil fuels, what does that do to policy when it comes to alternative energy?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, clearly one of the real questions, obviously, is what kind of response there's going to be to the events over the weekend. And so far, the price of oil has not moved that much, at least since I've been awake this morning. So we'll have to see overall. I think certainly the opportunity that clean energy offers is a fair amount of energy security in some ways, which potentially could be helped as countries seek to bolster their domestic energy security.
So, what's the feeling within the industry? Is the industry in a wait and see? When I say the industry, I'm just thinking clean energy broadly defined and those that are trying to move that way. Is it we're going to wait and see with this Congress, with this administration? Are we in panic mode? What's the feeling within the industry?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, you're asking the right question, which is much more about Congress than it is about the recent events over the weekend. And I think there's a great deal of concern about what's called a beautiful bill, that this overall fiscal reconciliation legislation that has cleared the House but not made it through the Senate yet. And there's some real negative aspects of that legislation in terms of what it will mean potentially, particularly for wind and solar, but also for storage and other technologies as well. And I think a lot of anxiety about where this whole process is going to play out. What's really at stake here are the tax credits that have been the lifeblood of these sectors for quite a number of years. And so I think we're all very closely watching to see what comes out of the Senate.
Well, I mean, we kind of saw what came out of the Senate, and it still wasn't great.
Sorry, vi har opp 15% I dag. Eller et eller annet. 12,5 eller 15%. Jeg vet ikke.
So, to be clear, what's come out so far has been a draft of the legislation from the Senate Finance Committee, insofar as the tax credits are concerned. We haven't seen final passage of the bill through the Senate yet, and there could be some changes between now and then, although it's unclear if it's going to get any better, frankly, for the clean energy industries than we've seen so far. And to your question about residential solar and storage, those credits would essentially get cut in both the House and the Senate versions of the bill, so there's not a huge amount of daylight between both of those.
How about electric vehicles? How are they faring during this process?
Yeah, so EVs, currently consumers can get a $7,500 tax credit if they purchase an electric vehicle, or a $4,000 tax credit if they buy a used electric vehicle. Both of those tax credits are due to get scrapped under both the House and the Senate versions of the bill. While anything is certainly possible in the legislative process,
Du har ikke gjort den ennå, Piri. Du hører den sier pling nå etterpå, så får du den med deg. Er du på Dr. Botox eller Dr. Gold? Nå skal jeg ta gevinst på den Botox-kontoen nå. Ta ny gevinst nå.
It's a really interesting one, and it's really, in some ways, the fundamentally sort of great enabling technology for, particularly for solar, because you can extend the number of hours that you're getting clean electrons produced by power projects. And it's interesting, the Senate seemed to go out of their way to try and provide a little more nuance in terms of how energy storage and other so-called baseload zero-carbon power, such as nuclear, would be treated. There's a longer time frame for those credits to remain on the books. However, there is a fairly complex foreign entity rule, which makes it very challenging, potentially for battery developers and others, to build projects if they use really any equipment that comes from China. And this is a big deal because these supply chains are very integrated with Chinese manufacturers.
Is anybody happy with this bill in your world?
That's a great question, actually.
Yeah, no, not really. Although if the biofuels producers have seen their tax credits, they'll be extended. So I think that's been a positive overall. But yeah, generally speaking, the question of the Senate was, was it going to be as bad as the House version of the bill? I think the answer is that it is marginally better than the House version. But in both cases, this is definitely a negative for the clean energy industries.
Okay, so let's just game this out for a second. So say whatever version goes through, there's some tweaks, etc. Then we get a new election.
Men det galskap å være short gull nå, så jeg bare sier det. Jeg gjør det kun fordi jeg har vært med hele veien opp og hele veien ned. Og så ser jeg noe som jeg ser nå. Derfor er det short gull.
That question. The short answer is that, what we've seen historically in the past is when the tax credits have been removed for the clean energy sectors, you see a real front-loading of build. And actually, that's what we are projecting at Bloomberg NEF, is that we do think in the short run, you'll see a bit of an uptick in the build of wind, solar, and storage, and then a real drop-off in several years. And as you note, Alex, that several years would be in 2029 when there would be a new administration. The ups and downs are not unfamiliar to those of us who've been around the sector for a long time. Again, when we've seen expirations in the past, we've seen very sharp drop-offs in build. It creates all kinds of inefficiencies in the market as people hurry up to get things built by certain regulatory deadlines. And it can lead to much more pricey equipment because you can see some price gouging as a result of that as well.
Is there any argument out there in the marketplace is let's just let the market decide whatever energy can be produced and at a lower cost and have the same energy efficiency, that's going to win? Is there any argument to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, first I would note that, in many cases it really is renewables that are the lowest cost provider of the next megawatt of electricity. And in fact, from our perspective, it's not that you'll see, a complete termination of the build of wind, solar, and storage. It's that you'll just see it getting built in a way costing more for the ultimate ratepayer. Because essentially what these tax credits do is they socialize a discounted cost of energy across the entire tax base. If you remove those, what you will inevitably have is a number of contracts that get signed that are simply higher priced, and you're going to have customers paying more for electricity in more markets.
With 15 seconds left, I mean, maybe 20. If I'm a company that builds solar and wind plants, why don't I just go somewhere else?
Well, you might, but I think the United States is a big market, and there's a lot of demand for electricity here, in part driven by AI. So I think it's a tough place to walk away from.
All right, good answer. All right, Ethan, thanks a lot. Ethan Zindler is Bloomberg NEF's lead for countries and policy research, is sort of walking us through that Senate tax bill. Just really not beautiful for U.S. clean energy, Paul.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the economics are just extraordinary. But, again, the question is how much are some of these subsidies needed, some of this support needed, and should it be, who should pay it? Is it the federal government or is it ultimately the consumer through maybe a higher rate base if that's
right? That's a tricky one, because if you're your utility and you got to invest, then you got to wind up charging more. But who's going to let you do that? Because then consumers get mad. It's really like a slippery slope when it comes to that. All right, we're going to take a check in here with the equity market coming up next. Gina Martin Adams of Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg.
Så god, Gustav!
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex
Sto plutselig veldig stille her.
Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We cover all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries all around the world. And we are broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker studio right here in the intensely warm Midtown Manhattan.
We had, officially in the New York metro area, we had no spring. We went,
so true,
we
right?
went from the spring, let's call
Hva
it...
som skjer med Coop, hva mener du? Har det skjedd noe annerledes der nå?
Cold, I'm not, not a little below, cold, rainy, and windy. And then, boom, 98 degrees.
I mean, I don't think maybe in August, a couple days here and there, you'll get this kind of heat. Is this even like a good Jersey Shore kind of day? Or is it?
It's awesome. It depends how the wind's going. But if the wind's coming off the ocean, then it's 10 plus degrees cooler. If it's coming from the west, who cares? You just jump in the ocean. You're fine.
I want to see what happens with the grid.
Yes.
I mean, all the kind of pressure on the grid with this kind of heat. I mean, I know we do deal with this every summer, but still, this is a substantial pull here.
Yeah, I mean, I think of our good friends down in Texas because they have their own grid.
Yep.
And they have, seems like, hotter and hotter temperatures for longer periods of time. Hopefully that grid holds up down there. You think about Houston, which is, to me, always been like one of the hottest cities I've ever been in. That and Washington, D.C. in the summer.
It's true, but now just walk outside.
Yes.
And there you go. I mean, it's
how about the
93
subway
degrees.
platform? That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're waiting for that. We're also waiting for a different kind of equity market reaction to the headlines we saw over the weekend. Gina Martin Adams is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Chief Equity Strategist. Gina, is there a safe haven pull in the equity market, and should there be?
It's a bit of give and take, Alex. I think you very clearly did see something of a topping formation emerge by mid-June in the S&P 500. I think it's a combination of reasons for that, some of which is certainly the acceleration in oil prices that we've seen since that point in time, reflecting the geopolitical turmoil.
TGS kommer til å ta fart, KOA også. Men akkurat nå så er det fullt fokus på krig og oljeaksjer.
But it's far from clear. You know, this is still in early stages. I think the default reaction in the market is that this conflict should not extend very long. I think the default assumption
Kom noen melding nå, eller?
the Strait of Hormuz will not ultimately be closed.
Noen skal se på noen squawks, om det har kommet noen melding.
Very temporarily by the Iranians. So for the most part, it looks like stocks are generally defaulting to status quo. This is a conflict, and it's showing up in oil prices and showing up in some bid for certain stocks, and definitely showing up in a little bit of currency shift, but nothing terribly profound to really change the longer-term trend.
The longer-term trend, one of them seems to have been here, at least in 2025, Gina, was buy European equities and maybe even sell U.S. equities to fund those purchases. How do you kind of think about that?
Yeah, I don't think that's changed a whole lot either. If you look at the sort of stocks that tend to benefit from geopolitical turmoil, what you do find is Europe has a lot of opportunity that has emerged.
Ikke sant? Watchguru.
And certainly opportunity for further engagement on broader infrastructure spending, defense spending, even energy spending tends to benefit European equity markets more than
treffer som faen på Nasdaq-shorten i hvert fall.
as well as sheer size of potential.
Den er veldig skummel, altså, for det er Tesla opp så jævla mye. Gull bør egentlig gå mer opp. Eneste grunn til at jeg shorta gull var bare for å få med litt grann ned. Eller så vil jeg være long gull. Den gullshorten min er bare 2 minikontrakter, bare for å være med. Ikke noe... Nå faller gull. Nå har vi flaks.
So when you look at the dynamics of what's really
driven
global stuff so far this year, this idea that the U.S. is taking a back seat is persisting and persisting through this crisis. I think you'd have to have a much bigger, deeper, longer-lasting crisis emerge to really show some flight back to the U.S. as the quality play. You probably also need to see some resolution of uncertainty with respect to tariffs, frankly, which are another story that's playing out in global stocks right now.
Are energy stocks a good way to play an oil hedge? Like, is this the right thing we should be thinking about?
I think that typically what happens when oil prices rise, energy stocks do well. So it's a bit of a derivative. Right, you've got to have rising oil prices for energy stocks to outperform the S&P 500. The last time we saw this, of course, was in the Russia-Ukraine, the initial stages of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We did see a tremendous acceleration in oil prices, though much bigger acceleration than what we've had so far. If you do get to a point where disruptions on supply are so vast that oil prices accelerate closer to $90, you can see a point of much better opportunities emerge for energy sector performance. Right now, energy stocks are...
Fy faen, den Nasdaq-short, men gikk bra da.
This is a group that has been producing negative earnings trends for the better part of the last 2 years. It's been a major drag on the equity market fundamentals, and that's still the case.
Nasdaq burde droppe ned til 2167-ish. Burde droppe helt ned.
Sector in the S&P 500. So long story short, you've got to get very strong momentum in oil prices to really justify that energy reversal after such a down wave.
Yeah, and consistent too. It just can't be a little spike up there. Gina, thanks a lot. Gina
Burde droppe ned.
Bloomberg.
Og gull burde falle ned til 380 sånn kjapt.
Already have a blackout in parts of Queens. 6,200 customers.
Men det jeg driver med da er ganske high risk, så er ikke vits å spørre hvorfor jeg gjør det.
Reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. Looking at the equity market, holding its gains here. The S&P up 0.2%. Good luck trading, guys. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Israel vows to target more military and nuclear sites in Iran over the next couple of days. The U.S. hasn't ruled out more action in Iran, and CBS's Holly Williams is in neighboring Iraq.
U.S. forces here in the Middle East, including here in Iraq, are on high alert, bracing for a possible Iranian retaliation or retaliation from one of the several militia groups that Iran backs in this region. But I think big picture, there are a few possibilities. The first is that Iran capitulates and gives up its nuclear program. That is clearly what President Trump is hoping for. The second is that the Iranians double down and say to themselves, you know, these attacks prove that we need to be able to better defend ourselves, and they're more motivated than before to produce nuclear weapons.
CBS's Weijia Jiang says more has been learned about the timing of the U.S. strikes over the weekend.
The White House confirms that the president made this decision just a few hours before the strike actually happened. Things were in place. He got a phone call on Marine One from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who said, we need to know whether to move forward with this attack or not, and the president gave the green light.
Some have called for regime change in Iran. The eldest son of the deposed Shah is in Paris with a message for the country's supreme leader.
Step down, and if you do, you will receive a fair trial and due process of law, which is more than you have ever given any Iranian.
A federal judge ordered the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, until his trial. CBS's Jake Rosen says there won't be further court moves that could keep him behind bars.
The judge yesterday found that there was not enough specifics of what the Department of Justice was alleging.
That
claimed he was part of some broader MS-13 gang ring. The judge said there just was not enough evidence for that right now. As these proceedings have played out, more to come Wednesday. And Abrego Garcia is still in detention until Wednesday.
The Supreme Court's agreed to hear the appeal of a former Louisiana prison inmate whose dreadlocks were shaved by guards against his religious beliefs. CBS's Jim Crisula.
The justices will review an appellate court ruling that held former inmate Damon Lander could not sue Louisiana prison officials for money damages under a federal law aimed at protecting the religious rights of prisoners. The state of Louisiana has acknowledged Lander's mistreatment, but is asking the Supreme Court to reject the appeal.
Ford is recalling nearly 200,000 electric Mustangs because the door latches could fail, potentially trapping people in the back seats. Wall Street, the Dow is up 1 point. This is CBS News.
Faen, fikk jo Knut han. Jeg prioriterer alle. Jeg kjører short på privaten på Nasdaq, og så tredje jeg gull med dere. Short av Nasdaq på nytt på privaten, er fortsatt short gull med dere. Gull rører nesten ikke på seg nå. Det står stille. Gull kan droppe ned, altså.
At the weekend box office,
Nå tar jeg gevinst på shorten på Nasdaq igjen.
Takes it on the chin.
You okay? I'm trying to get abducted by aliens.
Pixar scored its worst opening ever with its original animated space adventure Elio. It opened with an estimated $21 million previous bottom, 2023's Elemental, which had a $30 million debut. Even though Elio's reviews were mostly positive, analysts say families are more cautious about spending on tickets unless the film's a sure bet. Instead, they plunked down their money on last weekend's winner,
The Reign of the Dragons.
How to Train Your Dragon, brought in $37 million. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
10 Tesla robo-taxis hit the streets of Austin, Texas yesterday. Rides charge a flat fee of $4.20. Competitor Waymo already operates there and in Phoenix, San Francisco, and LA. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
New damage assessments arrive as the world waits for Iran to respond. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. As satellite images show, the U.S. intentionally avoided hitting nuclear reactors in Iran on Saturday night. We're going to get a live update ahead from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. She's at the White House. And we'll talk to Bloomberg Pentagon reporter Tony Capaccio, who was there at the Pentagon for all of this over the weekend. President Trump heads for the NATO summit tomorrow. We're going to talk about the goals with Brett Bruen at the Global Situation Room and get his take on what's happening right now with Israel and Iran with analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis are back with us today. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's set the baseline of the markets right now. First in for Charlie Pellet, Amy Morris takes a look at the markets. Amy, how is it?
Well, it's a little bit different than you might expect. Stocks are higher, oil prices falling, treasury yields dropping after Iran's army says after that U.S. attack, they're free to take any action they want against U.S. interests. The Army's chief of staff in Iran saying the response will be, quote, proportionate. We bring in the markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.25%. NASDAQ up 0.3%. Dow is pretty flat, up just a fraction. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.3% and the 2-year yield at 3.82%. NYMEX crude oil now trading 0.3% lower. Brent crude is down 0.3%. Oil shipments through the Straits of Hormuz are holding up despite warnings of heightened risk and some unusual tanker movements in that region and signs of wariness from a few owners, some vessels minimizing waiting times inside the region and adjusting their speeds. President Trump posting on Truth Social for, quote, everyone, keep oil prices down. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. And in a follow-up post, urging the Department of Energy to facilitate more drilling. Tariffs on pharmaceuticals could cost Ireland, a multinational hub for Pfizer and Eli Lilly, up to 75,000 jobs. Finance Minister Pascal Donahoe warns the tensions in the Middle East are adding risk in the energy and trade sectors. Shares of Pfizer are about 0.6% lower. Eli Lilly's shares are 0.6% higher. Novo Nordisk ending its partnership with Hims & Hers Health because of what the drug company calls deceptive marketing of copycat versions of Novo's obesity drug Wegovy. Shares of Hims & Hers Health down 29%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. On board, the fastest show in politics here for the Monday edition. It does feel like a Tuesday to some of us who were here last evening for special programming, knowing, of course, that the market would be watching the fallout from the attack against Iran and, of course, now the wait for a response. Glad you're with us here today on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121, live on Bloomberg Originals, and on YouTube, where you can find us now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. It is a sweltering day here in the nation's capital, the backdrop for everything that is about to happen. 94 degrees right now. We're going up to 97. New York City right now, 97 degrees already. We're at our high for the day with the heat dome as we hear it over the Amtrak corridor as we try to figure the way forward with what we can call a crisis at the moment in the Middle East. Iran says it will respond to America's attacks on the Islamic Republic's nuclear facilities, quote, proportionately and decisively. That just in from the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces. As we find out by reading on the terminal, Bloomberg News reporting satellite images show the U.S. avoided Iran's nuclear reactors. We're still trying to get a sense of the damage here, whether in fact the nuclear program is obliterated, as Donald Trump put it. Notably absent from the International Atomic Energy Agency's latest damage report, 3 research reactors operating at the Isfahan nuclear tech.
Hvor det short fra Kristoven?
Source reactors here, by the way, made by China, runs on 900 grams, 2 pounds of bomb-grade uranium. This, of course, was the basis for what President Trump says was a necessary attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. He spoke to the nation Saturday night from the Cross Hall in the White House. Listen.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes
had them flying out at like 12:01 a.m. on Saturday. They were already going across the ocean toward Iran, while these other B-2s that everybody was tracking deliberately because the crews were talking on purpose, were flying to the other direction. It was the chatter that the plane trackers picked up. They don't have like radars that can pick up stealth bombers.
Yeah, right.
But the radar, the crews going eastward kept their mouths shut deliberately. So this is like Operation Mincemeat, the play on Broadway. This is a flying version of Mincemeat.
Amazing.
Only you don't have a dead British soldier washing ashore that the Nazis picked up and were fooled by.
And you've got B-2 bombers in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Second longest mission, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs mentioned. This was a 30-hour plus mission. We learned a lot about the B-2. Apparently, they do have a restroom on board for these crews that were not just boys, as the Secretary of Defense said. There was a female pilot
Right, we
involved
confirmed
in
that
this
there was a
operation.
female pilot on board. There might have been two. There were 14 pilots and co-pilots, so they weren't all boys, and he misspoke there.
Yeah. The damage assessment that Bloomberg is now referring to here, that the United States Air Force intentionally
Tok gevinst på Nasdaq nå.
reactors did not target the actual
Nå kan faktisk gul gå litt her, folkens.
a greater disaster, I presume.
So that's interesting because at Isfahan they fired cruise missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles.
Yeah.
They don't deeply penetrate. These are the kind that can actually hover around and be redirected. They're called tactical Tomahawks. They're the latest and best.
Yes.
They were fired from the Arabian Sea by the Carl Vinson Group, one of the subs of the Carl Vinson. It took like an hour time to fly there, and they hit right before the B-2s hit. But those do not deeply penetrate, but they can pound the hell out of what's already been chewed up. So now I see the logic of that. Estefan's got the reactors. You send in bombers, weapons that won't deeply go down and possibly hit them.
Interesting, fascinating. There are questions about what's left to be done here. Can Israel clean up the rest? Is the nuclear program obliterated, as Pete Hegseth said? How long before we have a true, accurate damage assessment as opposed to the cheerleading?
It's going to be key to get the International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors in there.
Okay.
If Iran pulls out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty,
then forget it.
Those inspectors aren't going in. This is like Hans Blitz's inspectors in 2003.
Right.
Remember, they were in Iraq finding nothing, and Bush decided we're going to bomb, so they pulled out, and that war began. These inspectors are key in terms of delineating what the final damage assessment is. They surely were pounded to death.
Yes.
But whether, in fact, that 600 pounds of enriched uranium are found, that's a big issue, too. But
well, that's exactly right. HEU. We've got a headline that just crossed from Axios, Tony. We're going to do this together. Trump administration preparing for an Iran attack on U.S. Gulf bases. We ran a headline a short time ago that Kuwaiti airspace was being shut down. I'm sorry, Qatari airspace was being shut down. I don't know if these are related, but what are we thinking about a retaliation here, and could it happen today?
it could happen in the next 24 hours, I would think. I mean, the Iranians have signaled proportionate.
Yes.
They've been very muted in their rhetoric.
Proportionate to the U.S. That would mean
they don't have
infrastructure
bunker
targets?
busters. They don't have bunker busters.
What do they have?
They've got intermediate ballistic and short-range
And they
ballistic
have American
missiles.
bases to shoot them at.
Al-Assad, that was hit after Soleimani was killed in January 2020. They fired off like 15 medium-range ballistic missiles there. That was basically it. And then there's been threats against the United States officials like General Milley and Mark Esper because they headlined the assassination at the time.
Right.
So I'm not sure what's left for them to do. They can fire off missiles and the U.S. would retaliate.
Energy infrastructure?
Well, the issue of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, well, then they
This has been I wrote about this like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
The U.S.
So that's
Navy.
too cute for you.
Well, it's too cute by half because A, they're dependent on
Vad
China.
pissarna är det var prata tull om.
Much of the oil that goes to the Strait of Hormuz goes to China. They're trying to develop relations with China. And D, the United States has a capability now to destroy Iranian Navy assets trying to plant mines, be these submarines dropping mines or small boats dropping mines. The U.S. has it's been 10 years of...
Fan, jag tog Nasdaq-short, men allt för tidigt.
It would be an act of war by Iran to try to block it, and we'd have the world's oil community wanting the United States to stop them.
Last minute here with Tony Capaccio. There was a plan of attack
Pans.
for Saturday night. There's another plan now
Tog
to
allt
respond
för tidigt.
to whatever is Iran's retaliation. Will it be proportional, or this will be something much greater, as the president said?
I got to think it'll be much greater.
So we're going to hit hard.
It'll be the airplanes in the region and the U.S. Navy ships in the region.
Faen! Tok alt for tidlig!
Standoff weapons from
Jeg var short fra toppen her oppe.
So we're going after neighborhoods. What are we actually bombing in Iran?
I think they would go after military targets like.
Tjent penger da.
You know, the
Jeg venter med å kjøpe gull ennå, for det gull ser ut som har stoppet litt opp. Selv om markedet trynet er nervøs, så har han liksom gått litt mye i forkant. Jeg er short i 2 fra stad med bare 0,012 ganger. Vurderer å ta og bare gå long snart hvis han bryter. Man har ikke brutt ordentlig nå, så kan han fort droppe ned. Ligge og surre her nede på null egentlig. Men den Nasdaqen jeg tror jeg kan knekke nå. Du kan akkurat nyheter på at Iran skal attakkere amerikanske baser innen 24 timer antagelig. Derfor så dropper Nasdaq. Så tipper jeg at den der Tesla-skiten kommer litt ned der da.
NATO summit coming up tomorrow with Brett Bruen in the Global Situation Room. We want to keep tabs on the markets while we're having this conversation as well, and Amy Morris has that covered for us as we turn our attention to Wall Street.
Jeg var short, så jævla short Nasdaq.
Amy, what do you have?
You got it, Joe. You know, everything you've said has had an impact on the markets, but maybe not exactly what you would expect, because right now everything is really quiet as traders are waiting to see what happens next. The S&P 500 up 0.1%, so's NASDAQ up 0.1%, down pretty much flat, up just about a fraction. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.29%, the 2-year yield at 3.82%. Let's look at oil.
Jeg tok gevinst på Nasdaq alt for tidlig. Du short ennå?
It's been down pretty much all morning.
Jeg tok gevinst på Nasdaq alt for tidlig.
Brent crude oil up 0.2%. We're checking gold now. COMEX gold up 0.6%. U.S. previously owned home sales.
Faen! Helvetes Nasdaq! Faen, ass! Jeg visste det! Helvetes drit! Faen! Faen!
Mortgage rates are still
Faen, ass! Faen i helvete!
at least through next year.
Ja, jeg var short så jævla mye stå. Å nei, jeg tjener 3000 kroner liksom. Helvetes dritballen, satan.
The median sales price has increased 1.3% from a year ago.
Jeg sa han skulle ned. Faen, ass. Fuck Tesla! Det er bare Tesla som vridde hele driten her. Ja, jeg er opp 16 000 da. Men helvete!
Den skal
ikke opp. Nasdaq skal ikke opp. Det skal ned. Nei, det er bare piss. Den skal ned. De som kjøper aksjen og vet hva de driver med, de kommer til å tape alle pengene sine.
Se nå.
Hvorfor skal den opp? Hvorfor han gjør det hver dag? Ok, da skal jeg kjøpe. Jo, jeg skal kjøpe. Siden du sa han skal jeg kjøpe. Jo, jeg gir faen. Kjøper jeg på grunn av du sa det? Jo, nå kjøper jeg fordi du sa det. Skal vi høre. Han droppa. Mer! Helvete! Jeg kjøpte den ikke da. Faen, jeg visste han skulle ned. Jeg visste det så jævlig. Jeg sa det hele tiden. Jeg sa at Nasdaq skal ned. Piss, liksom. Gull skal opp, men gull har stoppet opp da. Gull kan falle faktisk med $10 nå, eller kan falle med $15 faktisk. Gull.
Well, my thoughts are with American service members who are in Qatar, who are serving across the region. And I have to say, Joe, I don't know that the administration properly prepared.
Jeg visste jo den der Nasdaqen skulle ned. Hvorfor kunne jeg ikke bare holde en posisjon litt mer da? Faen, altså. Helvete. Jævla drit. Fuck hele Tesla. Håper Tesla brenner i helvete. Hadde det ikke vært for Tesla, så hadde Nasdaq falt for mange timer siden. Trust me. Faen, ass! Jeg hadde gjort 40 lapper, ikke sant? Jeg shorta helt der oppe. Helt der oppe. Helt på toppen. For jeg har gjort det 1000 ganger. Jeg har tredet så det spruter piss her da. Nei, men det her irriterer meg, ass. Jeg var short så jævlig.
Well, I would say a few things. One,
Se shorten min, da.
in these circumstances, you know, the Trump administration.
Se shortene mine. Jeg var short hele dag. Og så tar jeg gevinst alt for tidlig. Se på shorten min, da. Faen i helvete. Se shorten min, da. Helt perfekt. Helt perfekt.
Other ways in which, whether it's on a cyber front, whether it's through other entities and allies that Iran still has.
Nå skal jeg ta en sympatilong på Nasdaq. Kjøpte sympati i Nasdaq.
At the Pentagon from the Trump administration are other American interests, not just military embassies. We have
Kjøpte Nasdaq her nede. Ren fuck you, rett og slett.
An alert put out today earlier by the State Department to warn Americans. But all of this, Joe, comes back to how did this make us safer? Why did this happen now, especially?
Ja, selvfølgelig. Ikke på dem sin, på min. Jeg gir faen.
Looking at that warning that came from DHS earlier today, the summary of the threat to the United States. Brett, bring me in the room that you're in now. What are you hearing at the NATO summit? What are world leaders?
Gull kan ramle med $15.
This could develop in a very dramatic way over the coming hours.
Hvorfor vet ikke jeg.
Look, I've spent the day here at the summit site chatting with some of the journalists who are getting into town. Obviously, the leaders arrive tomorrow.
For nå skal jeg bare snakke sånn.
On the minds of a lot of folks, especially our European allies, is why the heck were we not coordinated with when it comes to these kind of operations, because they also have service members that are in the region. They also have businesses and economic interests as well as just their own citizens. And so this is a summit designed to coordinate between allies. Trump obviously has acted in a very unilateral way, has been dismissive of talking, let alone actually collaborating with other countries, and yet when you get into these kind of conflict situations, you absolutely need to have that kind of collaboration.
Den der lange Nasdaqen min, det var ikke så veldig bra da, så her.
To help them keep the trade open, because China, as you were...
Ja, du sa jeg skulle kjøpe den!
...is a buyer of Iranian...
Jeg må kødde litt med Sahar. Du kan bare kjøpe Nasdaq hver dag, det var ikke greit å kjøpe den.
This is interesting to listen to you talk through this, and I want to mention another headline. The Wall Street Journal is now making news here that Iran is moving launchers for possible attacks on U.S. forces. Missile launchers are being moved right now. Laura Sullivan reporting from the Wall Street Journal that the missile launchers are being moved into place for an attack on U.S. forces in the Middle East in response to the attack on 3 nuclear sites over the weekend. DoD tracking a credible threat to U.S. forces now in the region. Brett, it looks like this is going to happen. It's a question of when. What is it going to feel like after? There's so many questions about the day after. What happens next and what the administration is prepared for. It's going to look differently and it's going to feel differently once Iran makes its next move.
It will, and let me just bring listeners back to that moment when the Iranians retaliated after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani.
Jeg er sur, ass. Jeg var short Nasdaq fra toppen, liksom.
That were launched against U.S. bases in Iraq. And Trump at that time tried to play down the effects of it, but as later reports showed, a lot of our service members did suffer pretty traumatic effects from those attacks. You worry the scale of this one might be quite a bit larger. You know, having served on those bases, there are obviously places where our service members can go to be protected against an incoming attack, but an ICBM is a massive weapon and one that obviously can do a whole lot of damage. And again, Joe, I come back to this point. Why did it happen now? What was the
Høres ut som Kermit the Frog, han som prater der. Hva greia med det?
Out of the region. Right now. Do the bases that we have on the ground have to be there right now? And as well, why did we choose only, if we were going to engage in this military operation, to drop the bombs against the nuclear sites and not against some of these missile launchers and others that would retaliate against us?
Well, I want to ask you as well about this idea of regime change, and I know that you probably have whiplash in watching this whole story here, because the whole message from the administration and the Pentagon, backed by lawmakers on Capitol Hill, Republicans, this is not about regime change. We are not getting into a wider war. This is about an isolated set of strikes that took place on one night. We are urging Iran not to respond. We all go home and pack up our toys. Then Donald Trump goes to Truth Social. Quote, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change," he says. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, that's the...
Kjøpte mer Nasdaq for moro skyld. Siste jeg gjør der.
Regime change. MEGA, he writes. Make Iran great again. Brett, I asked John Bolton about this last evening. He joined us in our special coverage here. Of course, President Trump's national security advisor...
Jeg tror Nasdaq satt I helvete da, men du vet hvordan det Trump og så går nå.
Attacking Iran. His take on regime change. Listen.
I think regime change has to be the objective, because the Ayatollahs are never going to give up their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They have to be forced out of power. That's the only shot we have at really lasting peace and security in the Middle East. And a strike like this, potentially certainly Israel's ongoing attacks, can disrupt the regime, can destabilize it.
Brett Bruin, is regime change inevitable, whether or not that was the goal?
Show me an example, Joe, of where the U.S. has successfully implemented regime change in recent years. Didn't happen in Afghanistan. Iraq, having served there, was a very, very difficult, very challenging experience. And look, I think ultimately...
NAS skal ned til 16,000.
He is being... quite frankly, provocative in a way that is concerning, because the stakes are so high. You want consistency in this kind of crisis. You want to be able to have your Secretary of Defense, your Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, as well as your own Vice President, all laying out very clearly to the American people, as well as to our allies and to Iran itself, this is what the operation is about. And Trump, riffing here about sort of reckless regime change is really, really alarming. So I don't know where he's going with this, but I can tell you it doesn't end well, and that ultimately it is going to provide Iran greater justification to turn to other countries and say, this isn't about the
Jesus Christ.
The government, and that is not going to be a popular theme, including here in Europe.
Fascinating. I'm really glad we could do this. Brett Bruin, live from the NATO summit in the Netherlands. President of the Global Situation Room, with his view here on what comes next. Donald Trump will be headed to right where Brett is tomorrow. The headline is now red on the terminal. Iran moving launchers for possible attack on U.S. forces. That's the Wall Street Journal. With thanks to Brett Bruin, we'll assemble our panel next. Rick and Jeannie are coming in next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
Har han altså gått I rødt nå, eller? Det har han. Var ikke du som sa han skulle opp, da? Ja, nå skal jeg ikke ta noe mer sympatilungs for deg. Det ingen grunn til at Nasdaq skal gå opp, jeg bare sier det. Så bra! ser Nasdaq faller. For jeg var short Nasdaq på topplista. What the fuck? Kjøpte Nasdaq på bånd der igjen. Tar den ut ganske fort. Den traff jeg bra da. Hva sa du? Jeg gir faen. Det er bare for moro skyld. Det har falt så mye. Nå faller gull. Går det feil allveien nå, eller? Jeg bare hører du hyler i bakgrunnen. Nå har jeg penger på det ene og penger på det andre. Ok, da tar vi ut der. Nasdaq går rett opp igjen. Nå er jeg penger plutselig. Nå er 40 poeng i penger på den dritten her.
Når man er 100 poeng, nå er den bare ned 50 poeng, så da er det jo 50 poeng først.
Jeg gjorde 50 poeng da. Jeg kjøpte den der nede. Og så er jeg short gull der oppe. Jeg treffer på shorten min, treffer på longen min. Hør nå. Woo! Skal ta gevinst på shorten der! Oi. Jeg tror jeg har dratt i dag til mye penger, ass.
Ja, har du tatt hjertemedisiner eller?
Nei, jeg har ikke tatt medisinen i dag, faktisk.
Ja, det har jeg gjort det sånn der.
Sånn.
Jeg tror ikke jeg får til hjerte-lungeredning på deg, jeg tror ikke jeg har nok det som er pressa nå.
Få se om gull dropper 15 bucks.
Her skulle ikke den opp da.
Jo, men jeg sa at den skulle,
Oi, jeg er i penger.
jeg sa den skulle falle litt.
Jeg shorta på 3-3-9-1.
Vi ble enige om at den skulle falle litt. Det var ikke det vi sa i sted? Jo.
Skal jeg ta litt?
Og da faller den etter avtale.
Litt gevinst nå.
På hva da?
Gull.
Jeg tar gevinst. Det er ikke anbefalt å være short gull nå.
Da tok jeg ut den ene.
Hæ? Jævlig dårlig prate av Gustav igjen. Jeg elsker Gustav. Så jævlig. Oi, se Nasdaq, ja. Oi, nå er penger liksom. Jones!
You're listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew
Er
and
jo
Kaylee
penger på
Lines
Nasdaq.
on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Skål.
Thanks for being with us on the Monday edition with breaking news now on the terminal. Explosion.
Så bra, Roy! Tjener vi penger, da?
Over Doha, the capital of Qatar.
Det tilsynet sier det er ikke mulig.
Short time earlier that Iran had in fact launched ballistic missiles against US bases.
For det vi gjør nå
in the Gulf.
er faktisk umulig, ifølge dem.
Washington, this is breaking as we speak, and thank you for being with us here on the Monday edition of
Å,
Balance
fy
of Power.
faen, jeg traff på... Jeg kjøpte Nasdaq på bånd der, vet du. Å, herregud. Nå er det flaks.
Points giving up an early
Nå
lead.
gjorde det litt
The
for
Nasdaq
det at det
losing
er litt
50
tatt, men at du
fractional
skulle liste.
losses.
Ja, nå
Now
det er
with the
flaks.
VIX on the rise, now topping 21 on the way to 22. Crude oil
Jeg kjøpte på bånd. Jeg shorta på topp, kjøpte på bånd.
Crude oil futures West Texas.
Og gull faller etter avtale.
About a dollar to just below $73.
Det var avtalen vi hadde med gull.
This is happening before our eyes, and I want to bring you
Jeg skal
back
ta
to
gevinst,
the
jeg skal ta gevinst på gull veldig snart, for jeg vil egentlig ikke være short gull. Det er bare fordi det bare ble sånn. Det måtte litt til.
A very short time after that, we started to see more Iran moving launchers
Å, fy
for a
faen,
possible
gull droppa,
attack
da.
on US forces. That was just after 12:30 p.m. And now, of course, we're seeing, as I mentioned,
Hvem solgte alt av Gullestad og gikk short gull og kjøpte Nasdaq? Jo, det var
Rick
Botox.
Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are back with us following a very important weekend here.
faen,
in
så Nasdaq går, da.
geopolitics.
Det første gang jeg glad for at Nasdaq går oppover. Hør nå. Hør på Nasdaq nå. Hør på Nasdaq. Hør nå. Gull prater til meg. Gull sa bare fy faen, droppa Gull. Se på Gull! Vi hadde avtalt den skulle falle! Nå har vi ute avtalen vår. Nå skal vi opp.
And the question then becomes, what is the damage and how does the Trump administration respond? We would hope that the Trump administration had considered this and knows exactly how they will respond. I expect that they do.
Fy faen, jeg treffer her. Det jo helt kaos. Ta gevinst på den. Så har, dette ikke lov. Dette ikke lov. Det ikke lov. Å dra over 50 000 her, nei.
Væske til meg! Væske!
Det her ikke lov.
That is a kibbutz in northwestern
Israel.
50 ME?
What are your thoughts as we wait for some real news on what this retaliation is, knowing that the Pentagon has a plan ready and probably a menu of options based on what would be considered a proportionate response? What are we about to see?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Iranians would have ratcheted up their reaction. You know, when we assassinated Soleimani, they launched strikes into Iraq, U.S. military bases. Al-Udi in Qatar, the military base that seems to be maybe the target of this attack today, is the largest out of 40 some odd bases in the region. At 8,000 to 9,000 people have actually been to Al-Udi. I used to spend a lot of time in Qatar, and it's a sprawling giant military base with all kinds of capabilities, especially self-defense. And so I think that it's definitely provocative on the part of the Iranians to do this. Qatar, ironically, was the only country in the region that had diplomatic relationships with Iran, and they would, pick that country to hit on an attack against the U.S. So,
Så dere at Gull ramla med $14? Jeg sa 15 med avtalen. Så dere det? Som på live, liksom? Jeg sa det halvtime før det skjedde.
And that keeps the death toll down and the reactions to a more limited way. If you believe Donald Trump, he's looking for a way to get a deal done here and move on. I doubt if there's appetite within the White House for a long-term prosecution of a military campaign against Iran, but you never know. This is an emerging situation, and it'll be interesting.
Gull kan falle mer nå. Tar ut, kjøper den litt lavere. Ta gevinst på Nasdaq, men fytti faen, jeg tjener penger nå. Jeg skal si mer penger jeg tjent etterpå. Jeg longa Nasdaq helt der nede, men ute. Kjøper mer gull tilbake nå. Jeg har tjent over 50 000 i dag. Nå skal jeg ta ut penger fra kontoen, så vi begynner på likt igjen. Ja, så ta ut helt det. Internasjonal 66 til 80, tar ut $50. Begynner på nytt igjen.
Whether it is through militia, whether it is through proxy,
Nå kan du shorte Nasdaq, kanskje ikke.
I think the bigger issue beyond retaliation by Iran is what do they do
Vent litt på Gull kan komme litt ned der nå.
What lessons have they learned from this? And I think that is where the objectives of the White House really need to be examined.
Jeg håver inn på privaten, Empro, på de syke transaksjonene. Og så har jeg tredet, jeg tror vi er opp 17% eller 15% på Copper-kontoen i dag også. Det er akkurat begynt. Vent og se. Shorte litt på privaten på Nasdaq for å vise støtte til min kjære. For hun har short Nasdaq nå, da vil jeg også short Nasdaq. Jeg støtter Nasdaq. Vi er to. Vi er brothers in arms, liksom. Short av Nasdaq, vise sympati. Noen gang må man gjøre det, rett og slett.
I mean, this again is the same lesson Ukraine seems to have drawn from their decision to denuclearize. Was that a big mistake?
Oi, nå er pluss på shorten min. Da viser sympati og ta gevinst.
Walked ourselves into an even more threatening Iran as we look towards.
Oi, nå er du skikkelig pluss. Hva er snart i pluss?
We're learning more here. With more headlines rolling, residents in Doha are reporting the sounds of explosions right now, as producer James reminds us. It is 7:46 p.m. local time in Doha. Air defenses activated at our U.S. air base in Iraq. Rick, this is a new front here. If this is in fact true and part of Iran's retaliation, that would be the Al-Assad air base, presumably. That's what we're seeing now. The Al-Assad air base in Iraq. Activating its air defense system for fear of a potential attack. Rick, is this just par for the course here? Air defenses go up at all of these bases in the region, or does that?
Nå skal jeg ta gevinst på shorten på Nasdaq igjen.
Well, certainly if they have a credible threat, some actionable intelligence
faen.
light up the systems right away. It doesn't take long to initiate it. So in all these bases throughout the world,
so high!
I wouldn't be surprised if all of them are following certain protocols that get them near high stage, and if they get any actionable intelligence, they'll light it all up. But the reality is too, Iran just doesn't have as many options as they used to have. I mean, Israel has decimated almost half the missile launchers that they used to count as in their arsenal. They're stressed on power. They're stressed on being able to even move these systems around without threat that they'll be hit by Israeli warplanes. It's a very, very, very dicey situation for the military in Iran to be able to prosecute this kind of campaign, and they put themselves at high risk for doing it. Not only now because the Israeli jets can target these systems that they're using to launch now, but it could include a U.S. response. We have hundreds of warplanes.
Nå går vi pluss på gullet vårt som nettopp kjøpte også.
To Iran, who some of which participated in the attacks over the weekend, and
vi skal litt forsiktig med gullet her oppe, altså.
Strike these systems in pinpoint accuracy.
All right, the headline is now red on the terminal. Iran launches missile strike at U.S.
air
base in Qatar. This is happening before our eyes here on Balance of Power, and I'm glad that we have Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano with us here. Jeannie, the question is, of course, as well, what could happen beyond attacks on U.S. military installations if Iran chose to do this? NBC News reporting that Iran sent a communique to President Trump in the days before the attacks last weekend, threatening to activate sleeper cell terror organizations inside the United States if it were attacked. The president received this message through an intermediary at the G7 in Canada, remembering he left early to deal with this whole situation. The Department of Homeland Security now, and we're looking at this morning in a statement today, that the Iran conflict is causing a heightened threat environment in the United States. Could this in fact go beyond attacks on U.S. military installations?
It absolutely could. You know, where you are in D.C., where I am in New York City, we have seen alerts go out. We have seen, of course, travel warnings to Americans traveling abroad. You know, as we look at what they're doing now with the missiles, we have over 40,000 troops in that area, very concerned about their well-being. But Iran has a number of options. Rick is absolutely right. Israel has taken down their air defenses. They have put them on their back foot. But they still have missiles. They still have symmetrical attacks that they can use in the form of cyber. These sleeper cells that they warned the president about. They could take steps to impact us economically. And of course, they can use their
Store, jeg har ikke peiling,
all of that can happen. And again, we don't know.
Jeg kan ingenting om sånn data.
They're trying to use their missiles right now as it pertains to Qatar. Do they wait and in a week, 2 weeks, a year, 2 years, continue these attacks? We just don't know, and that's the odd position that the president's action has put us in. We are now waiting to see how his gamble, and it really was a gamble, ends up and what the implication is, and we are all waiting with bated breath on what Iran decides to do. A very unusual position for the United States.
Nå skal Nasdaq falle videre.
I want to mention the IDF is letting us know that the sirens in Niram that I mentioned appear to be a false identification. could be a false alarm, which is why we keep tabs on these headlines with them crossing here in real time. We do appreciate you sticking with us here.
Jeg gir meg snart det. Jeg har tjent så mye penger nå at jeg blir helt surret i huet her nå. Sånn seriøst, jeg tuller ikke. Gi oss mens leken er god. Vi er opp veldig mye nå. Jeg har fått hjertemedisinene mine, så jeg merker jeg blir jævla gira nå. Det er ikke helt bra. Nasta kan falle videre. Er du skjønt, Nasta?
President Trump was scheduled to meet with his national security team at 1 p.m. That would be 8 minutes from now, and apparently things are moving along. Another CNN reporter up with news that a
Gull skal egentlig over 400 i dag, men vi vet jo ikke hva som skjer med Iran.
And closely monitoring potential threats to the airbase in Qatar that Rick Davis was just referring to a short time ago. Rick, the idea that this will be limited to U.S. military seems realistic to you or not?
Not really. One of the things that the Iranians have done over the years is cultivated these terror plots around the world. They've focused on Western capitals and other places where they could make a mark with much less risk, frankly, than popping off a ballistic missile in a military base somewhere. So I saw in the news over the weekend that in Cyprus they arrested an Islamic Revolutionary Guard operative that they feared was involved in a terror plot there. I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of countries who keep these folks on watch lists, they track them, they don't do anything wrong, they leave them in the common community, but in times like this, they start rolling up these individuals just to keep an eye on them, keep them out of harm's way. And I would not be surprised that if the Iranians want to escalate, they would use these human resources to do so.
We've got a new number here on the terminal, Axios, reporting that Iran has launched 10 missiles in the air toward U.S. bases in Qatar, with explosions already reported in Doha. Jeannie, this is only, almost 1 p.m. Eastern time here. We've got a long night overseas. What could we be in for?
I don't think any of us know yet. I think that we are all, again, waiting to see how Iran continues to move forward and respond to those attacks over the weekend. And we not only have the more than 40,000 troops over there, we also have a lot of Americans who are living and doing business, many of whom listen to and watch Bloomberg over in the Middle East, and many family members and friends over there. So it will be a very scary proposition, and as Rick was just talking about, they are not restricted to the Middle East. They can reach into these human resources and terror settle other parts of the world, whether it's Europe, the United States, and this is why
akkurat for meg så penger ganske mye, ass. Ja, mer gjelder enn alle jeg kjenner.
Huge implications for all of us. It was a big gamble, and what we learned about Donald Trump, he's not an isolationist. He very much is an interventionist. But in the Jacksonian tradition, he's an interventionist who wants to go it alone without consulting either Congress or our allies, and that is what we've seen.
Jeg må tjene 9 millioner før jeg er i vater.
That's Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. Our great panel stays with us as we approach our second hour here on Balance of Power, with a response now underway by Iran. Gains on Wall Street vanishing. The S&P 500 is down 4 points. We have much more ahead in our second hour on Balance of Power. Stay with us only on Bloomberg.
Gullet vårt går rett opp. Deilig Jones. Gull går opp. Godt og godt. Opp på 90 nå. Kan ta gevinst der.
Jeg har kanskje litt for mange kontrakter, men det er jævlig plutselig.
Ja, ta gevinst da, så ikke du driter deg, liksom.
Wow.
Nå har vi I hvert fall, nå har koppekontoen gått til pluss her da. Nå tjener vi penger alle sammen her. Vi tjener penger, og vi skal tjene penger hver eneste dag, hele tiden. Skal vi faen meg gjøre.
Tok du ut fra gullkontoen?
Jeg har tatt ut det, så vi tjener likt alle nå. Men jeg skal kjøpe.
Jeg kjørte på nytt.
Masse skal falle med igjen.
Takk da.
Ja, korrekt. Kan noen si hvor mye dere har tjent på meg på copy-kontoen nå? Bare så jeg vet sånn cirka fra start, fra jeg går til i dag.
Men har folk vært med helt fra starten nå?
Ja, det har bare vært med helt fra starten. Hvor mange prosenter er da? 13,65%. Er det 14%?
Men det Tommy sier kan ikke stemme da. Han har $1,500, og så har han tjent 91, eller kan det stemme?
Ja, jeg tror ikke det er bra da. Hva faen tror du har tjent mer enn 15%? Det er uansett bra da. Ja, det nye. Jeg har tjent mer enn det. Jeg har tjent $80 på 5.000 kroner. Mer det,
Ja, han øker ikke skutt.
Er det ingen som vet hva dere har tjent?
Kontroll er bak hodet. De er målløse. Skal jeg ta litt mer gevinst, ja?
Ja. Det er litt morsomt for meg å sjekke hvor mye prosenter da.
Ser ikke du det selv da?
Nei, jeg klarer ikke å regne huet mitt her nå. Det må være mer enn det, vel? $80 på 5.000 kroner er mer enn det.
Ja, det kan stemme da.
Ja, greit, jeg gir meg. Søren, nå får man en stakk.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
On response. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power.
Okay,
as we see
så tar
Tehran's
vi
initial
kjøpesang.
retaliation to U.S. attacks over the weekend.
Jeg må roe meg her litt nå. Ok, ståa her er nå det at vi ligger oppe på, akkurat på motstand på gull, ligger på 90. Han må bryte 90-93 for å gå videre oppover. Det er litt skummelt å kjøpe her oppe nå, selv om jeg tror gull så videre oppover. Nasdaq bør falle mer, men nå er det sendt av 10 missiler mot USA et eller annet greier. Jeg fikk det ikke helt med meg. Så antageligvis vil gull gå mye mer. Men hvis det her roer seg ned og ikke ekspanderer, så kan gull ramle som av faen. Så jeg føler, jeg føler det at hvis vi kjøper her nå, så da tar vi en jævla høy risk. Ta en jævla høy risk. For den har ikke brutt på flere dager. Vi tar en jævla høy risk. Så jeg tenker, for vi har tjent mye penger i dag, jeg bare tenker, jeg må bare roe ned huet litt også. Jeg skal være på hele natt også, det bare går helt rundt for meg nå. Så jeg tenker, ta litt pause nå, og så ser vi om han bryter. Hvis han ikke bryter, så får vi tilbake under 80. Hvis han bryter, så kjøper vi den etterpå, det er ikke noe å si. Men hvis du kjøper her akkurat nå, så risikerer dere å få $10 i trynet, $10-15 i trynet. Den går kun opp nå på grunn av det som akkurat kom. Kun opp på det. Markedet i sin helhet er ikke nervøs for krig. De skjønner ikke hva som skjer. Og det ser du veldig her nå. Folk kjøper krypto, de forstår ikke hva som skjer. Bonds faller, blanda, de forstår ikke hva som skjer. Det forteller meg en ting. Og det er at gull kan falle. Det er det det forteller meg. Folk er ikke nervøse nok. De skjønner ikke noen ting. Så når du har risky transaksjoner da, ikke sant? Ja. Men som normalt sett så skal gull stikke av et tak i dag, og det har de jo ikke gjort. Så jeg er mer komfortabel bare å vente, for du ser dem kjøpe krypto De kjøper ikke bonds så mye. De kjøper til og med dollar. Altså, se nå kommer gull ned. Ikke sant? Så greier at folk skjønner ikke helt hva som skjer. Så hvis du kjøper gull her nå, så risikerer du å få den rett i der. Så jeg vil heller kjøpe gull etter han har brutt, eller lenger ned. Jeg vil ikke shorte gull. Selv om jeg shortet i sted, ikke komfortabel med å shorte gull. Skjønner folk hva jeg prøver å si? På min helt ekstreme, bedritende måte for å lære. Skjønner du noe greia? Ikke sant? Nå faller gull. Det var avtalen. Men jeg tør ikke gå short. For jeg tror vi skal over 400 på gull. Ja. Men jeg bare prøver å forklare så folk skjønner hva jeg tenker, så liksom folk kan gjøre egne resultater. For da kan dere trade selv også, ikke sant? Da kan dere trade, hvis dere skjønner hva jeg mener, hvordan jeg tenker, så kan dere trade helt samme som jeg gjør. Så hvis dere skal kjøpe nå, kjøp gull litt lenger ned. Gull kommer til å droppe, tror jeg. Og dere kan se på dollar, og dere kan se på bonds, og dere kan se på krypto. Alt det henger sammen. Det gjør det faktisk. Ingenting er for seg selv. Alt er samlet. Aksjer, alt henger sammen. Så når det skjer der, og det skjer der, så betyr det at det skjer der. Det er min forklaring. Fy faen. Men etterpå så skal vi dele bort en gevinst, for det gjør vi hver dag. Så vi kan gå og dele bort den der Nasdaq-short min etterpå, hvis dere vil det. Skal jeg beholde den selv? Ja. Fy faen, jeg har lyst til å shorte gull. Gull kan falle mye her nå, altså. Gull kan virkelig falle mye her nå. Men jeg skal ikke gjøre det. Ok, da kan jeg i hvert fall si hva jeg har tjent i dag. For det er litt kult. Da begynner jeg på den ene kontoen. Den originale, min privatkonto. I dag har jeg tjent... Gjort det bra der, ass. Gjort. Det har tjent på den ene kontoen. Og så har jeg tjent gjorde vi det nå på den siste Coppertraden-kontoen. Så de som har mer penger får da masse penger også. Se på gull, hva var det jeg sa for noe? Se på gull. Og så har vi gjort på denne kontoen her. På den kontoen her også. Så jeg har på 3 kontoer da. Sånn. Og dette er live med dere. Sånn. Sånn. Så da er det vi har gjort. Det har jeg gjort nå. Så er vi oppe i... Pluss jeg har noe urealisert. Men da er vi i hvert fall oppe i... Ok, nå skal jeg gjøre noe dumt nå. Nå gjør jeg noe teit nå. Dette er sånn dumt som jeg ikke skal gjøre. Jeg shorter Nasdaq. Nei, det gjør jeg ikke. Jeg gir meg. Jeg gidder ikke. Nå er jeg sånn her, nå skal jeg liksom ta en siste trade, liksom. Nei, jeg gidder ikke gjøre det. Jeg gidder ikke gjøre det. Jeg ser jo den kan falle da. Noe så jævlig. Jeg satt i en short. Da må jeg bli litt til. Oi, her er pengene som faen. Jeg traff så jævlig. Ute, ferdig. Nå gir jeg meg. Da snakkes vi. Det var hyggelig da. Husk, gull må bryte 93-94, hvis ikke så ramler den helt ned hit. Så den er innom her. Hvis dere skal trade på egen hånd, og så må dere se på rentene, så må dere se på bondsene, så må dere se på krypto. Dere må følge med på de hvis dere skal prøve å time gull ordentlig. Ja, det må dere gjøre. Ok. Robert, er du her fortsatt? Hva, Romeo?
Klipp på meg.
Veldig kjekt nå.
Var det bra?
Hæ?
Ble det bra?
Det var dritbra. Ok, jeg går ut en tur når jeg må ut og kjøre, for jeg må roe ned huet mitt. Jeg vet om roe ned huet mitt.
Og vaska opp?
Ja, jeg hører ikke en dritt, jeg. Jeg trykket på feil. Der er det, Robert. Jeg trykket på sånn jeg muter deg, jeg vet ikke hvorfor det skjedde.
Du har mutet det.
Det er sikkert fordi jeg trykket i stad. Trykket feil. Hva er det du driver med? Fy faen, Gustav gikk til angrep på rommet. Greit, det. Jeg skal bare la skjermen være på, eller?
Ja, da har vi grafene. Setter du på PC, står det. Da må noen annen forklare det, tror jeg. Jeg bruker ikke appen. Ja, du skal ha fått mail oppå.
Halla!
Sånn. Litt av en pause. Kostet på meg sånn gratis til 20 kroner her.
Så bra.
Så det kostet på meg en Grandis til 20 kroner.
Det digg da.
Jeg har råd til det nå.
Skal ta shortet Nasdaq og kjøpe med gull, jeg.
Det er det.
Sånn.
Sånn, ja. Kjøper litt mer lenger ned, ja.
Ja. Jeg har ikke tid.
Det må jeg ta.
Sånn. Jeg må tømme kontoen. Jeg må gjøre det hver gang. Jeg glemte det. Faen.
Temporarily, we could see this cascading throughout the region all night, correct?
Correct, and keep in mind it's a fairly small piece of land. There's a possibility of spillover.
Hva det for noe?
Sending planes over and the like. I think obviously there's a lot of caution, especially as it's an energy nexus, that part of the world. So the natural instability that comes with coming under a ballistic missile attack is magnified when you are in the business of oil export or oil transport. The same for natural gas, of course. So yes, that's to be anticipated. There'll be jitters across the region now. But again, if everyone understands that this was a one-off, you can expect that as well. That sense of a brace for more, that to be lifted and eased in short order.
Well, in addition to Bahrain, a person familiar with the matter now says the UAE has confirmed its airspace is closed, so speaks to the broader kind of regional spillover effect that you were alluding to, Dan. On your point on energy, though, I would note right now we are seeing on both WTI and Brent crude futures down about 4.6%, an actual move lower in oil, which suggests perhaps the market is seeing the idea that Iran has decided to take action against U.S. military assets rather than a good signal. But is the market wise to read things that way? Could Iran still not pick a both-and strategy?
I think the market is wise. I think the Iranians are very, very short on viable options for retaliation. Anything they do, I'll paraphrase the American Secretary of State. He talked about economic suicide for Iran in the event it decides to close off the strait, given that Iran is a major energy exporter as well. So again, nonetheless, the Iranians appear to need, at least in terms of domestic consumption, in terms of a face-saving measure, in terms of honoring or shoring up a regime that really has been battered in recent days. They need at least to register that they've carried out some kind of retaliation. The question is whether they're willing to effectuate and tolerate further escalation should the Americans decide to answer this blow with a blow in return.
All right, Bloomberg's Dan Williams reporting from Jerusalem. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Again, we're grappling with headlines out of the Middle East here as we're seeing more airspace closures in the UAE and Bahrain, and of course news from Qatar that Iran did send missiles toward the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, though Qatar says that they intercepted all of those missiles successfully and that there were no casualties. We'll, of course, have to await confirmation on that. And as we do so, we bring in now our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, if there were indeed no casualties as a result of at least this particular instance of Iranian retaliation, do you expect President Trump will be expected or compelled to respond in kind?
You know, that's really, I think, a strategic decision that the president and his national security staff's going to have to make, because it's pretty clear that this was a show me kind of attack, right? You know, we call in advance, we're going to shoot over 10 missiles, make sure you pick them up over the Gulf of Hormuz and knock them down. We don't want to kill anybody. You can't evacuate 9,000 people at Al Udeid. So, you know, it's as much a ballet of retribution as it is anything else. And at the same time, it's also a good excuse for Donald Trump, if he wants to escalate, to do so. If he wants to put more impact on Iran to come to the table, you know, this would be the opening to do it if force is that motivator. My guess is he'll still be committed to some kind of peaceful solution. He knows that's the only ultimate goal that can be achievable within his sort of ideological partnership called MAGA. And so I wouldn't be surprised that he takes the opportunity to say, okay, you know, Israel is going to do its thing to keep pounding away at these missile sites, and I'm going to open up the dialogue for peace. It is not to be missed that Pakistan today nominated Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in his resolution of the conflict between India and Pakistan. So I'm sure he has that peacemaker role in mind today as it started.
Well, it strikes me as well, Jeannie, that this president will have to choose very carefully his next steps when it comes to the support of MAGA, knowing that there were great concerns about this turning into a wider war. When the president considers the likes of Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson, the idea of keeping this limited to a series of isolated strikes could change very quickly based on what he does next. How much will that weigh on his final call?
I think it'll weigh on his final call. He's been in communication, we know, with Steve Bannon. So far, I've been looking at what Steve Bannon has said. He has been, you know, muted in his response. He has not attacked the president or, you know, sort of launched a sort of Tucker Carlson-like diatribe against this action. But we have to wait to see how this turns out. Somebody the president is watching is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she is very closely connected with that MAGA wing, and she has been speaking out very strongly. So he's sure going to take notice of that. And of course, as we watch his truths, we know he is not very happy with Tom Massey. He never is, but in particular now, in terms of his response, all of that's going to weigh on the president. But the reality is the president made his decision late last week. This is a president who is not an isolationist. He is an interventionist. This is an attack and a war of choice on the part of the president. There's nobody in the international community or at home who could say that this was an imminent threat being faced by Iran, even our own national security community. And so he made a choice, and maybe it was the right choice, but he made the choice to go in, and he's certainly not going to step back from that. I do think his response to these 10 missiles, that was very limited on the part of Iran, will likely be equally measured. Just by comparison's sake, they sent 200 missiles the night after Israel attacked. So this is a very limited symbolic response on their part. And the bigger question now is not what they do in the short term, but how they respond in the long term, and whether, in fact, the president was successful in taking out their nuclear program for the long term.
Rick, as Jeannie there just described President Trump as an interventionist, despite campaigning on what could have been easily described as an isolationist America First platform, he also campaigned, of course, on being a better steward for the U.S. economy and specifically bringing inflation and price pressures down. And as we look at oil now down 5% on both Brent and WTI, we're looking at a 70 handle on WTI once again as the market kind of sees this as being good news, at least for global energy trade. How much does that also factor into his decision making, that he does not want to see a situation in which we see a spike in oil prices and therefore by extension prices at the pump?
Yeah, I think universally this administration, Donald Trump's president, is really concerned that they have not done a good enough job bringing down consumer prices. And obviously, you know, because of these conflicts that have been ongoing now for some time in the Middle East, you know, the probably the least difficult one, or the most difficult one, has been the price of gas. Even though we are insulated in a way that we've never been in the past conflicts in the Middle East by being a net exporter of oil and refined products, it's still impacting our price structure, as you point out. So at the end of the day, it's definitely a motivator. It's what will transcend this skirmish in the Middle East. A year from now, we won't be talking about this potentially, but we will be talking about the price of consumer products and gasoline. And I can promise you that every midterm election rally that we anticipate Donald Trump holding, he's going to talk about how much better off you are today than you were under Joe Biden, and that's going to include prices.
What do you make of this reaction, Jeannie, on Wall Street? I know you're not a stock strategist or a commodities trader here, but this is pretty remarkable when we consider what we're seeing right now. Crude oil prices are sharply lower, down 5%. Stocks have resumed their climb. You're looking at the Dow up 230, the S&P 500 up 40 points. With missiles in the air, the idea that we've been hearing, according to analysts, is that Wall Street believes that the great existential threat of the last 30 years has been eliminated. No matter what happens from here, the fact that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Is that something that you can get your head around, knowing that this could go in so many different ways from here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of Iran's limited response right now, the market is right to read this as limited. And I think that they're hoping or betting that the president's response will be equally muted. The reality, though, is I'm sorry to say the market is wrong at this point because we don't know how successful the U.S. attack was. And we can't underscore that enough. We had an objective to wipe out their ability to have a nuclear program. And there is nobody, if you talk to people in the international community, who believes that that has been completely wiped out. You know why? Because you can't bomb away the knowledge that Iranians have when it comes to building a nuclear program in the long term. And whether Khomeini is in there or not, anybody who comes into that leadership and in Iran and looks around says, we are living amidst surrounded by Sunni nations. Our neighbors are Israel, our neighbors are Afghanistan, Pakistan, who Rick just talked about, nominated Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize today, Saudi Arabia. They will likely say to themselves, and it would be understandable, that we are going to go underground and continue with the knowledge that we have and build up our program again in the long term. And oh, by the way, we still have a question. Where did their uranium go? The United States has not been able to tell us that at this point, and the international community can't. So I think betting that this is done and we were successful and we have a denuclearized Iran for the long term is not the right bet to make at this point.
Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors with breaking news and sharp analysis. Thanks to both of you for your insights. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons. You're with us now on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. It may not seem like a Monday, but we are indeed still at the start of the week with breaking news as Iran retaliates against the U.S. Missiles intercepted so far without damage reports that we can tell you about here. We have a lot more to talk about, including the market reaction to all of this. Amy Morris is tracking Wall Street for us and has this update. Amy, how does it look?
A lot of churn. The markets are not 100% sure where to go, but let me try to clear some of it up for you. With the retaliation by Iran against the U.S., Qatar reportedly had advance notice of this missile attack, intercepted them, says that it reserves the right to respond. Reports of air sirens now in Bahrain, and UAE says its airspace is closed. But oil prices still managed to fall because those retaliatory strikes in Qatar were less severe than they feared. So oil prices now, NYMEX crude oil down nearly 5%, down 4.75%. Brent crude down 4.5%. And Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision Michelle Bowman warned the current approach to leverage ratio requirements will lead to unintended consequences in the market. Okay, fine. But she also indicated that she would support lowering interest rates as soon as July. Markets liked that. So the S&P 500 is now back up again about 0.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.8%. Dow up 0.6%. It's been up and down all day. Also, we're checking COMEX Gold now, up 0.4%, trading at $3,400 per ounce. Tesla rolling out its long-awaited robo-taxi service to a handful of users after almost a decade of hype from Elon Musk, kicking off a precarious new era for Tesla. They handpicked their first riders. That means the general public's just going to have to wait to check out this robo-taxi service. Shares of Tesla, though, more than 9% higher. That's helped with the stock market as a whole. U.S. previously owned home sales rose 0.8% to an annualized rate of 4.03 million in May. That is the weakest May sales pace since 2009. Mortgage rates remain near 7%. They're seen staying above 6% at least through next year. That's contributed to a sluggish housing market with poor affordability. The growing number of homes on the market has not jump-started home sales. Median sales price has increased 1.3% from a year ago. Going back to markets now, the S&P 500 up 0.75%, NASDAQ up 0.8%, Dow up 0.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us as we leverage the full editorial resources of Bloomberg News here on a breaking news day in Washington and around the world. This is the moment that Americans have been waiting for, certainly in this administration, but also in world capitals all over, with Iran now responding to the U.S. attacks that we saw take place over the weekend against Iranian nuclear facilities. Kaylee, you wouldn't know in isolation by looking at the markets that this historic moment had arrived. There seems to be a sigh of relief on Wall Street that this was not more broad in scope, that it wasn't targeting energy facilities, and frankly, most of the missiles were intercepted.
Yeah, it seems the market's read on this, at least, is that this was a de-escalatory retaliation from Iran rather than an escalatory one. And certainly, of course, at least at this time, doesn't seem like they are choosing to take aim at energy infrastructure or global energy flows, hence the major move lower we are seeing in oil today. That said, they have still, by firing missiles directly at Qatar, brought in another player into this conflict with the U.S. And Israel, as Qatar has said, it reserves the right to respond directly to what they describe as this blatant attack, though we've also seen reporting that Qatar was informed in advance that Iran was planning to do this. So as we survey all of the different players in the Gulf here, we turn to one of our experts in Dubai. Bloomberg's Jumana Berchetti is with us. She, of course, is anchor of Bloomberg TV's Horizons Middle East and Africa and is live with us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Jumana, how should we consider not just Qatar, but the UAE, Bahrain, who have now closed their airspaces, at least temporarily as well, and how all of the Gulf states are likely to look at this action from Iran?
Look, I will tell you, the past couple of days have been extremely tense, not least the last hour when there are reports of those airspaces closing up both in Qatar and in the UAE. That really suggested that something was about to happen. We heard multiple witnesses report several explosions over Doha, so it wasn't imminently clear what was going on. But of course, now we understand that several missiles were fired towards that Al Udeid base, and then the Qatar Foreign Ministry putting out a statement quickly afterwards saying that they condemned this attack from the IRGC, very long statement, but then confirming right at the end that there were no injuries or human casualties that resulted from that attack. And so it seems as though we were in a situation where the attacks were very much telegraphed in advance, and that is reminiscent of the Iranian response to the killing of Qasem Soleimani back in 2020. Back then, there was about 5-6 days that the Iranian regime sat on their response, but they then decided to strike a U.S. base in Iraq. They telegraphed it beforehand. There were no fatalities recorded at the time, but it was a face-saving measure. And it seems as though, maybe too early to say, because sirens are still going off in Bahrain, the airspace here in the UAE is still closed, but it seems as though we are getting something akin to the reaction that we got in 2020.
And not unlike what we saw last year in the exchanges with Israel, Jumana, when we knew long in advance that drones and ballistic missiles had been fired by Iran. The U.S., Axios' reporting, was made aware of the attack against our air base in Qatar. Are we witnessing Iran step back from the ledge? Is this the end of this standoff?
Well, the Iranian media are positing this as a retaliation to the U.S. strikes over the weekend. So perhaps insofar as the retaliation to the U.S. is concerned, this may be it. And of course, we're still awaiting to see what happens in the rest of the Gulf nations, if indeed something does happen. I mentioned those sirens in Bahrain and the fact that UAE airspace is closed. But from Qatar's standpoint, I just want to give you two factoids that I think are relevant also. I'm sure you're aware of the significance of Al Udeid base in the region, the largest U.S. base in the Gulf. But President Trump was standing at that exact same base 1 month ago when he made the trip around the region. It is a base of huge significance. And the second point is Qatar have been actively mediating the U.S.-Iran nuclear discussions. It's pretty surprising that Iran would go down the route of actually firing shots at a U.S. base in Qatar, which has been trying to play the diplomatic role. And actually, if you look at Qatar's response today, they're pretty angry at the Iranian regime. They said, we condemn this attack. And so as far as inter-regional politics are concerned, this may also mark a turning point as well.
Really interesting to get your input on this, Jumana. It's great to have you live from Dubai with us on Balance of Power as we add another voice of experience. And in fact, one of the most prescient voices we've had on this program leading up to the strikes last week. He was with us just in advance of Israel making its action. Michael Allen with us from Beacon Global Strategies, where he's managing director and a veteran of the Bush White House, a national security expert who has seen this coming. Michael, it's good to have you back with us here in studio on Bloomberg. To what extent is Israel finishing the job right now as opposed to widening it?
So I think Israel is somewhere down their target list in terms of military and nuclear targets. And to me, they're beginning to hit more economic and regime stronghold targets. So I have a real question as the week goes on, because they're debating how long do we want to keep this going, whether they shift completely toward a regime change type policy. And to me, that's sort of the biggest question ongoing in the real war, which is between Israel and Iran.
Well, so when we consider that being the quote unquote real war, how long would you expect it to continue if Iran has already chosen its course of action against the U.S., or do you think it might not end against the U.S. at this point either?
I think it's basically over against the United States. They did their symbolic attack on Al Udeid Air Force Base, as your correspondent noted, completely telegraphed, probably coordinated between intermediaries. What I don't think, though, is that it's over with Israel. I think Israel, by the way, not only is going to continue to prosecute its target list, at least for this week and maybe beyond, but to me, as long as they have air superiority in Iran, I think Benjamin Netanyahu is going to carry on a campaign of where they have an opportunity that's going to be quite opportunistic. They're going to go for it. That's exactly what they do with Hamas, and that's what they do with Hezbollah. I think it's going to go on for weeks and weeks.
And we should note that they were trading fire as recently as today.
Yes.
That we've spent a lot of time talking about Iran's response to the U.S., but Israel is still deep in this right now. You brought to us the importance of Fordo, knowing that this would be in our sights if, in fact, we decided to strike. It has now happened, and Bloomberg is reporting that satellite images that we've seen of that area following U.S. strikes show that the U.S. Air Force intentionally avoided hitting reactors at Fordo and Isfahan during the attack on Saturday night. What do you make of that decision, and does that imply to you that there is, in fact, more to be done here, that the deal is not closed to end the nuclear program in Iran?
So avoiding the reactors is smart because they don't want to cause some radioactive incident. Apparently, if you hit the stored uranium, it's not a big of a radioactive activity than hitting a reactor. But I do think that the United States still has some interest here in seeing that Israel continue to prosecute some of the nuclear targets going forward. I think it's fair to say no one is quite sure today where the HEU is. I know the Vice President mentioned on air yesterday that it might have been diverted before we hit
This is
Fordo.
the highly enriched uranium.
This is the 60% highly enriched uranium stockpile. All of this, to me, however, suggests something that I think the United States would be wise to set expectations better. It is true that we had a successful attack the other night. It is true that we probably could have hit some of these sites, and I wish we had hit Esfahan harder. But this program has been going on for decades. There are dozens and dozens of sites. The Iranians are experts at denial, deception, and subterfuge. It won't be outlandish to think that we might have missed something, or that the Israelis, as good as our intel is, might have missed something also. I think we just need to understand that we severely degraded them. We had totally lost the bubble on Iran in the last few years. We have regained the initiative, and it may just take a sustained effort from Israel over time to keep up.
Well, when we consider, and I know you said you think at least between the U.S. and Iran in terms of military action, it might be over for now. Iran still has non-military options available to it, like, for example, just stop cooperating and leave the treaty, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Make sure the IAEA can't get eyes on anything. We asked John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor, about this last night on our special coverage, and he was like, well, they haven't been abiding by it anyway, so it's really not a concern. But I wonder if you view it the same way. Don't we need eyes on at least what we can see in regard to Iran's program?
So I think all told, it was good that we had IAEA inspection capability, but they didn't show us everything. And so at some level, it becomes confusing for the international community to think, well, the IAEA is in there, so we must have eyes on everything. We don't. They were letting us see what we wanted to see, and I think while it was beneficial to have it, over time, the usefulness declined because in the aggregate, the whole program got way out of whack. They had so much more HEU than they should have. They were reportedly building a third centrifuge site that they had only begun to mention to the IAEA. And all these weaponization sites, the Iranians had been shutting the IAEA out of those for years. So I think we set them back. I think the Israelis really are the ones that set them back on nuclearization. I hate to lose the IAEA, but I mean, all things equal, I think we're better off in the long run.
I've got a headline that just crossed the terminal. Kuwait says it now is temporarily closing its airspace. With everything that we've heard in the last hour, does this feel de-escalatory, as some have suggested on Iran's part, or are you still waiting to see if there's a fulfillment of this threat to activate sleeper cells, that there's a completely other element here that involves terror?
So I think over time, this is the primary tool that the Iranians have.
Terrorism?
Yes, they're a state sponsor of terrorism. I think they are flat on their backs. They have tried to assassinate U.S. officials over the last several years here and have failed. They tried to recruit people in chat rooms, and the FBI was onto them very quickly before anything materialized. I think over time, the Iranian regime will try to return to that, maybe to hit embassies overseas, certainly maybe targets of opportunity if they're soldiers that are unprotected. But I have a hard time seeing them succeed in a big way here in the United States. That's not to rule it out completely, because I know they want to get over here, but I really don't see it as a huge threat, because I believe that we have superior intelligence, as do the Israelis, to tap into their computer systems and get some sense of what they want to do to us long before it goes kinetic.
As we're tracking the markets here, Michael, it is worth noting we're down nearly 6% on both Brent and WTI futures right now. We're actually south of $70 a barrel on WTI, which is where we were before Israel's initial strike on Iran on June 13th. This is the lowest level we've seen since June 12th. As we consider now, and Joe just mentioned the headline, Kuwait has closed its airspace. Al Samaria TV is also saying Iraq has done the same, in addition to Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE. If the airspace isn't safe, should operators of cargo vessels, of oil cargo specifically, feel that the Strait will be safe moving forward, the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I don't think that the Iranians are really going to go and do the Strait of Hormuz for several reasons, in part because Oman owns half of it, in part because it would be taking off their nose to spite their face. I do wonder, though, if they're beginning to shut down the air space over Kuwait and elsewhere, maybe there are more attacks to come from the Iranians. Maybe they're going to try to take a shot at our base in Kuwait. They definitely did, by the way, in Iraq at Al-Assad. The question is all of this choreographed? I think it is, because the quickest way for the Iranians to lose control of the situation is to kill an American. And then I fully believe that Donald Trump would go extraordinarily kinetic on them. We have 3 carrier strike groups in the region, a half dozen air squadrons of F-35s. I think that is something that Trump would prosecute to the hardest. So I really doubt that they're sincerely trying to hit us.
All right, Michael Allen, great to have you as always. Managing Director at Beacon Global Strategies. Also, of course, former Special Assistant to President George W. Bush, serving in a national security capacity. We appreciate it. And as we consider the Strait of Hormuz and what we're seeing in oil prices today, again, down the better part of 6%, we want to turn to Bloomberg TV and Radio's resident commodities expert. Alex Steele is with us. She hosts Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio, as well as The Close on Bloomberg TV. So, Alex, obviously a pretty remarkable move to the downside when many came in today thinking that we might see a massive spike in oil prices because of concern in the Middle East. It seems that commodities traders, at least, are thinking this might be an all-clear sign.
Yeah, I guess if you take away the worst case scenario, that's actually helpful for lower oil prices. A couple things to consider, though. One, Halima Croft at RBC said over the weekend that she would caution against that knee-jerk reaction that, quote, the worst is behind us. Now, the other factor to consider here, irrespective of the supply issue that may or may not happen with Iran, is the demand side. So there's been a lot of stockpiling by China, a lot of stockpiling by other countries within the West as well. Iran was also exporting a lot more than normal before these strikes took place, and China was really stockpiling them, meaning that they're not going to be that huge demand pull if something does happen to the oil supply. Second, JP Morgan says that without any drama, they see a mid-60s range for oil for the remainder of 2025. So in essence, a WTI at 69, there's still even a little bit more geopolitical premium baked in.
Boy, there seems like there's a heck of a lot of confidence without knowing what's going to happen next year. Alex, how much of this rides on this tit for tat ending here? We've talked about any number of attempts that Iran could make to interrupt energy flows. We've heard about the Strait of Hormuz and so forth. Are those all extreme scenarios that this market is ruling out?
I mean, pretty much at this point, like ruling out the Strait of Hormuz was really about taking out a lot of geopolitical risk premium within the oil price. That is clearly the absolute worst case scenario. There are some things that range, like if you take out 1.75 million barrels of oil a day, this is Goldman Sachs saying this, then you'd see oil rise to $90 a barrel. If the oil through the Strait of Hormuz were to drop by just 50%, remember 20 million barrels of oil a day of fuel and oil flows through that. Reduce that to 50%, and you could see oil maybe 10% higher for another 11 months. So clearly, that's the worst case scenario. That clearly is not happening at this moment. Can we rule it out altogether? Halima Croft says, no, you can't. But it doesn't mean that it actually will happen. Many say that that would wind up hurting everybody, including Iran. However, you have to make an argument, too, that why would Iran want to cut off any oil supply to China? But again, like I mentioned, China's been stockpiling, right? So the immediate impact might not be that bad. And when you have nothing to lose, there's still that risk that should be calculated within the market.
Alex Steele, what a treat to have Alex with us here on this program, the host of Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio, but of course our commodities expert, as Kayleigh mentioned. Thank you so much for the insights, Alex. Kayleigh, we're not done. We're going into overtime because this is still happening as we speak.
Indeed it is, and the market is still reacting, not just in terms of lower oil prices, which we were just discussing, but actually higher stocks. We're up about 0.6% on the S&P 500, up 0.9% on the NASDAQ 100, as the market is reading Iran sending missiles toward a U.S. airbase in Qatar as a de-escalatory move. We're going to continue this analysis here on Bloomberg TV and Radio, so stick with us for a second extended hour of Balance of Power. I'm Kayleigh Lyons alongside Joe Matthew, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Iran retaliates against the U.S., and the market reads it as de-escalatory. Welcome to a special extended edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew in Washington. Iran having sent multiple missiles toward a U.S. airbase in Qatar, our largest in the Middle East, the Al Udeid airbase. Qatar largely successfully intercepting those missiles, and we're learning at this hour that the U.S. has said there are no reports of casualties at that base in the region.
This all just unfolding in the last hour and change, Kaylee, pretty remarkable as we were waiting for Iran's response. We now have at least the beginning of one, and we don't want to go too far to believe that this is over yet, but indeed, multiple missiles shot at U.S. air bases, U.S. military installations in the Middle East. No casualties at this hour. We have to remember as well that the president is watching this alongside his national security team from inside the Situation Room, and it is unclear what the administration's answer will be. Unclear as well if the administration will see this as de-escalatory as well.
Well, and other Gulf states' reactions are also something we need to consider here, as Qatar has said it reserves the right to respond to what it's describing as a blatant attack, even though they were warned in advance that Iran was going to be taking this measure. Saudi Arabia now has also come out and condemned Iran's, quote, aggression on Qatar, saying that it cannot be justified. Those headlines just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. We're, of course, keeping track of all of them for you here on Bloomberg TV and radio at this hour, which is why we're here in overtime on Balance of Power.
That's right. Welcome to special extended coverage here on Balance of Power. This is a market mover, Kaylee. We've seen a remarkable reversal, and that goes for stocks as well as oil. Amy Morris has the markets covered for us. Let's start there, as always, with the latest on Wall Street. Amy?
All right, thank you, Joe. Stocks at session highs, oil at a session low as the Iran response is being seen as a market positive outcome. Iran fired missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar in retaliation for President Trump's weekend airstrikes. Now, the missile strike on Qatar was telegraphed. It had been expected. Qatar says they intercepted the missiles and that there were no casualties, which sent those oil prices lower and stocks higher. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. WTI now down a little more than 6%, trading at less than $70 per barrel. Brent crude down just about 6%, now about a little more than 6%, trading at more than $72 per barrel. And checking the markets now, the S&P 500 is 0.7% higher, NASDAQ 0.8% higher, the Dow 0.6% higher. Tariffs on pharmaceuticals could cost Ireland, which is a multinational hub for Pfizer and Eli Lilly, up to 75,000 jobs. The finance minister there warns that these tensions in the Middle East are adding more risk in the energy and trade sectors. Pfizer stock now little changed because those strikes by Iran didn't seem to do as much damage as was feared. Also, Eli Lilly shares are 0.7% higher. We're looking at the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.3%, the 2-year yield at 3.82%. Novo Nordisk ending its partnership with Hims & Hers Health because of what the drug company calls deceptive marketing of copycat versions of the obesity drug Wegovy. Shares of Hims & Hers Health now down 32%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. On the fastest show in politics, we'll keep tabs on markets as we make our way through this next hour, awaiting news from the White House, knowing that President Trump was set to be inside the Situation Room with his national security team. Beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern time, Kaylee, there's reporting that they got in there early, that the Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who both briefed us on U.S. strikes against Iran yesterday morning, were there as well to watch this unfold. And we've seen a series of missiles fired from Iran toward U.S. installations in the Middle East, our largest, in fact, collection of military in Qatar. Those missiles were intercepted.
Yeah, and again, the signal from the U.S. is that there are no known casualties from this attempted attack by Iran, at least at this point. But we do have to keep in mind that President Trump did warn over the weekend that any retaliation from Iran would be met with, quote, force far greater than what was witnessed during the initial U.S. strike on Iran's military installation. So for more, we turn to Bloomberg White House editor Jordan Fabian, who is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So the president had responded or said there would be a response to any retaliation, Jordan, but if there were no casualties, do we have a sense as to whether the president will actually feel compelled to do so for this?
Yeah, the big question about this strike is whether it's a face-saving measure by Iran or a signal of a larger escalation. And all the facts that you laid out point to this being a de-escalation, that they informed Qatar what was happening, no casualties. It seemed like the U.S. was pretty well prepared for what was going to happen. That gives President Trump an off-ramp not to respond. And for Israel as well, are they going to keep up these attacks that they've been carrying out on Iran? We'll have to wait and see what they say. Is Trump going to take it as what it appears to be is the big question, and I don't think we could say that at this early hour.
Noteworthy that we've not heard from President Trump since he was standing in the cross hall with Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Vice President in his address on Saturday evening. Presumably still in the Situation Room. Are we hearing anything about a public statement or an address from the president?
Currently, I don't think they have any plans to do anything. Obviously, this is a White House that changes on a dime, so that could happen today. We have heard from him a bit today on social media earlier before these attacks. He seemed to be very concerned about oil prices. I believe they actually went down as the market read the strikes as a de-escalation, but clearly people are in his ear about the possibility for this to inflict greater pain on American consumers if it balloons into a broader conflict.
Yeah, well, to mention oil, it is down on both Brent and WTI more than 6%. We're actually south of $70 a barrel on WTI once again. Jordan, when we consider that there obviously is a kind of an economic element of the political considerations for the president as he has decided to move through this strategically, there also is another political element, which is that there are at least some members of his base of the party who do not want to see the U.S. involved in a more material, elongated way in the Middle East. Could this kind of response from Iran give him cover to make sure that he does not have to get more interventionist and risk upsetting some of those individuals?
Yeah, it certainly could. They are clearly giving him, again, an off-ramp here, and he's hearing it from members of the base. You saw Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Georgia congresswoman, post almost a novel on Twitter this morning decrying this attack. And so given the economic pressures and the possibility this could split his base, he could say that he was going to follow through on what he promised. This is a limited attack to ensure that Iran's nuclear program is eliminated and not some sort of broader escalation. Now, he did say, raise the prospect of regime change. He's clearly threatening a lot more. Now, we'll have to see whether that was actually a leverage play or that signaled something broader about his intentions.
This does seem to be something of a smaller scale than most expected. We've got a third carrier strike group on the way to the region right now, presumably for deterrence. These strike groups wouldn't be activated for something of this scale, we presume. Is that how you're looking at it?
Yeah, I would think so, that it's a precautionary measure. Some of these strike group movements are actually planned weeks and months in advance and might not have anything to do with the current conflict. But that being said, I'm sure that military leadership is looking back to 2020 when they see this response, when the U.S. under President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Iran responded with a limited attack on a U.S. military installation in Iraq, and then essentially said, okay, that's a one and done. We've gone tit for tat. And so there is a playbook for this kind of de-escalation, and U.S. military leaders who've been there, saw that happen, I'm sure are seeing the same signals again.
Great. Jordan, great to have you. Jordan Fabian, of course, our White House editor, a very busy man here in Washington, D.C. We thank you for the insights. It's just after 10 p.m. local time in Dubai, where we find Dana Karachi, Bloomberg News, breaking news editor, on a pretty important day here that we want to spend some time talking about. Dana, thanks for being with us on Balance of Power. The latest here from your point of view, at 10 p.m. local time in Dubai, we still have what could be a long night throughout the Middle East. Are we to believe that this is all that Iran is going to throw in the air?
Yes, hi. Pretty tense night here in the Gulf, not just in Dubai, I would say in Qatar, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. All of those have closed their airspace, and that's not something you see a lot, especially in the Gulf states. If this is what it is for Iran, then it was very well telegraphed And we saw the Iranians come out and say, this is just, we have really good relations with Qatar. We're not here to ruin these ties, because they do. And Qatar is among the few that actually has regular visits from Qatar and from Iranian officials back and forth. And they're saying, this is just targeting U.S. base. It has nothing to do with the Qataris. And of course, that statement from the Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson who said, signaling that the airbase was cleared before the attack. So this means this was well telegraphed, just like that 2020 Iran attack on the U.S. base in Iraq after Qasem Soleimani's killing, as Jordan was referring to. So this is pretty much telegraphed. And if this is what it is, then that would be contained to here. If, of course, President Trump wants it to stay there, wants to kind of close this chapter of tit for tat and move on to possibly a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, or more of that back to the negotiating table. But from a Gulf perspective, to be honest, these are countries that are trying to transform their economies. They want to be financial center hubs, especially in Doha. And so this kind of airspace closure, fear among residents and foreigners, and Dubai, most of them are expats. This hasn't happened before, I'd say. So this fear is very new to people in the Gulf. And this is the escalation, is that you would allow Iran to do that, even if it was telegraphed.
How, Dana, should we consider the idea that this airbase that Iran tried to strike, yes, is home to thousands of U.S. troops, but also to Qatari Air Forces, to the Royal Air Force? Is this also potentially meant to send a signal to Gulf allies of the United States that there is risk to aligning so closely with U.S. military interests in the region?
Well, 100%. I think that what the Iranians are saying, that yes, we have improved ties in the past with Qatar, with the UAE, and especially with Saudi Arabia, right? We've improved these ties. We have delegations back and forth. We're looking into economic cooperation. But when such an attack from the U.S. on my soil will happen, then I'm going to retaliate against you guys. And this is, of course, due to Iran's limited capabilities. I mean, what's close to it is Qatar, is UAE, is Bahrain. And so the easiest targets would be there. But there are also other targets, right? There's one in Jordan, in Syria. They haven't withdrawn from there. There's also Iraq. So this message that Iran is sending is definitely going to impact the ties that it has worked so hard to improve between Tehran and its Gulf neighbors.
All right, Dana, we appreciate you joining us at a late hour in the Middle East. She is Dana Karachi of Bloomberg News, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we have been waiting to see what we will hear from the White House and from President Trump in the aftermath of this Iranian retaliation against the U.S. And we did just get a Truth Social post from the president. However, it is not about missiles being sent toward a U.S. airbase in the Middle East. Instead, it seems to be a condemnation of the media for its reporting around whether or not the U.S. was fully able to destroy Iran's nuclear sites. To read it, quote, "The sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible, and even say they were, quote, pretty well destroyed." He calls out, Joe, a number of individuals from various media organizations and goes on to say it never ends with the sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low, zero credibility. There is also zero mention of missiles being sent toward U.S. forces in the Middle East, or of troops that were potentially put in harm's way as a result of Iran's retaliation.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV, giving you a shot of that Truth Social post, I guess we can assume that the president has concluded his meeting in the Situation Room, or is at least taking a break now that he's got access to his personal phone again. Seems to be consumed with the coverage of the first round of strikes, not so much about what's happening right now. It is an interesting moment here as we wait to see if Iran is complete or is through with its retaliation, having targeted bases in the Middle East, namely the massive U.S. air installation in Qatar. No U.S. casualties so far, Kaylee. He didn't mention that as well.
He did not. So we want to get reaction from our political panel, who is back with us in this extended edition of Balance of Power. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, both of them Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is a partner at Stonecourt Capital, and Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, when we consider what we just heard from the president, the first thing we hear from him in the aftermath of Iran sending missiles toward a military installation in the Middle East, knowing we haven't heard from him verbally, at least, since he told the nation about his decision to attack the nuclear sites late on Saturday night. Does a country that may be concerned about war in this region, that may be concerned about asymmetric actions Iran could still take in regard to terrorism, need to hear more from the commander-in-chief?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I mean, he bristles over criticism and the idea that he could put together such an effective military operation in total secrecy and not get everybody fawning of praise, some questioning, how long it's going to take to really assess the damage done, especially at Fedor, echoed by his own chief of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, who said it's going to take us a while to really assess the damage. That's just standard operating procedure, but we know Donald Trump does not adhere to standard operating procedure. He wants his victory lap. So, yeah, I am not surprised he's stewing off the coverage he's seen. It doesn't take any, it doesn't blemish the initiative that he took and the outcomes. They are what they're going to be. If you've ever seen a explosion by one of these 30-ton ordinances, you wouldn't imagine anything other than total destruction would occur. And when you have multiple ones dropped on any facility ever created by man, you would really be suspect to think that anything would survive, any structure or individual. So, look, the Iranians said that they dropped in the same number of weapon bombs that the United States dropped on them, they dropped on Qatar. And to me, that's a sounding like, okay, this is all we're going to do. So for them to light up a terrorist front around Western targets would really escalate this thing. And I think the one thing that the Khomeini has been very adept at is not getting into a direct confrontation, with the United States.
Jeannie, what do you make of this post here? The president is not only talking, as Kayleigh mentioned, about whether the nuclear installation was destroyed, but he's calling out by name specific members of the media, even reaching to the C-suite here. Dumb Brian Roberts, he writes, chairman of Comcast, helped to continue this falsehood. Where are we going here in this moment for Donald Trump to be consumed by what the media is reporting or thinking as he emerges from the Situation Room and Iran firing at U.S. forces in the Middle East?
There is a very simple way for Donald Trump to address this obsession with the media, and that is to show us the evidence. He claimed that it was obliterated. We have not seen that evidence yet, and it is not enough to just keep saying something. You have to show the evidence, and there's nothing stopping the president, once they get the evidence, from providing that to the media. Just like there was nothing stopping the president Saturday night when he came out and telling us why he made the decision to bomb a country. What was the imminent threat we were facing? What is the threat to the United States? Very few people in the U.S. disagree with the president on the objective of denuclearizing Iran. The question is how best to do it. He decided, for reasons that we still aren't really privy to, that he had to go in Saturday night and bomb them. And so it is fair for the media and the American public to say, did you achieve your objective? And so, this is pretty typical, not just of Donald Trump, but any president. They don't like the media to be the fourth branch of government, but that's what the media is supposed to do. We don't just accept what people say and claim. We provide evidence, and the president can provide that, and he should as soon as it is available.
Well, as we look to see whether or not we will get that evidence, either from the U.S., from Israel, from the IAEA, or any other authority on that, we also are keeping track of how the markets have reacted to the events of this afternoon or this evening in the Middle East, with oil down 6.6% on both Brent and WTI, and stocks actually on the rise, though we're still seeing a bit of what could be described as a haven bid into U.S. Treasuries. To get back to how this conflict moves forward, Rick, if this is the end of it between the U.S. and Iran, and this gets to the point that Jeannie was just making around the president having decided without seeking congressional authority to bomb another country, does this put to bed the concerns around constitutionality of the president's actions here, of the effort we've seen, frankly, in both chambers, in the House and the Senate, to try to force votes on war powers resolutions? If this is all, as far as this goes, do you think those things will be seen as necessary still on the Hill?
No, I think that it was a pretty specious argument on the Hill. I think Lindsey Graham handled it pretty well this weekend on Sunday shows, talking about how, within Article 2 of the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has exhaustive powers on dealing with the military and making decisions like this. And he pointed out it wasn't that long ago that Democrats were applauding Barack Obama for doing very similar things in Syria and Iraq and in other places in the Middle East, where he launched attacks that were unauthorized by Congress, and no Democrat complained. So I think this is business as usual, politics playing itself out on national security issues. It's unfortunate, but it is standard operating procedure, and I don't think it goes anywhere from here.
President's supposed to fly away to the annual NATO Leaders Summit tomorrow, Jeannie, presuming he still attends. How does this last 48 hours change the conversation he's going to be having with world leaders at an event, say, a month ago, would have been focused squarely on Ukraine, Russia, and the spending on defense by each member of NATO?
Yeah, this has quickly vaulted up to the #1 issue on the agenda. We hear the president is still going to go. It would be understandable if he decided he couldn't leave the country at this point. But I do think it is important. What distinguishes one of the many things that the president did over the weekend, and what we've seen in the recent past, is that other presidents, Republicans and Democrats, have consulted allies. I mean, Kayleigh was just talking about the lack of consultation to Democratic members of Congress in this context. He didn't consult allies either. This is a president who is not only an interventionist, but he wants to go it alone. And I bring up again Andrew Jackson, because Donald Trump has described him as one of his favorite presidents. And this is very much in the Jacksonian mode. We can do it, and we can do it alone. And I think the allies are going to have a lot to say on that. And just to go back to the War Powers Act, Rick mentioned Article 2, rightly so. The president is the commander-in-chief. But we also have an Article 1, Section 8, which says Congress has the power to declare war. And the administration is falling over itself to say this isn't a war. But when you attack another country by international law and by most people's assessment of U.S. law, you have engaged in a war. And so it is not as simple as saying the president is the commander-in-chief, he can do whatever he wants. That's simply not how the U.S. Constitution was written or how we should operate. That said, this is a Congress, and Rick is right on this, which has gone along with presidents for a long time. My view is if you want to do that, then change the Constitution or write a law which allows the president to act unilaterally. We don't have that now. And so this has likely been a violation of U.S. international law and UN standards and operating procedures.
Analysis from our panel in overtime with Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributors. We thank you both for staying with us here on extended special coverage on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Coming up, our conversation with Joseph Rogers, nuclear expert at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. First, we want to update Wall Street. Markets are moving on all of this news. In the case of stocks for the better, Amy Morris has the latest on markets from here in Washington. Amy?
Absolutely, Joe. Oil prices dropped as Iran's retaliatory strikes on a U.S. airbase in Qatar were less severe than investors feared. That also pushed stocks higher. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. WTI and Brent crude oil both about 7% lower now. WTI now trading at less than $70 per barrel. The S&P 500 up 0.75%. NASDAQ up 0.9%. The Dow up about 0.75%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.31%. The 2-year yield at 3.83%. And checking COMEX Gold now, it's about 0.5% higher. U.S. previously owned home sales rose 0.8% to an annualized rate of 4.03 million in May, the weakest May sales pace since 2009. Mortgage rates remain near 7%. They're seen staying above 6% at least through next year, contributing to a sluggish housing market with poor affordability. The growing number of homes on the market has not jump-started home sales, and the median sales price has increased now 1.3% from a year ago. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris with the market reaction to the events in the Middle East. Thank you so much. We're, of course, here on Balance of Power, not just tracking the reaction of markets, but also the reaction of the President of the United States, though we have yet to hear from him on Iran's retaliation and attempted missile strike on the U.S. Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar. We have heard from him on the initial strike that the U.S. conducted over the weekend. He just posted on Truth Social, in part criticizing media coverage of the extent to which those strikes were successful in destroying Iran's nuclear capacity. The first line of his Truth Social post, Joe, reads, "The sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it." The thing is, not everyone does know that definitively. In fact, we have not seen any source that suggests that there has been a complete destruction of Iran's nuclear capability, just like we don't know for certain where exactly Iran's stockpile of already enriched uranium is at this point in time.
These are big questions that we are seeking answers to with an expert in the matter. Joseph Rogers is Deputy Director Fellow, the Project on Nuclear Issues at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. And Joseph, we welcome you to our conversation. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. As Kaylee mentioned, the president says the sites we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. What will it take for you at CSIS to agree?
So it looks like from the satellite images that are commercially available, some of the key enrichment facilities at Fordow and Natanz have been pretty effectively destroyed with about 14 massive ordnance penetrators, really big bombs, bunker busters. Yeah. But as I think you mentioned, the really key question that we're focusing on is that previous stockpile of 60% enriched uranium that Iran had announced, that the IAEA announced that Iran had on June 12th. The location of that 60% enriched uranium is unknown. It's about 400 kilograms, and if it enriched up to 90%, it would be enough for 10 nuclear weapons. So Iran's current centrifuge facilities are probably pretty well destroyed, but they could have clandestine facilities in the near future.
Well, so walk us through what it actually will take to get to 60 to 90%, because my very rudimentary understanding, Joseph, is actually that leap may not be as great as it seems.
No, that's correct. Yes. Once you've reached about 60% enrichment, getting from 60 to 90 really just takes a number of days. It depends on how many centrifuges you have spinning, how big your facility is, and a number of other technical details. But getting to 90% enrichment would not take too long. Now, just having 90% enriched uranium is a few steps removed from actually having a workable nuclear device. There's a lot of sophisticated sort of weaponeering that would go into making a nuclear device, and especially having a credible deterrent. Having 10 nuclear weapons without being able to put them on warheads and put them on missiles would not really count as like a credible nuclear deterrent. But of course, it would be a very worrying development in the region and would indicate that Iran has wider proliferation intents in the future.
Give us a sense, if we can get even more granular on this, Joseph. How large is this stockpile? Would it fit on a pallet in the back of a truck? How difficult is it to transport? How difficult is it to shield, knowing that this is obviously a highly radioactive package we're talking about?
Yeah, so 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium probably weighs about 900 pounds. It could fit on the back of several trucks, but it would require some sophisticated logistics and military support to move it around. Right on June 12th, right before the first Israeli attacks, Iran had announced that they were preparing for the operation of a third centrifuge facility, a third enrichment facility. That location, the Director General of the IAEA was supposed to visit it early after June 12th, but the war has prevented that visit from happening. So it looks like Iran was prepared to start a third enrichment facility. The two previously known enrichment facilities at Fordo and Natanz have probably been destroyed, but there's obviously work for a third facility.
Well, so when we consider this kind of question as to what will happen with this enriched uranium, even if it were to be located and there was the ability to destroy it without, massive fallout, if there was the ability for Israel to finish what it and the U.S. started and actually eliminate the vast majority of Iran's nuclear infrastructure and capability, that knowledge doesn't just go away, right? Joseph, how easily could Iran actually restart a program with the knowledge that it already has around how to enrich uranium and how to advance its objectives in this area?
So it's a little difficult to assess right now, but it is very clear that the ongoing attacks by Israel and the U.S. have put some pretty significant, at least temporary, halts to significant progress in Iran's nuclear program. Over the longer term, I believe that if there's not a diplomatic solution, this conflict will galvanize significant greater political will in Tehran to pursue nuclear ambitions. That's why it's so important that we resolve this conflict in a diplomatic solution that creates a verifiable deal that limits Iran's nuclear future.
Is this stockpile one of the few nuclear bargaining chips that Iran has, as the New York Times suggested this morning?
Yeah, it's certainly, I think, one of the key sort of aspects that the Trump administration, J.D. Vance even noted earlier that in future talks with Iran, the administration was prioritizing looking at Iran's existing stockpile of uranium, indicating that the U.S. doesn't think that it's destroyed that 60% rich 400 kilograms. So yes, it certainly is going to be a bargaining chip that Iran could play in future diplomatic efforts to resolve this conflict.
And Joseph, finally, as we consider here the diplomatic effort that could move forward and just diplomatic institutions or international institutions overall, Iran's parliament obviously has advocated for leaving the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, which would end all insight that the IAEA has into its program. It's been suggested to us by the likes of John Bolton, the former national security advisor here on Balance of Power, that Iran already wasn't abiding by or adhering to that treaty in its entirety. So even if it pulled out, it wouldn't be that consequential. But what is your actual assessment of that question? What if it does indeed decide to leave?
Well, if Iran decides to leave the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, that would have some pretty significant ripple effects in the international community and would really cripple or exacerbate future efforts at preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. The NPT, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, is really the cornerstone of diplomatic efforts to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. Only one country has entered the treaty and then ultimately withdrew later. That was North Korea. And the treaty, it was a massive obstacle for the NPT to overcome North Korea's withdrawal. If Iran decides to withdraw, then the NPT will come under tremendous strain. There's going to have to be really concerted effort to preserve the nuclear non-proliferation norms and come up with more robust efforts to prevent nuclear weapons spreading in the future.
All right, Joseph, we really appreciate you joining us. Joseph Rogers, Deputy Director and Fellow of the Project on Nuclear Issues at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, with us on this extended edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Thank you so much. And as we continue our coverage here, Joe, we do want to bring you the latest reporting from Reuters. Reuters is now reporting that Iran is going to continue its retaliation to U.S. attacks, citing a senior Iranian official on that. So the suggestion that this may have begun and ended with this attempted missile attack on U.S. air bases, including, of course, Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar, it may not be over, though the market certainly has been reading it as such, with oil down, settling down more than 7.5% on the day, and equities still higher even in light of this headline.
There's still a lot of questions about what type of capacity Iran has to respond and whether these smaller waves of missile attacks might be what we see, knowing that, as we discussed with retired General Frank McKenzie last week ahead of the strikes, that Iran, in fact, following heavy strikes by Israel, is short of things like cranes to load missiles onto launch pads, may not be capable of sending a massive barrage of missiles toward U.S. air bases. So we're just going to have to wait and see, much like they are doing from inside the Situation Room at the White House.
Yeah, a very good point. And as we do so, we want to add the voice now of Mark Champion, Bloomberg Opinion international affairs columnist, who is joining us here on Balance of Power. Mark, when we consider the prospect, again, and this is Reuters reporting this, that Iran may not have yet completed everything it intends to in retaliation for the U.S. airstrikes over the weekend, is the market, which seems to be signaling the all clear right now, whistling past the graveyard?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think it was really significant that the Iranians signaled what they were going to do, gave the Qataris, time, for example, to close the airspace, to get ready to shoot down the missiles, which they did. And also that they, made a point of saying that, we have fired the same number of missiles as the large bombs that were dropped by the U.S. So it's, that's a very clear signal that, we're not trying to escalate. Now, what the Iranians say separately in terms of rhetoric, they're very, at home saying how successful these strikes were, that, it was an aggressive response. They have to sell to their own people, especially in the regime, sort of harder line characters who've been calling for tougher responses, for dashing for the bomb and all that sort of thing. They have to keep those people satisfied. And also, it doesn't hurt at all for them to keep the U.S., aware that, anything else that happens, they still have the capacity to respond. And I think the last thing I'd say is that, just on that, is that, Iran, it has always seen itself as, excelling in asymmetric warfare. So, things like shooting missiles, that's conventional warfare. It's been demonstrated pretty clearly that they aren't able to compete with Israel, let alone the U.S. In a kind of head-to-head battle, exchanging fire with aircraft and missiles and so on. But they, historically, they've tended to hit back when they really wanted to, with terrorist attacks, using proxies, these kinds of things. So I think that's the sort of signal, the warning that they're sending.
Interesting, as I'm looking at the bulletin from the National Terrorism Advisory System from the Department of Homeland Security, the summary of threat to the United States refers to the ongoing Iran conflict causing a heightened threat environment. We do know that, according to reporting at least, there was a threat from Iran to activate sleeper cells here in the United States that was delivered through a third party to Donald Trump at the G7 in Canada. That was shortly before he cut his trip short. How seriously are you taking the threat of terrorism here at home?
I think it is. It is a very serious threat. It's the most, it is the area where Iran can be most effective, to be, very clear about it. As I say, they are kind of overmatched in conventional military terms. But I think what one has to bear in mind is that, always for the regime in Iran, the number one priority is regime survival. And that's how they will look at it. And they will be aware that if they carry out a terrorist attack, in DC or some other place, Americans die, there will be a conventional response from the United States. And it isn't necessarily a war that the Iranians want to get into. We're going to find out. The difficult part about all of this is that when you start this kind of military action, very difficult to control where you go. You know, the other side always has a vote. And the other part is that we don't know really what the end game is for the Israeli operations. And we're not completely clear, therefore, what the end game will be for the US. You know, as your former, previous guest was saying, you know, it's hard to be sure that you've eliminated a nuclear program. So the whole purpose of this, you know, the kind of clean ending where you say mission accomplished, it's quite difficult to, say that with any confidence. And so long as you can't, you're kind of, presented with the same problem. You still need a diplomatic solution. You still need the Iranians to agree to give up things that they've said they wouldn't. And, it's not clear that they will immediately capitulate. So I think, we do have a little further to go, but I would say that the response the Iranians gave, that missile response, talking about the number of missiles and so on, it's very encouraging. And I think the remarkers are probably right to be relieved. It's quite encouraging in terms of what they intend at this moment, at least.
Well, Mark, I want to expand on your point that Iran's number one focus, at least for the regime here, is regime survival, knowing that administration officials from the Secretary of State, J.D. Vance, or Marco Rubio, and the Vice President, J.D. Vance, yesterday took great pains when appearing on various television shows to say that the objective of the U.S. is not regime change here. The president did post on Truth Social yesterday, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, to quote him, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? When we consider that question mark, how should we be thinking about the domestic pressures and forces within Iran itself and how that could influence what happens moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. I mean, I think there are two things to say. One is that, the history of trying to force regime change that from the outside by force and to create a sort of, positive regime change where you move from autocracy or a dictatorship to something more democratic. It's not a very successful one. And the second thing is to say that, we know what the elements are that tend to make it more successful. And among those are, a regime that has lost the will to kill, to remain in power, is vulnerable. There's, it's more vulnerable if there is an organized opposition already, existing, so that there's someone to take over. There are a number of things like that, we know that those things make it much more likely that you will have something positive in terms of regime change if it can be, and it's more likely to happen. This is an old and tired regime, so in that sense, it's vulnerable. But those elements don't apply. They still have the will to kill. They've demonstrated it, very often. They still have security forces that are, willing to do great damage. And they still, there is no organized opposition. They have made sure that that's the case. So I would say that if that is the end game, we're in trouble.
I want to point everyone to Mark Champion's column, Iran's Clerics Are in Charge of Our Future Now. Find it on the Terminal or online. Plug in OPI and go. Reporting for Bloomberg Opinion on international affairs, Mark Champion, thank you so much for being with us today. With breaking news today on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. We are waiting for any other response from Iran, having seen a series of missiles shot at U.S. bases throughout the Middle East, including our largest collection of U.S. forces in Qatar. If you're just joining us, those missiles were intercepted. No U.S. casualties, according to officials so far, but that doesn't mean we're done as we get into the late night hours, of course, in the Middle East. And before we move on with our conversation, we want to keep tabs on Wall Street. Markets have been moving, both stocks and commodities, on this news today, and Amy Morris has more from Washington. Amy?
Absolutely, Joe. Oil prices just dropped as Iran's retaliatory strikes on a U.S. airbase in Qatar were less severe than investors had feared. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. WTI and Brent crude both down 7.2%. WTI trading now at less than $70 a barrel. The S&P 500 is up 0.7%. NASDAQ up 0.8%. The Dow up about 0.5%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32%, the 2-year yield at 3.83%, and gold is about 0.25% higher now at $33.94 per ounce. Tesla rolled out its long-awaited robotaxi service to a handful of users after a decade of hype from Elon Musk. That kicked off a precarious new era for the carmaker. Tesla handpicked the first riders, meaning the general public still has to wait for a ride. Shares of Tesla now about 9% higher. And some Fed talk for you. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee says the central bank could resume interest rate cuts if the inflation hit from tariffs is subdued. He did not give a timeline, and Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision Michelle Bowman says she could support lowering interest rates as soon as July. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, keeping us up to date on the markets and what looks like a market that is deciding that Iran has chosen a de-escalatory path in retaliating for the U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities over the weekend. But of course, we've just gotten some reporting from Reuters indicating that Iranian officials say that retaliation may not be over yet. In fact, it could continue, which is an important consideration here, Joe, is that this may not be over in its entirety between the U.S. and Iran, or Israel and Iran, for that matter.
That's right, which is why we should keep early analysis of this being de-escalatory somewhat in check here. We could see a lot more, not only from Tehran, but its proxies, Kaylee, with a warning going out today from the Department of Homeland Security about the possibility of terrorism, including right here at home. We want to get the point of view of the Iranian people with so much casual talk, Kaylee, about regime change. Alan Ayer is Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute and joins us live now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alan, thank you for joining us. What are the people of Iran thinking tonight as they go to bed?
Although I am an Iran expert, I'd be hard-pressed to give you a declarative sentence on what all the Iranian people are thinking at this point. That's a very hard generalization, but if forced to, I will say the Iranian people want the bombing to stop. I mean, what's happening for the last 10 days has been tremendously wrenching for the people of the major cities, especially Tehran. And I think irrespective of how they feel towards their government, they're looking for hostilities to end so they can go back to their daily way of life. I think there's no evidence that these hostilities have weakened support for the current Iranian regime in any sort of significant way.
Well, so then let's talk about what the regime ultimately wants. As it's been made clear by the Trump administration and by President Trump, he would like to see the regime rejoin the negotiating table to reach a deal on its nuclear capabilities. Alan, you, of course, were a member of the negotiating team on the JCPOA from 2010 until its completion in 2015. The current president, of course, during his first administration, made the decision to pull out of that agreement. What real incentive, what real prospect do you see for Iran remaking that kind of accord in light of the actions of the United States over the last few days?
Well, Iran certainly wants to rejoin or to revive a diplomatic process. It's willing to accept drastic modifications on its nuclear program. It's willing to accept increased transparency, increased verification by the IAEA. It's not willing to accept no enrichment on Iranian soil, and that's why the talks broke down, because the U.S. was insisting that there be no enrichment on Iranian soil, whereas that was a bridge too far for the Iranians. But the key driver here is Israel. I think there could well be a difference between war goals of the United States government and the Israeli government. The Israeli government has shown no signs that it's slowing down. I think this morning or yesterday said they're in the midst of military actions. It's going to continue. Their goal explicitly has not been just the nuclear program and the missile program, but also destabilizing the current Iranian regime. So what Israel wants and whether Israel is willing to let diplomacy try to play a role? That's the key question.
We had Yoav Gallant on with us earlier today, Alan, and tried to probe the idea of Israeli ground forces entering Iran. Is that something that you're allowing for? Would Benjamin Netanyahu pursue an occupation of parts of Iran?
That's a tremendously bad idea. I mean, Iran is a huge country. It's got 92 million people. To be honest, I don't know what exactly the Israeli endgame is, but talking about any other country trying to put boots on the ground in Iran would inevitably lead to a drastic destabilization of the region.
Well, for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, Alan, obviously they're not only worried about destabilization of the region, but more specifically destabilization of energy flows out of the region. We've seen a massive move in oil prices today, down more than 7% on the expectation that if Iran has chosen this course of action against U.S. military assets, perhaps it will not choose what was seen as a dramatic course of action in terms of choking off the Strait of Hormuz. Would you rule that out entirely at this point, knowing administration officials have suggested that Iran won't make that move because it would be economically suicidal?
Kaylee, I don't rule anything out at this point. We're really into unknown territory, but I think it's highly, highly unlikely that Iran would seek to close the Straits of Hormuz for the very same reasons that you enumerate. Not only would it be an economic own goal and cripple Iran's imports, it would also irritate Iran's Gulf allies. And I think Iran is still depending on its Gulf allies to lobby the U.S. administration for an end to hostilities, so they want to keep them in their good graces as much as they can.
I want to ask you about the 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium that has apparently gone missing, presumably moved from one of the nuclear sites that we struck over the weekend. Alan, if this is in fact a bargaining chip for Iran, how does it use it?
I mean, this was one of the mistakes Iran made, which is when President Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. After that, they started enriching the uranium they had to 60%. And there's no valid reason to do that for a civilian nuclear program. So, yes, it's impossible kinetically by dropping bombs, shooting rockets to eliminate Iran's nuclear program. You can engage in a game of whack-a-mole. You've taken out some of the facilities. Iran can rebuild the facilities. They can, as they have done, move the parts or the resources, the uranium that's movable. So at the end of the day, unless you're willing to put boots on the ground, and a lot of them, you're not going to be able to eliminate Iran's capacity to reconstitute a nuclear program once the bombing stops. And you may well indeed, conversely, increase their desire to weaponize.
All right, Alan, we appreciate you joining us with your insights on this extended edition of Balance of Power. Alan Ayres, Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow at the Middle East Institute, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we're now joined live by another important guest. General David Deptula is with us, retired Lieutenant General in the U.S. Air Force and now Dean of the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Power Studies. General, thank you so much for your time. As we consider you are joining us in the aftermath, having just less than 3 hours ago, Iran having sent multiple missiles toward the U.S.'s largest military installation in the Middle East, a move that some have been describing as symbolic, but did stand a real chance of putting U.S. personnel in harm's way. Just walk us through the significance of that kind of target in particular, and what risk you still see to U.S. forces elsewhere in the region.
Well, Joe and Kaylee, thanks very much for having me on. I think you kind of, it's a great segue into the question, given that Al Udeid Air Base is the biggest U.S. military installation in the region. So the Iranian response was not unexpected. A matter of fact, in recent weeks, many of the base's aircraft and personnel have been evacuated. So, and I apologize, I should have turned off my phone. But
no worries. A lot of people seeking your expertise, I'm sure, General.
Well, what we saw from Iran is a calculated face-saving move. It's not a serious military escalation. Supposedly, they fired the same number of missiles as we dropped bombs. but there was no damage caused, no casualties, and they even gave gutter advance warning. And so what I'd share with you is that's not warfighting, that's theater. They're trying to save face. Now the question becomes, what's the next step? I would tell you the United States to date has already achieved its objective. I mean, we struck Iran's nuclear infrastructure with precision and professionalism, and now is the time to exercise some strategic restraint. Because by not escalating further, we reinforce our dominance and demonstrate that our actions were about security, not vengeance. Although there's still a lot of runway out ahead of what's going to happen in this particular operation. But the other piece, I think, and forgive me because I haven't been watching, but I understand that Saudi Arabia has now come out and really scolded Iran for their actions, as has Qatar and UAE. So that's pretty game-changing in the context of now Iran has got all the GCC states essentially coalesced together in decrying their actions, and it's putting Iran in a box. So I think it's just a matter of time before hopefully the Iranian mullahs see the errors in their ways and do what's in the best interest of their people, and that is to halt their aspirations for building nuclear weapons and move on to an option that would see peace and security established in the region.
General, you were with us just less than a week ago talking about the run-up to this actual event happening with the U.S. surging an enormous amount of resources, military equipment and personnel into the region. We still have a third carrier strike group that's on its way. And as someone who's spent hundreds of hours in the cockpit of a combat aircraft, I wonder your thoughts on how long we can keep this level of presence in a crouched position in the Middle East and the risks that come with doing so.
Well, it's a great question. First, let me just highlight and add what I'm sure you've heard a lot of people say, but I got to tell you, the air attacks on Saturday deserve an A+ in terms of performance. And by the way, not just the air crews that participated, but the folks in the entire CENTCOM planning staff and the U.S. National Security Team. I mean, the operations security and the deception that was pulled off and executed is just spectacular. There's no other way to say it. Now, the other point that I will add is, this is an extraordinarily difficult mission to plan and execute. But all the people that participated made it look easy. But we have to remember it was actually very, very complex and dangerous. Now, back to answering directly your question. Look, we've been in the region since 1991. People tend to forget that. It wasn't just 9/11 when we started this. We've had aircrew members flying no-fly zone operations since the end of Operation Desert Storm. So we've been there a long time. And we've demonstrated that we can project power. But there is something behind the scenes that people generally are not aware of. And what's not evident in this magnificent air combat performance is if we had to do it again today or tomorrow or even in a week or for a sustained period of time, we couldn't. That's because the United States Air Force today is the oldest, the smallest, and the least ready it's been in its history. What your audience might not know is that the United States only has 19 B-2s. They're all over 30 years old. And the B-52, our largest bomber force element, just celebrated the 73rd birthday of its first flight. So what you saw unfold on Saturday was about the maximum operational stealth bomber force that could be generated in a one-day attack. And at the same time, we expended over half of the GBU-57 weapons inventory. So the Air Force is in a force structure and weapons inventory crisis, and it needs to be rebuilt if America wants to retain and grow this capability to perform more than a one-and-done operation in the future.
Well, that's fascinating context, and we appreciate it as we consider that aspect of U.S. capability in our final 90 seconds here. General, what about Iran and Israel's capability to keep this going in a sustained way? At what point do we reach the point in which they cannot continue volleying at each other with the same velocity?
It's just a matter of time. Israel is winning. They are changing the calculus in the region by putting Iran in a box, by halting their means of aggression, and quite frankly, our U.S. security objectives align with theirs in this regard after our successful attacks. We're now full partners. Now, what that also, it doesn't mean that we've got to enter into a supposed forever war like those we got involved in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is a different set of circumstances, and they're applying precision air and space power to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. It's going to work, and this is going to be over. One can't tell exactly when, but they will succeed.
General, it's great to have you back. David Deptula, retired Lieutenant General, U.S. Air Force, now Dean of the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Power Studies. Fascinating conversation and a deep dive with David Deptula. Thanks for being with us for our extended Balance of Power coverage live from Washington. We're going to be back with more in just a couple of hours. 5 p.m. Eastern Time for the late edition of Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. Stay with us for much more on Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Iran has retaliated for the weekend attacks on its nuclear facilities. It launched a series of short and medium-range missiles at a massive U.S. base in Qatar. The U.S. military says there were no American casualties. Security contributor Sam Vinograd.
Iran has a long history of attacking U.S. military facilities in the region, so to a certain extent, we expected this moment. The unknown question at this time is whether this is it, or if Iran is planning to escalate further.
Margaret Brennan reports many countries in the region are following events closely.
Kuwait, for example, which has the 4th largest U.S. military installation in the world, is bracing. There was an expectation that this firing at Qatar would happen, and that along with it there could be follow-on attacks.
The attack came as Israel resumed its strikes on Iran. The BBC's Mark Lowen reports.
Israel has launched an intense new wave of strikes against the Iranian capital as it targets what it described as agencies of government repression. Damaged sites include Evin Prison, which holds political detainees, and a paramilitary organization often deployed to clamp down on dissent.
And here in the U.S., security officials have been on heightened alert, as Nicole Skanga reports.
Homeland Security officials right now are monitoring for potential physical and cyber retaliation now that the red line of the Iranian response doctrine has been crossed. The concern is we don't know what we don't know.
Today's attack by Iran occurred as President Trump was expected to meet with his security advisors in the Situation Room. The administration has said it wants to resume diplomatic talks. In much of the nation, it is too hot to be outside, but this man in South Carolina.
With this kind of weather, man, it's just good for you to come prepared, lots of water, and take plenty of breaks. And at my age, slow down a little bit. But always want to get out and get moving.
170 million Americans are under heat alerts or advisories. Newark, New Jersey hit 100 degrees today. The latest email and text scam wants to help you get your real ID. Christopher Cruz reports.
The scam is so pervasive, the Federal Trade Commission has issued a nationwide consumer alert. The agency says the only way to get get a real ID is to go in person to the state office that issues licenses and registrations. Any notice you get that you can skip the line by applying for your real ID online is a phishing scam. Don't click any links in the email or text.
On Wall Street, investors have had little apparent concern over the events with Iran. The Dow is currently up 285 points. This is CBS News. As the immigration crackdown expands, some undocumented migrants are opting to self-deport with or without a paid incentive. Michael Wallace has more.
The Trump administration has offered a free airline ticket and $1,000 to anyone who wants to self-deport. Regina Higuera doubted she would ever get that money, so she left Los Angeles for Mexico on her own.
She made this decision out of fear.
Julie Ear is Higuera's daughter, one of three she left behind after 36 years in the U.S. as a garment worker.
She had her work permit. That's why she had her social. She's in the system. She was paying taxes.
She now lives with her mother in Mexico and calls her self-deportation her retirement. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Former Columbia University student Mahmoud Khalil was released after more than 100 days in custody for protesting against the war in Gaza. He says he will continue to speak up for Palestine, even if threatened with death. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, on YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Got to say, we are certainly focused on the Middle East, but what's interesting with everything that's going on right now, Tim, we're looking at U.S. stocks pretty much at their best levels of the session.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I'm looking at the HCP function on the Bloomberg terminal, down 0.4% at their lowest levels of the day. The S&P 500 stocks, I should say, up more than 0.8%. That's pretty much where we are right now. Amy Morris is going to have more in just a few minutes, but it's kind of been all over the place given the geopolitical tensions that we've been reporting on all day.
Well, it's fascinating. And if U.S. stocks don't tell the story clearly, just check out what's going on with WTI crude futures, because they are down 7% as we speak. We know we've seen Iran's retaliatory strikes at a U.S. Air Force base, I should say, in Qatar. That has been seen by investors as limited. And so we're not seeing maybe concerns about a broader fallout, a broader economic fallout, especially when there were concerns about higher oil prices and how that would play into the inflationary picture globally, but certainly also in the United States.
Yeah, talk about a roller coaster. Down as much as 9% today, up as much as 4.6% today.
Exactly. All right, so let's get to it. What are we going to be doing over the next 2 hours? We're going to look at how secure the United States really is amid these escalating tensions between Iran and the U.S. We're also going to ask, is the Mideast region kind of bracing for a longer war? I guess we're kind of taking it hour by hour, day by day right now.
Yeah, and potentially what's the United States role in all of that? Also, the play-by-play from the U.S. military from Saturday night's attack through to today. We got Tony Capaccio joining us a little later in the program. I got a lot of questions for him about those bunker-busting bombs.
Yeah, I bet you do. And we're also, of course, watching the financial markets for you. As we mentioned, we're pretty much at our highs of the session. Apollo Global Management's Torsten Slok will be with us, talking about the short, the longer-term trade amid a war in the Middle East, amid a trade war, and so much coming at investors. But let's get to it, Tim.
Yeah, first up, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Amy.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Master, along with Tim Stenovic.
Weekend
now
airstrikes on
to
3 of its
Amy
nuclear
Morris.
facilities. Hi, yeah, Carol. Stocks at session highs, oil not quite at a session low. The Iran response being seen as a market positive outcome. Iran fired those missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar in retaliation for President Trump's weekend airstrikes. The missile strike on Qatar was telegraphed. It had been expected. So Qatar was able to intercept the missiles. There were no casualties. Markets liked that. S&P 500 is now up 45 points. NASDAQ up 159 points. The Dow up more than 300 points, now at 303 points. Both WTI and Brent crude about 7% lower. WTI crude trading at less than $70 a barrel. Gold a 0.25% higher now, trading at $33.95 per ounce. Tariffs on pharmaceuticals could cost Ireland up to 75,000 jobs. That's where you can find Pfizer and Eli Lilly. Finance minister there warning that tensions in the Middle East adding risk in the energy and trade sectors. Pfizer stock now little changed. Eli Lilly now up more than 1%. Novo Nordisk ending its relationship with Hims & Hers Health because of what the drug company called deceptive marketing of copycat versions of Novo's obesity drug Wegovy. Shares of Hims & Hers Health down 32%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic.
Amy, thanks for that. Do appreciate it. We'll be speaking with you a little later this hour and next hour. Well, against the backdrop of a war in the Middle East that the U.S. is now involved in, an ongoing tariff trade war, we're just a few weeks from that July deadline, rising oil prices, Carol, potential disruptions in shipping through the crucial Strait of Hormuz. The macroeconomic background is certainly complex. There's a lot for investors to wade through.
Yeah, absolutely. Although risk on in today's trade. Torsten Slok is chief economist, partner over at Apollo Global Management, joining us from New York. Torsten, you did send, first of all, welcome. Good to have you here. You sent a note out this morning that included data for ship crossings in the Strait of Hormuz. It's Bloomberg data. It does show a decline in traffic both west to east, east to west. Is this your main macroeconomic concern when it comes to what we are watching in the Middle East and the potential for even further escalation? And I guess not just escalation, but a longer duration of conflict.
I think the bigger picture really here is that we already have an economy that is experiencing stagflation. We have tariffs higher, means higher inflation, lower GDP growth. We also have restrictions on immigration, meaning deportations, meaning if you lower the labor force, at the moment, the administration has the stated goal of lowering the labor force by about 1 million people. And of course, if you do that, you will also begin to have more upward pressure on inflation, specifically wage inflation, and of course also downward pressure on employment and therefore economic activity. And now if we add to that the risks here to oil prices, yes, I do understand that oil prices are now going down, and there are some special reasons for that. But the fear, of course, here is that if the oil price increase that we've seen since the beginning of June, if that is continuously hanging at the current levels or even goes higher, of course, that will also be stagflation, meaning putting upward pressure on inflation and downward pressure on GDP. So in summary, adding everything together where we stand at the moment, we just have that the economy is hit by a number of shocks that have the same characteristics, namely higher inflation and lower GDP.
Torsten, you've been beating this drum for a while, and I was surprised because I read the notes that you send. Perhaps I was surprised to hear Jay Powell essentially say last week that everything is okay. There are no issues starting to form anywhere. That was the takeaway I got. Maybe we'll hear something different tomorrow and Wednesday when we hear from the Fed chair on Capitol Hill. Do you think the Fed chair is incorrect with his assessment of the economy?
Yeah, Tim, this is really, really important because what's also very interesting is that last week, Chris Waller began to talk about rate cut in July. And today we had Mickey Bowman first talk about rate cut also now in July. And now we also have Goldsby talking about that, well, the dust may have been cleared in the air, and maybe there's now room for cutting rates. That's very interesting when Jay Powell last week very clearly said, word for word, we expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the coming months. So it's telling you that this rise in inflation that's coming as a result of oil prices already have gone up, this as a result of tariffs already having, of course, gone up, and also as a result of potential upward pressure on wage inflation, that the Fed is deciding to almost look through the coming rise in inflation and focus more on the worries about growth slowing down. So yes, Fed watching here at the moment is very interesting simply because the dual mandate is torn in opposite directions. On the one hand, when inflation is going up, the Fed should be hiking. On the other hand, when growth is slowing down, the Fed should be cutting. So where do they put their weight? And the last few Fed speakers have clearly said, including today, both Goldsby and Bowman, that the focus should be on growth slowing down. So that's why we are probably moving more towards more rate cuts coming faster than what the market was pricing just even a few days ago.
I just want to add in one caveat from Austan Goolsbee, Torsten, where he said, of course, Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago President Austan Goolsbee, he says the central bank could resume interest rates cuts if the inflation hit from tariffs remains subdued. Don't we have to kind of wait a few months to see? Because ultimately, we're going to find out, hopefully, very soon in terms of what the tariffs really are and how they play out. But at any rate, it is going to be higher than it was before. There will be some cost pressures, potentially.
Absolutely. And that's why what's really interesting, Harold, about this issue and this debate is, of course, this difference between what Jay Powell said last Wednesday. And now we've had 3 speakers since then that go out and basically say something a little bit different. They are all, of course, conditioning and on saying, if inflation is not a problem, then we'll be cutting. But here the key question becomes, what does a problem mean? If I, on my Bloomberg screen, type ECFC go, and I start looking at the consensus forecast to inflation, you will see that the expectation is inflation will go up from 2.6 in this quarter to 3.3 by the end of the year. That's a fairly significant expected increase in inflation. And is the Fed just going to ignore that rise and say, hey, we're just going to cut interest rates and ignore inflation is going up? That's why it still remains to be seen with the next FOMC meeting what they actually are as a committee thinking, because it's very clear that these individual members that are moving in the direction of more cuts, you're right that there are more nuances, as both Goldsby was also pointing out in his speech, but definitely also in contrast to what Jay Powell was saying last week.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast and furious it's coming. Having said that, so then the idea of stagflation, I mean, I know we've talked about it. We've talked about it a lot here at Bloomberg. Is that still a high possibility?
I still think that it's a high possibility. At least this is what the consensus is expecting. If I do look at that Bloomberg screen that shows you the consensus expectation, again, ECFC go, then it will tell you that there is the expectation inflation is going up. And this was also, and GDP growing down. This was also what the Fed did last week in the S&P. In the forecast that the Fed published, they raised inflation this year to 3% by the end of the year. And they lowered GDP growth to 1.4%. That means a quite uncomfortable for investors scenario, because should I put weight on inflation going up, on growth slowing down in terms of what the Fed will do? And now the Fed seems to be leaning, at least with the latest FOMC members, towards saying, hey, we're just going to ignore the rise in inflation. It's probably just temporary, and then we're going to cut rates. But that is where the debate needs to be, again, more clear in terms of what is it that they're saying today relative to what Jay Powell actually said last Wednesday.
You know, I'm curious because, look, you're an economist. You're not going to tell us what stocks to buy or you know, what equities or what assets to own, but you do work for an asset manager, and the idea is that you advise people there about what to do. What should investors be doing in a situation like this? Because by the sound of it, it seems like maybe you think the equity market has it wrong right now.
I do think the public equity market has it wrong. So here is the answer to your question. What should investors do? They should do 3 things. The key outcome of everything we're talking about here is that interest rates will be higher for longer, meaning we're not going down to 0 interest rates or to dramatically lower interest rates. Yes, the market is pricing somewhere between 1 and 2 cuts this year, but that's not much. That means that the level of interest rates this year will still be high. And next year, the Fed also just published their forecast saying that interest rates will be high. And what should you do when interest rates are higher for longer? You should be up in quality, in credit. In private credit, that means first lien, senior secured, top of the capital structure, to get the best protection you can get against the risk of a sharper slowdown, but it must be high quality assets, high quality credit to make sure that you're protected against the downside risks that comes with this risk of growth slowing down at the same time.
Hey,
the second thing that's interesting.
Yeah,
sorry, there's just two more things, Carol. The second thing that's interesting for investors is, of course, also the things that comes with dislocation funds. That means secondaries in PE. That means dislocation funds also in when it comes to the broader entry point for private credit and for markets. And the last thing that's interesting is, of course, thematic investing, things that are as far away as you can get from the trade war. So that will be infrastructure, data center, energy transition, climate, things that are long duration assets that have nothing to do with the near-term outlook.
All right, 15 seconds. On the 10-year, is 5% not even a consideration in your world, or could it happen?
I absolutely think that long-term interest rates are going up. So short-term interest rates are going up because of inflation. Long-term interest rates are going up because of partly inflation, but also because of the fiscal challenges. So there is upward pressure on the whole yield curve for these different reasons.
Even 5%? Yes or no? Real quick. Yeah. You think he said yes? I think I saw him say yes. Torsten, yes. Thank you. Torsten Slack over at Apollo Global Management. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
.321 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Home Title Lock. Homeowners, when was the last time you checked your home title? Go to HometitleLock.com/Bloomberg for a free title history report to make sure you're not already a victim of title fraud. That's HomeTitleLock.com/Bloomberg. Oil prices plummeted as Iran's retaliatory strikes on a U.S. airbase in Qatar were less severe than investors feared. That also pushed stocks higher. We do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. S&P 500 is up 43 points. NASDAQ gained 145 points. The Dow is up 290 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33%. The 2-year yield at 3.84%. WTI now down 6.9%, almost 7%. It's where it's been hovering most of this afternoon, trading at less than $70 a barrel. Brent crude is down 6.9%. And checking COMEX gold, now up 0.3% at $33.96 per ounce. U.S. previously owned home sales rose 0.8% to an annualized rate of 4.03 million in May. That's the weakest May sales since 2009. Mortgage rates remain near 7% and are seen staying above 6% at least through next year. That's contributing to a sluggish housing market with poor affordability. The growing number of homes on the market has not jump-started home sales. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenefek.
Thanks so much for that update, Amy. Do appreciate it. Well, Iran fired missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar after promising it would respond proportionately and decisively to President Trump's weekend airstrikes on 3 of its nuclear facilities. Qatar said the barrage at Al Udeid base, the biggest such U.S. facility in the Middle East, was intercepted and that there were no casualties. Carol, for a look at U.S. national security and the U.S.'s role in global security, we're going to bring in Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg News national security team leader. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau.
Hey, Nick, good to have you here. I know it's been a busy week and a busy day. We're trying to understand a little bit what feels like military choreography, maybe on the part of the U.S. and on the part of Iran, right? Missile strike on Qatar was telegraphed and had been expected by the U.S. and its allies, according to a person familiar. And it's also, you've got President Trump. He was telegraphing it's going to be within 2 weeks. And so did that give Iran a warning? You understand this world. Help me understand how military works today.
Right. I mean, so choreography is a really good word here. There is a sort of delicate dance going on after the president telegraphed his plans well in advance and then sort of tried to gauge what the potential reaction would be. U.S. carried out those strikes and then afterwards had a bunch of U.S. officials go on TV and say, hey, listen, this was a limited strike. It was aimed at the nuclear program, not against Iran writ large. Then Iran feels it needs to retaliate and then it wants to sort of, for its domestic audience, portray this as a very big, overwhelming response. But then the indication we're getting from Qatar and elsewhere is, as you mentioned, this was telegraphed well in advance. It targeted a base that had been largely evacuated of valuable U.S. military assets. So a symbolic show of force, but it looks like when you dig a little bit, actually, the Iranian desire was not to cause too much damage. So the interpretation there is, okay, now they want to push toward a potential new conversation with the U.S. They want an off-ramp. Two complicating factors to that. One is, of course, that Iran and Israel are still engaged in tit-for-tat exchanges, so that conflict hasn't ended. The other is, which we don't know, is this the end? Is Iran planning further attacks? They haven't issued a statement to say, hey, we're done here, let's move on.
Right, that's a really good point. I mean, they did say proportionately and decisively. This doesn't seem proportional to attacks on 3 of its nuclear facilities. I think it doesn't take a nuclear scientist to make that conclusion, Nick. I was thinking about this over the weekend. Other presidents have had the opportunity to strike Iran's nuclear targets. Did they avoid it because of fears of retaliation?
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a lot of questions there, the reasons why they avoided it. I mean, it was seen as too risky, potentially in terms of retaliation by Iran. The other question is a matter of efficacy, and one thing we don't know about these strikes, how much they actually obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, as President Trump claims. So there is a potential unintended consequence, which is you drive Iran's nuclear program deeper underground, both figuratively and literally. So does this produce the outcome you want? The other is obviously, well, what are the third, fourth, fifth order consequences of this, the unknown unknowns that we don't know about? You look at the Iraq War, 2003, folks thought, okay, we were going to be greeted as liberators when U.S. troops went in there, and then you look at what a mess everything became, the rise of the Islamic State, et cetera. So the question is this something Trump can just do and then get out, or does this lead to a whole new conflict, the likes of which we just can't imagine right now?
Well, Nick, on a global security basis, I mean, what are the implications and kind of optics of the U.S. actually getting involved, right? You know, it's one thing if they're behind the scenes and helping out and supporting, but they're involved.
Right, and you know, there are the first order consequences, the issue of what the potential Iranian retaliation might be in the future, what this actually does to Iran's nuclear program. But then you have the other element, which is the United States just attacked a sovereign country, even though the U.S. intelligence community assessed that there was no imminent threat to the U.S. So you could call this deterrence or a preventive strike, but is it, you know, was it too precipitous? When you have a country like the U.S. that essentially says, hey, we're going to uphold this global order and then condemn a country like Russia for an attack on a sovereign country, i.e. Ukraine, what does that do to U.S. legitimacy and questions around U.S. authority when it goes after a sovereign country like Iran? You know, there's a concern that it's essentially opening up a Pandora's box,
right,
and maybe opening it up to other countries doing the same thing.
All right, good to check in with you. Like I said, I know you guys all there in D.C. are super busy. Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Nick, thank you. Okay,
so look at how U.S. government is thinking about potential retaliation from Iran. For more on how Iran navigates after the U.S. bombings over the weekend, we turn to Ariel Cohen, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, also a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Dr. Cohen, good to have you with us this afternoon. I have a lot of questions about proportional retaliation, but I want to know what, in your view, Iran is actually capable of right now. What is the state of Iran's military, its armed forces right now? What are they capable of?
I believe that in a shorter range missiles, such as the missiles that they fired against U.S. base in Qatar, potentially U.S. based in Iraq and Syria, we may see more attacks. The main news here is that Iran went through sort of kind of performative retaliation. This was not mother of all retaliations because A, they signaled, and B, they used the systems that were intercepted, and they knew that U.S. and Qatar could intercept their missiles. So what does it tell me? It tells me that they did not throw the caution out of the window. They probably had intervention from China because China is a major customer for Iranian oil. Up to 15% of Chinese oil and even more so of Iranian oil goes to China. And the Gulf states, because Qatar is a member of Gulf Cooperation Council, so is Oman. If they try to block the Strait of Hormuz, they would need to do it in the Omani waters. That's where the passage is. So they would be in conflict with all of the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is Arab, of course, and Sunni. And then you could couch this conflict in the in terms of Arab versus Iranian, Sunni versus Shia. They did not want to do it. They're not there yet. In terms of are they going to do more retaliations, it really depends on the balance of power in Tehran. We see reports that Ayatollah is in hiding and nowhere to be found. The Ayatollah has to sign everything. So I do believe that once the elite in Tehran digests the severity of the blows, both Israeli and American, there will be massive changes in the regime. My sources are saying more than 60% chances that the Ayatollah will not stay here by the end of this year.
Regime change. Wow. Okay. Better?
Internal, not U.S. imposed, not Israel imposed, but things will shift. And we know for years that IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the fist of the regime, is not happy with the rule of the clerics. They want to run the show. They want to control all the goodies. They are aware that the Iranian economy was run into the ground by the clerics, and the Iran is very isolated. And as usual, there are different wings. They're more anti-Western wing, more radical wing, and more pragmatic wing.
I have a couple questions. First of all, regime change will be for the better, or we don't know? Like, who is in the wings waiting to take over?
Let's go down the list. I mentioned IRGC, and I mentioned that there's a split within IRGC. This is the military wing of the Islamic regime. In addition, there's a regular army, which is less ideological, less politicized. They are a separate body. Some of these officers were officers back in the day, even under the Shah. Now, of course, that generation is gone. Then there are liberals or technocrats in the regime. Then there are the monarchists, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza, lives about, 5 miles from where I live in Potomac, Maryland.
Yeah.
And then there are the Mujahideen, the Marxist wing that was fighting desperately with this regime. These are atheist and once violent, some people call them terrorists. That's another far left wing. So you see the spectrum, and what the Islamists are doing, they are monopolizing power. They're not transitioning that pretty sophisticated modern society into some semblance of a democratic machine that could balance the interests of different groups.
So, Dr. Koehn-Juzik, if we do see a regime change, or largely a regime change, is it better is such a poor word, but is it better on the other side for the people of Iran, for Iran's role in the region, and maybe even, globally?
Look, this is a highly opaque situation, very difficult to predict. I would say that if the system opens up, if the system avoids a civil war, which is a possibility also, not necessarily a high possibility, but a possibility. If the system brings more participation from the society, well, imagine they have the urban dweller, the city society that is educated, a lot of people with college education. A lot of people are looking towards the West, not towards China, not towards Russia, to model their society. And they're aware that women, 50% of the population, are abused and severely oppressed by that regime. We saw 982 people, I believe, in 2024 killed. We see torture. We see execution of gays. We see all kinds of brutal, barbaric behavior that a lot of city dwellers, educated Iranians are totally rejecting. There's a lot of sympathy towards the West, toward the United States, and even towards Israel.
Interesting.
And the fact that the Israeli intelligence and other intelligence is so effective is because there is a lot of cooperation by the Iranians with Western intelligence services.
That is fascinating to hear. Before even the possibility of talking about a different regime in Tehran, I think there are some questions now that Americans in the U.S. military and the president wants the answers to. For example, where is the enriched uranium now? If it left Fordo, do we have any idea?
Absolutely. We don't know if it left Fordo, but I can tell you one thing. That uranium is enriched to 60%, which is 20 times more enriched than what they need for the civilian nuclear reactor for electric power generation. That was a step before enriching to 80, 90% for the bomb. They have enough uranium, according to open sources, to 8 or 9 bombs. They could have taken that uranium at 60%, as they have it currently, package it into regular explosives, containerize it, and blow it up in Israel, in the United States, in Europe, you name it. So it's a clear and present danger. And I disagree with the intelligence community assessment and with the gentleman who spoke before me, your security desk chief, because no country builds a ballistic missile arsenal with longer range missiles that could reach Europe and are reaching Israel. And all you need to do is add one more stage to that missile to make it an ICBM. And Iran already is building that capacity because they're putting satellites in space. So with 60% enrichment, that a step just before putting it in a warhead, and they can get the warhead technology from North Korea, from Russia, from China, from Pakistan. So they are a threshold country. And what the United States and President Trump did was absolutely correct for the interest of the United States. We do not forget that since 1979, for 46 years, every Friday, these people are chanting, "Death to America, death to Israel." And they killed over 1,000 Americans. They tortured American officers, military officers. They killed American servicemen in the Khobar Towers, etc. They are a hostile power, and what Trump is trying to do is to put them down a peg and possibly get to some kind of an agreement.
In your view, did the U.S. go far enough with the bombing campaign on Saturday evening into the early hours of Sunday, or does the U.S. need to do more?
I think we went as far as we could. We used cutting-edge technology, the heavy bunker buster bombs, and we need to do a damage assessment. Once we have a damage assessment, and it will be classified, I won't know it, then Trump, chief of Joint Chiefs, the head of Joint Chiefs, will reassess it with the National Security Council, with the intelligence community, reassess it and decide. But I think President Trump is trying to de-escalate now. And I think what this attack is telling me that the Iranians are playing bold. They want to get away from this because they realize they're kind of crazy, but they're not. They're not stupid. They're realizing that more bombing campaign, both from Israel and from the United States, may signal the end of that regime.
A million more questions I'd love to ask you. Can I just ask you 30 seconds? Does China being somewhat allied with Iran complicate things? And very quickly, if you could, like 25, 30
China
seconds.
has a $400 billion investment agreement. I think it's 25 years stretch. And they are buying a lot of Iranian oil.
Right.
And they're doing a lot of other things the Chinese do. Infrastructure, roads, airports, etc. The Chinese do not want that agreement to be destroyed. And I would recommend to anybody who is engaged in Iran, tell the Chinese, don't worry, your investment is safe. Same thing as we should have done with the Russians in Iraq. I advocated that back in 2003, and the Bush administration did not listen, and we turned Russia against us. Now, the Russians are being very cautious. The Russians had that defense agreement with Iran, but it did not include mutual defense, mutual military activity. And the Chinese, again, it's very opaque. We do not know what they're supplying, possibly some missile technology to Iran came from China. We don't know that for sure. But the Chinese are very, very cautious because they don't have the power projection capability in the Gulf like the United States.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. So appreciate your time today. Errol Cohen, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, joining us from Washington, D.C.
Hey, let's get an update because we are under 20 minutes to go until equity markets close here in the U.S. Amy Morris is standing by in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hello, Tim. Stocks rose, oil prices fell. The S&P at one point increasing about 1% following those retaliatory strikes on a U.S. airbase in Qatar. Now they're being seen as symbolic, not necessarily triggering broader economic fallout. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. WTI and Brent crude both down now 6.8%. WTI trading at less than $70 a barrel. The S&P 500 has gained 48 points. NASDAQ up 158 points. The Dow up 313 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33%. The 2-year yield at 3.84%. COMEX Gold now 0.3% higher at 33.9.
Det gir null mening at USA skal gå opp på krig, på oljepris, som detter på krig, fordi Trump sier ikke kjør olje nå.
At man slår tekst opp på toppen der. Fikk ut $10 på halv kontrakt.
Og du shortet der oppe?
Så langt har den vært ned. Nei, jeg tok det. For det som skjer at den lager mye mer plass I RSI-en, sånn at det ser ut som den bygger opp for et lenge til opp.
På Nasdaq?
Ja. Jeg vet ikke hvordan det ser ut akkurat nå, jeg er på bare litt med hunden.
Jeg er short Nasdaq.
Du er short Nasdaq. Ja, men altså, han har ikke kommet noe lenger inn enn han har vært.
Nei, men Nasdaq skulle falt med flere 100 poeng, og gull skal egentlig gå ny high her, egentlig.
Ja, men så har det problemet med Nasdaqen, at når de stenger, så poff, så er det så faen meg opp. Så det må være litt oppspå.
Ja, og smeller opp hver dag 10 på.
Maybe not as expected. We've seen the markets kind of all over the place, and right now we are hovering near our highs of the day. So we're up almost 0.8% on the S&P 500, up 0.7% on the Dow Jones Industrial.
Ja, den ligger på 895 men I statutter.
Almost 200 points, Tim. Good for a gain of about 0.9%. But keep in mind, we were lower when the initial strikes by Iran on Qatar. And then I think the perception was that it wasn't as maybe big as it could have been or as, devastating, I guess.
Yeah.
And so we saw markets bounce off in a big way. Oil's been down.
I think what I found pretty shocking just being this is the day when you want to be a fly on a wall in a newsroom because we're following the headlines. The markets are moving with the headlines. At 12:33 p.m. Wall Street time, we saw stocks fall because the Wall Street Journal reported that Iran moved launchers for a possible attack on U.S. forces. And then, less than an hour later, we get this headline. Qatar says it successfully intercepted Iran missile attack. We see a breath of relief in the markets, and we start to see them move higher.
Yeah, exactly. If we go back to crude futures, which were up more than 6% at their high today, they're down almost 7% as we speak. I go back to our conversation with Nick Wadhams about the choreography. We'll see. We'll see where this all lands.
I want to see what Megan Horniman has to say about this. She's Chief Investment Officer at Verdant's Capital Advisors. She joins us from Hunt Valley, Maryland. Megan, I want to let everybody know that in the notes that you sent out today, you make the point that you are market specialists, not political experts. So we're not going to ask you about the politics of this. We're going to ask you about the market reaction. It's been muted. On the equity side, we saw oil go up, now oil go down. Why a muted reaction to a military operation and escalating conflict such as this?
So I think coming in this morning, and we can talk about equities first. When we came in this morning, it was a muted reaction. Equity futures were actually up before the market opened, and then it was relatively positive, but not by much. And I think that markets were just awaiting what was going to happen next. And I think the surprise, that Qatar was being, Iran had launched missiles against Qatar. The markets reacted to the fact that this was a better than expected, I guess, reaction from Iran. So what we saw was, markets down when the news broke that they were going to attack Qatar, and then them come all the way back, now sitting here near record highs, as the market's seeing that, hey, that this was not that big of a move. So I think the market's just celebrating the fact that there hasn't been anything major yet, and the retaliation efforts that Iran has taken thus far haven't been that detrimental.
Are you surprised? I mean, I think, we came in and it felt a little quiet. And then, of course, the headlines, started around midday in terms of what's going on in Qatar. But it just felt like an uneasy quiet, certainly this morning. Are you surprised by the market reaction, or what does it tell you maybe more longer term? Or maybe nothing?
No, I was a bit surprised this morning that it was so quiet. Even the VIX index really didn't move much. I mean, it was more than, less than half of what we saw during the liberation spike where we saw in volatility. So I was a bit surprised that the equity markets were relatively muted. I'm a bit more surprised that oil futures have sold off so much. I don't think that's behind us. I do think any disruption in the Middle East can have an impact on oil prices. So I'm a little surprised at how quickly they decline. I mean, we're down on the day. That's surprising when we're looking at such a dramatic impact that we saw over the weekend in Iran.
Tror du de færreste koppetrader i ADE?
4% since that initial Israel attack.
Jeg vet ikke om noen som gjør det, faktisk.
So I think we're still up, but you're right. Today, we're down a lot. We've seen actually a pretty big swing. So what do you do for clients right now?
Well, first of all, we have to not be complacent. We have to realize that, yes, we haven't seen any major retaliatory impacts from Iran. It does look like we've weakened them in some respect, but don't be complacent either. We still do have a conflict in the Middle East, and that can have impacts on the market. And what we've seen with history, if you look at any of the different military actions the U.S. has taken, they tend to see some weakness, but positive equity markets in the long term. So that's what we're telling clients right now. We're focusing on the long term. We're not going to get emotional and just sell everything because of this conflict. Instead, we're going to look at long-term fundamentals, U.S. economy. The Fed still is on the table to be able to cut rates this year. The economy is weakening, but not completely falling off a cliff. And we're seeing that, consumers, the confidence has been very weak, but consumers still are out there. So there are some positives to note. Don't forget, there's several things, though, coming up in the next couple weeks where we also don't want to be complacent. We have earnings season picking up, and then we still have that July 9th.
Nasdaq popper alltid opp klokken 21.50, så pop, går den opp. Skal vi se om det skjer i dag også, da.
Don't sell into this, but I wouldn't necessarily be buying it.
Du kan prøve å sette på long på den.
Ja, det hver klokken 10 på, så popper den.
Hvis jeg gjør det, så stuper den.
Gå long, da. Tommy, ta sett en kjøp, da. Han popper deg hver gang. 10 på.
Jeg shorter jeg med en liten en, og så deler vi det du får.
Det fair deal. Gull bør egentlig gå i taken hans, sånn helt seriøst. Gull bør gå som faen i natt.
If it does escalate beyond just these missiles that are going into Israel that are being intercepted by their dome, that's a concern as well because
Se, nå poppa han. 10 på, akkurat. Det jo så fjollete. Se. Pop.
Best levels of the session. We've just got about 10 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. I'm looking at 11 major
10 på, akkurat.
S&P 500. And you've got 9 of them higher in today's session.
Faen, gikk opp 25 poeng. Det bare sånn, what the fuck? Det så dumt at det bare skyt hele driten i huet. Jævla idioter. Det her ingenting med trading å gjøre. Dette bare sånn algoritme-shit som hver dag skrudd på klokken 10 på 10. Bare piss. Hvordan visste de at den kom til å poppe klokken 10 på? Jo, for det skjer hver dag. Jævla amatør, ass. Det så tullete. Det så tullete når det sånn. Ødelegger hele markedet. Faen, eller? Ja, jeg vet vi kan utnytte det, men jeg bare... jeg liker når markedet sunt, da. For da taper veldig mange mennesker penger, og jeg tjener penger. For da må du faktisk kunne litt. Jeg liker når det går alle veier. Bam, 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 bam. Da synes jeg det festlig. Ikke når det bare går sånn tikk, 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 som det usunt. Det greiene her, bare tull. Hvorfor har Microsoft opp 2% i dag? Hva er greia med det, liksom? Noen som vet hvorfor Microsoft er opp, eller? Fjollera. Jeg hater Nasdaq.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, heading over to our TV colleagues, going to cut you down to the close on this Monday. Just got about 7 minutes to go. I'm looking at the most read stories on the Bloomberg in the past 60 minutes. 5 of the top 10 have to do in some regards with the conflict in the Middle East right now. Market reaction, what Iran has done in targeting the U.S. base in Qatar, and so on and so forth. But I think it's interesting that there's a story about Jay Powell, right, getting ready to testify this week. You've got the New York City mayoral race happening. You also have a story about New York's Long Island Railroad. So there's just, it's interesting kind of the churn. But more, about half of the stories of the top 10 are about what's going on in the Middle East right now.
Yeah, that's where we're going to focus for the next few minutes. This is a really interesting story about satellite images and what they're suggesting. Jonathan Tyrone for Bloomberg News writing, for all of the destruction the U.S. Air Force visited on Iran's nuclear program, satellite images show that military planners were careful not to hit reactors at a key research facility, notably absent from the IAE latest damage report, the International Atomic Energy Agency's latest damage report. 3 research reactors operating at the Isfahan Nuclear Technology and Research Center. That's one of the so-called miniature neutron source reactors made by China in 1991. It runs on 900 grams, that's about 2 pounds of bomb-grade uranium.
Yeah, and you might recall like American officials over the weekend saying that an assessment of the final damage from President Trump's decision to join Israel in attacking Iran will take some time. But as more images emerge, the Isfahan sites appear to have been intentionally left untouched. According to 4 senior officials in Vienna, they asked not to be identified in exchange for discussing sensitive information. Many would say this is a good thing because the concern is about what would be the impact and what would be basically reached into the environment.
Hey, Carol, as you were speaking, the president posted a Truth Social with some news here.
Melding fra president.
Posting this. I'm reading from the president right now. Quote, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. He goes on to say, I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
You know, this goes back to some of the things we talked about with Nick
What
Watts
the
about the choreography. What feels like things are
Styrer Trump Iran nå, eller?
You know, was it that Iran needed to save face in some regard and respond to the attacks by the United States on its nuclear facilities? I think time will tell ultimately what damage is done. In Iran, as you know, from
Ja, han sier det at han takker Iran for at de sa ifra før de skjøt. Bare sånn
this in terms of the nuclear enrichment capabilities of Iran, that it has to be stopped, because if it isn't, then nuclear proliferation really takes
Så det er ikke krig allikevel? De er venner? Er det greia da?
De leker
Which
slåss.
makes me wonder, is it still there? I mean, this is why there's still stuff
Where
to
did
be
the
known.
knowledge go of how to do this?
Well, we know that a lot of the top scientists and officials that were involved in that in Iran have been taken out, at least that we heard We've seen a lot of reporting on that. But I think this is where we need to find out exactly what has happened. We are obviously getting some information from the president, but again, I think ultimately what has changed in terms of Iran's nuclear enrichment capabilities, I think time will tell, right? As we go through satellite images, and like you said, was it moved? I don't know.
We did see stocks move even higher just in the last few minutes, Carol, and I wonder if there's optimism that there could be de-escalation here. The S&P 500 close to its best levels of the day. I mean, at its best levels, up pretty much a percentage point.
399 names in the S&P 500, folks, right now are trending higher, 104 to the downside. All right, 2.5 minutes to go. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this very, very unusual and conflicted Monday. Over to the closing bell we go.
Det rareste krigen jeg har sett før. Hva faen, eller? Det avtalt spill, eller? Hva det for noe?
The closing bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage.
Markedet går bare høyere og høyere på det. Går ikke ned igjen. Oljeprisen tryner. Hva faen?
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the
trade.
Romain Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through to that closing bell with the global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. All eyes, of course, on Wall Street, but all eyes also, Carol, on the Middle East. The latest headlines coming from the President of the United States, posting on Truth Social, acknowledging what we all sort of knew just a few moments ago here, that the attack by Iran onto U.S. assets in Qatar, that most of those missiles had been intercepted, no casualties, no physical damage.
No, exactly, right? This kind of limited impact, if you will. But what's interesting is investors, just the risk on trade building momentum in these last few minutes of trading. I keep refreshing my DES page on the S&P 500 because
Jeg føler vi blir lurt av hele det der greiene her, ass.
To the upside as we count down to the close here.
Det jo ikke noe krig.
And we're seeing equities tick higher after the president posted that to social media. Perhaps there's optimism that there is de-escalation or will be de-escalation. The president saying perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same.
Yeah, even yields are coming off their lows of the session as well. You know, this kind of market reaction would have been really, really difficult to expect 24, 48 hours ago.
Which brings the point why it's so hard to hedge geopolitical risk, right? Like, you would have had a very different take, say, on Saturday if you wanted to hedge any kind of downside for the S&P, and you would have been completely stopped out.
Absolutely. Here and now you have markets sort of feeling themselves.
Sier på Bloomberg at det rareste reaksjonen man har sett før. Hadde du gått short på fredag, så hadde du blitt stoppet, sa de. Det sant, det. Det gir jo null mening. Det krig, oljeprisen går ned. Hallo.
U.S. equity markets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ each posting gains of about 1% on the day. The Russell 2000 making similar moves of about 1.1%. And Carol, Dow Transports, that's your outperformer amongst the major indices, up by 2.25%.
All right, fascinating to see that. S&P 500 back there I go. 399 names gaining ground in today's session. A lot of the uptick towards the last 10-15 minutes of trading. 102 Scarlett to the downside, 2 unchanged.
Yeah, pretty lopsided advanced decline line, and you see that reflected in the IMAP as well. This is 11 sectors in the S&P 500 and only one sector finishing in the red, one of the smaller sectors, and that is energy. In fact, you have 22 out of the 23 big cap energy names losing ground. Kinder Morgan was the only one to buck the decline.
All right, fascinating. A lot of green there. Tesla, definitely an outperformer. Number one gainer, folks, in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100. That stock up about 8.25% in today's session. Biggest intraday rise since late April. The company coming out, launching its much anticipated and long promised driverless taxi service to some riders on Sunday. Analysts highlighting the low-key and limited nature of the rollout of the service in Austin, Texas. The debut was quote-unquote largely uneventful, which is always good, free of major missteps, with the start of revenue service making a critical milestone, for bulls in the stock, and they definitely moved into it.
Så var ikke mye baller på den der iranske prestehomsingen, ass.
Wall Street Journal came out earlier today and reported that Bank of New York Mellon had approached the company in recent days
over.
on a possible merger. So if indeed we see
Seriøst, derfor det er så rart.
you're talking about two of the largest
De har ikke klart å gjøre en dritt. De har til og med gitt beskjed før de skyter rakettene. Og nå skal vi skyte dere om et kvarter. Ta og skyt dem ned. Det var krigen med Iran, liksom.
we'll be keeping our eye on that one. And then I had to throw in Circle Internet. I mean, why not? Up another 9.6%.
Jeg er sikker på at de hadde personsøkere på missilene, liksom. Fy faen, det tåpelig opplegg.
Gaining almost 10% today.
Faen og jalla. Kaller det krig i alle avisene, liksom, og så er det ikke krig. Det er bare piss. Maken, ass. Den krigen varte i 10 minutter. Nå burde det I hvert fall bli revolusjon der borte.
More than 34% today. It was the most intraday ever. This after Novo Nordisk scrapped its partnership with Hims & Hers. It has been selling compounded obesity drugs on marketing concerns. Novo Nordisk said Hims was, quote, using deceptive marketing to sell copycat versions of its obesity blockbuster Wegovy. Hims CEO Andrew Dudum on X called Novo executive comments, quote, misleading. He said Novo had been pressuring Hims to steer patients to Wegovy, regardless of whether it was clinically best for patients. He said, quote, we refuse to be strong-armed, and that Hims will continue to offer a wide range of treatments. Interestingly enough, we saw Novo down 5.5%.
I'm absolutely fascinated by this story because I mean, it does seem like the perfect.
Russland varsler at de gjenopptar angrep på amerikanske fartøy I Rødehavet.
And of course, Novo and other drugs are running a more of a direct line to their consumers.
Hva sa du nå, Robert?
Jeg ser ut de har jo hatt fredsavtale med amerikanerne. Men de gjenopptar angrepene på amerikanske fartøy som går ned I Rødehavet.
Gjør de det nå?
Nei, de truer med det nå.
Det ingen som synes at dette litt rart. Det en krig, og markedet går på all time high nesten 8% tryner. Det bare aldri... Altså, jeg har tjent masse penger I dag, men det gir jo ikke noe... Dette bare helt... Ja, det høres rett og slett som det konstruert. Det høres som det bare piss. Det høres som sånn der... Hæ? Hva skrev han nå? Han har ikke skrevet nytt nå. Ja, it's time for peace. Ja, det har jeg fått med meg. Det Donald Trump som bestemmer det da, eller? Tydeligvis. Men var det liksom alt du fikk? Det var det liksom?
Which, as we know, should be a risk-free asset.
Jepp. Hvis det sant, Stig, og hvis det der sant, så alt dette bare oppdiktet piss. Da kommer han til å skryte på seg at han den presidenten som stoppet en storkrig, at det liksom, det nye greia hans, liksom. Ja, det virker faen meg som alt planlagt. Det det sjukeste jeg har sett eventuelt, faktisk. Det faen meg helt sjukt. Da skyr han mannen ingen midler. Faktisk. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal tro nå. Ikke på nyheten I hvert fall. Hvis det blir fred nå, så kan gulden falle mye. Men inflasjonen er fortsatt alt for høy. Det blir ikke noe rentekutt. Og Ukraina-krigen er fortsatt i gang, og gull skal egentlig videre oppover. Men denne krigen i dag, som normalt sett, skulle ha kjørt gull igjennom 400 i dag. Og oljeprisen skulle opp til... Hvis dere ser på nyhetene på E24 og Finansavisen, så var det jo spekulert at oljeprisen skulle opp til $150 fatet. Se på oljeprisen nå. Den er ned 7%. Dette gir jo ikke noe mening. Dette er jo, det virker som alt er planlagt. Ingen er drept av missilene, og de visste klokkesettet når missilene kom, og nå er det fred. Er det ingen som reagerer på dette her? Roy, det er det jeg sier, det bare virker jævla rart. Nå sier Trump at nå er det fred, så er det fred, hva faen? Og hvis det her er liksom alt trøkket fra pressestyret i Iran, så er det pressestyret, det er ikke noe, da er de bare latterlig piss, liksom. De gir null mening. Jeg har kjøpt gull her nede, så. Fy faen, jeg skal trede hele natt, det. Jeg skal faen meg... Jeg gir meg ikke. La 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 la. De skjønner ikke noe på Bloomberg også, da.
Is that we were covering just moments ago. The president has raised hopes of de-escalating the Middle East conflict after Iran's strike against a U.S. base, saying the attack was, quote, very weak and telegraphed ahead of time by Tehran. Here's what the president said in a post on social media, quote, I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically...
Trump takker Iran for at de ga beskjed før de skjøt opp rakettene. Hvorfor i helvete skyter de raketter hvis de skal gi beskjed? Hva er greia for noe? Se på oss, vi har også raketter. Var det liksom Iran, liksom? Var det farlig prestestyr i Iran? Var det, liksom? La oss halshugge damer som ikke går med burka og hijab. De kan vi ta livet av, men USA som bare blæster atomanleggene våre, nei, det går bra. Fy faen, jeg tror det var mer balletak i Iran enn det der, altså. Det der er bare flaut. Nå burde rett og slett hele iranske befolkningen bare rive ned det der prestetullet og bare bli frie igjen. For det burde faen meg gjøre, altså. Det er det dummeste jeg har hørt. En oransje mann som heter Trump. Han har det fred nå er vi ferdig med krigen. Jesus Christ. Jeg er skuffet, Sahar. Altså, jeg er glad ingen ble drept, misforstå meg rett. Men det her virker bare veldig sånn tilgjort, hele opplegget. Veldig spesielt. Og Trump i stad, ikke kjør oljeprisen opp. Jeg følger med, det gir bare mer fuel til fienden. Og så går oljeprisen ned. Så faen er det mulig, da? Er det ingen som reagerte på det, eller? At oljeprisen stuper på krig? Jeg har aldri sett før, jeg. Har du, Robert?
Nei, jeg har ikke det. Sett og se på at viksen ligger i minus.
Ja, ikke sant? Det er normalt.
Skal vi se, den har vært på 22,30 i dag, og nå ligger den på 20,70.
Er det ingen dere vet om som har litt peiling som reagerer på dette her? Alle synes dette var helt normalt. Oljeprisen faller på krig. Iran som liksom er livsfarlig, gir beskjed. Nå skal vi skyte dere om en halvtime, pass på at ikke dere blir drept. Det er ingen som reagerer på dette her. Sånn virker liksom. Altså, jeg gir faen, men jeg synes det er veldig rart. Hvordan faller oljeprisen nå? Oljeprisen har falt, var ned ganske mye i sted. Skal vi sjekke hva den ligger på nå da.
Med 8,15%, han ligger på 71,17.
Ok, så den har falt 8%.
Ja.
På en krig.
På en krig. Det er skutt ned.
Ja, for det gir jo veldig mening. Og VIX-indeksen er minus. Og krypto opp 7% for å være ned 8% i dag. Og gull er i null omtrent. Og rentene er blandet. Trump says Iran gave US advance notice of missiles attack i kvartal. Faen, pussies, ass. Det er... Herregud. Hæ? Nei, jeg tror gull skal gå videre opp uansett, men... Jeg skal se han litt. Jeg har kjøpt dem her nede, jeg da.
Jeg tror nok det er på å begynne ut snart da. Gullet.
Det som er litt morsomt nå er det at gullprisen var opp $100 høyere i forrige uke når det var fred, og så faller vi når det er krig. Så det er jo veldig, veldig spesielt da. Og Nasdaq er tilbake på nesten all-time high. På hva, liksom? Hvorfor faen var Microsoft opp i dag? På 2% på hva da? De lærte ræva tall, liksom. Ja, men gull kan faktisk falle litt i dag da, hvis de sier at det er over.
Former intelligence analyst for the Army, and you're looking at even some of the highest fidelity satellite imagery and all that. You're talking about a facility that's 300 feet under the ground, and no matter what you've done to the surface, it's not as if you have the ability to fly directly in there with a drone at eye level and be able to look around, right? So I think from that confirmation perspective, it's going to be a lot of the intelligence community across Israel, the U.S. and allies to be able to say what is in there, what's the chatter that's going on across the signals intelligence side, what's going on the human intelligence side, from sources network going, no, it's really gone, or other people saying, no, that something has survived, and that may drive Israel to continue this.
Well, you know, it brings up a good point, and something that Carol and I have been talking about a lot today, which is, what do we know about the enriched uranium, where it is, and what's next if it indeed is no longer or wasn't even at one of these facilities when they were bombed?
No, that's going to be a big piece of it, right? When you look at going all the way back to 3.7% enriched uranium all the way into the 60s from a percentage perspective, and then trying to say, okay, was it all there? That is an area where I think that might be, if they continue down this path right now of continuing their strikes, the airstrikes against those facilities, they
Nasdaq fant nesten 400 poeng fra low.
Where they do have some leads that
Sjukestue.
can go to where that material is. But I think some lessons learned obviously have been made since early 2000s in terms of being able to jump in and try and put ground forces and all that. I don't think anybody's trying to go down that path. I think it's one of the reasons you're seeing a lot more in terms of airstrike capability than you do anything else from that perspective. It looks a lot more like Gulf War warfare than it does Operation Iraqi Freedom in the early 2000s.
Hey, so we are Bloomberg, so forgive me that I go there, but I'm just thinking about what this shows me is that I mean, we just are going to
Stig.
continue to see everybody just spending on defense because you just don't know kind of where things are going to break out, and it just feels like we are in a more geopolitically tense world going forward. That's an understatement, but is that
Nei,
is
ikke
that
noe.
fair?
Jeg glemte hva jeg skulle si.
No, that's absolutely fair. When you look at even NATO trying to come up to 5% GDP defense spending across partners, you are seeing that people are trying to rise, but a lot of the countries don't have the room to be able to do it.
Hva er det vi har sett I dag?
The proof's going to be in the pudding in terms of how much money that are actually able to put towards that. Really, you're looking at about a 3.5% of the hard defense spending, and then the other 1.5% is almost infrastructure related, transportation. There's a lot of categories that kind of fit underneath that. But as you're mentioning, I think that the defense primes, I think Boeing and Raytheon and Lockheed had really big days over the weekend if you think about it, right? F-18s, F-15s, in the EA-18 Growler electronic warfare. Those three from Boeing, as well as the massive ordnance penetrator.
We're going to talk more about those in just a minute. Wayne, appreciate your time. Bloomberg Intelligence's Wayne Sanders.
421 on Wall Street, I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Oil prices.
Det faktisk sant. Kan si hva dere vil om Donald Trump, men han den eneste mannen i verden som kan starte en krig og få oljeprisen til å gå ned. Ingen annen mann i verden hadde klart det. Sånn på ordentlig. Ingen hadde klart det. Ingen hadde klart det. Og samtidig få børsene til å gå nesten all time high på krig. Faen meg sjukeste du, ass. Story, jeg skal se klokken 12 når det åpner, for å se. For å se om det er over eller ikke over. Det er jævlig vanskelig for meg også. Jeg klarer ikke helt fatte det. Var det liksom alt vi fikk fra Iran? Det var det liksom. Nå må det bli revolusjon der borte. Det kan ikke bli noe annet enn det. Se her, alle kommenterer det samme. Det er sånn helt så. Det er liksom helt sjukt. Ja. Nei. Nope. Hvem da? Jeg har bare 0,054 ganger. Er det på gull? Hæ? Jeg har bare 4 kontrakter. Send det til Nils. Jeg har bare tatt 4 her nede. Ikke tatt dem mer.
Hvorfor dobbelt, sier han?
Det er det. Så jeg har bare det her. Har nesten ingenting. Kjøpte så vidt der oppe.
Og han har ikke lagd en ny konto, sikkert, eller? Jeg skjønner ikke hvordan det funker.
Det var veldig bra. Jeg har bare 4 kontrakter her nede. Eller 0,04 da. Dere har bare 4 posisjoner som jeg kjøpte nå før close, ikke sant? Ja. Ja, ok. Da må du spørre han du vet.
Wonder, again, going to kind of the orchestration of the moves that we are seeing, this fine dance, you know, Israel, Iran, the U.S., Iran back in Qatar. So I don't know, how are you looking at how all of this has kind of been carried out?
Well, it's been carried out fairly flawlessly in terms of the mechanics of command and control in a combined operation. Your question's a good one, but I think the weaponeering was informed greatly by Israeli intelligence in terms of their assessment of what their weapons could do and how deeply buried the hardcore nuclear material, the enriched uranium material was. And that had to all be factored into the way the U.S. calibrated our bomb drops in terms of the GPS coordinates, the aim points, how deep they were going to go. I mean, the science of weaponeering, while it's a black art, is pretty precise within the Pentagon. This is one thing they do pretty well, at least knowing where their weapons go. Thank goodness for GPS.
Yeah, absolutely, right? What I wonder is how much was the U.S. military possibly willing to take the risk that they might hit a nuclear facility and that there might be, you know, uranium or, you know, nuclear, you know, unleashed into the atmosphere? Like, I'm just curious how good the intel was if they knew exactly what they were doing.
In this case, I think the intel was pretty good. I mean, one indication, the Isfahan facility was not hit by massive ordnance penetrators. It apparently has more sensitive nuclear materials in there, and I'm not going to act like I'm a total expert on this, but it was struck by Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from the Arabian Sea, from the submarine with the Carl Vinson group. Those don't penetrate deeply, but my assessment is that they at least followed damage caused by Israeli weapons. They didn't go as deep, but they caused damage at that facility that could have been more significant in terms of a release of nuclear materials. Again, I don't want to overplay what I know, but that's my impression.
Okay.
Tony, the GBU-57s, the massive ordnance penetrator bombs that have the first time they've ever been used in combat that were dropped on Fordo and other areas, 14 of them. Do you know how many the U.S. actually has of these? I've seen reporting that indicate that only 20 of these existed, but I understand this stuff is obviously classified. What do we know?
Yeah, it's a handful in the 20s, maybe mid-20s. I've been writing about this bomb for quite a number of years, and it's very, very classified. In fact, I've got some of the emails that were leaked to me about people not wanting to talk to me about the bomb. But interesting enough, there's a base, there's a ammunition facility in Oklahoma, McAllister Ammunition Base. They make Army 155 rounds. Well, they're being retooled this year to help build more of these MOPs at a more rapid pace so that we can build up our inventories. So deep in the heart of Oklahoma, I'm sure they're working overtime to pull together the barrels that will be filled by Boeing in the coming months to replenish the supply.
What is considered a fully replenished supply?
I'm thinking in the 20s there, 20s, 30s.
Okay.
There's not like hundreds of these things.
Hey, you know, one thing that was puzzling to me also was why the B-2s were or are right now based in Missouri rather than at Diego Garcia. The trips wouldn't have been as long, and why did they land at Diego Garcia? Why did they go all the way back to Missouri?
The whole landing sequence there, they would have been spotted there at Diego Garcia. The whole point of this was to show the long arm of the United States. Landing, they could have done that, but then there would have been pictures of it. There would have been more operational security issues. I think the brilliance of this one and this aspect of it was to think to the west, while those the B-2s that actually hit Iran, they took off at like midnight Saturday morning. The stories about the B-2s going west started breaking at about 11:30 a.m. Eastern time Saturday. So this was their version, the Air Force's version of Operation Mincemeat in the Sky. Yeah. You guys are off Broadway, so you know the play.
Well, how do you fly 6 or 12 of these from Whiteman in Missouri at midnight without people around the airport, plane spotters, realizing this is happening?
There's no planes. This is an isolated base. They're not like sitting in their cars waiting for these things to fly off. This is our crown jewel bomber.
And online, and they can't be tracked online because they don't send out the signal that is being tracked. That's
right.
Irrespective of the radar.
The point here is that these plane trackers, they were fooled. The crews on those bombers going west were talking. They wanted to be spotted. They wanted to be detected. That's all part of the mincemeat ruse in this case. Going east, the bombers were doing their thing. They were being radio silent, and so nobody could pick them up. I mean, it was a pretty smart move on the Air Force's part.
You know, I don't know whether I'm just thinking a lot about the U.S. military, the military parade that President Trump had on his birthday, and I'm just thinking about what just happened over the weekend. What is it that kind of, I think, U.S. citizens need to understand about U.S. military and our capabilities?
Well, the capabilities that you spend like $160 billion a year on procurement often work, while the optics of the president and his parade are disheartening to many. The weapons that we have actually have been working pretty well in the last few years. Over the last, you can fight about the war, you can argue about the war, the cause, but the hardware has been working well. The B-2, you may remember 20 some odd years ago, it was reviled on the myth that it can't fly in the rain. It can't do an operation in the rain. Well, the Air Force debunked that. And, it's a $2 billion bomber. It was criticized at the time. Every operation it's been involved in, though, it's been pretty darn effective.
It's perhaps going to continue to be in service until the 2030s, but it's supposed to be replaced by the B-21 Raider, which had its first flight in November of 2023. How close is this to replacing the capabilities of the B-2? And what are the differences?
The main difference with the B-21, it's going to be able to control drones, basically. It's going to have wingmen. It's going to be able to have unmanned wingmen. That's a big difference. Okay. It's stealthier. I mean, the B-2 is decades old. Its skin has to be highly touched up. It has a lot of problems with skins, with the blisters and stealthy materials, low observable materials, maintaining that. The B-21s is a quantum leap better than that, and it's going to be able to carry a lot more ordnance than the B-2. But it's going to be a quarterback in the sky, so the Air Force says. We don't know much about it because it's highly classified. Every little twist of this thing they keep secret, except some of the broad cost figures and some of the very measured pictures they come out of flight tests.
We love getting inside your brain, man. Come on anytime. Tony Capaccio, he is Pentagon and National Security reporter at Bloomberg News. He's there in our D.C. bureau. Do want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg. A divided U.S. Supreme Court lifted a judge's order that required President Trump's administration to give people 10 days notice and a chance to object before they are deported to a so-called third country. Over 3 dissents, the High Court granted an emergency request from the administration, which said the order from a Massachusetts federal judge usurped presidential authority and interfered with diplomatic efforts. Again, that is a win for the Trump administration. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec. When we come back, we're going to shift gears a little bit. Some business news and a company you know really well. It was a best performer in today's session. That's next.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks rose, oil prices fell. The S&P 500 gained, about 1% following Iran's retaliatory strikes on a U.S. airbase in Qatar, being seen as symbolic, not triggering necessarily any broader economic fallout. We do bring you closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. A big drop for oil, both WTI and Brent crude down more than 8.5%. Brent crude now trading around $70 a barrel. WTI around $67 a barrel. S&P gaining 57 points. NASDAQ gained 184 points. The Dow up 375 points. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%. The 2-year yield at 3.85%. KB Home cut its housing revenue guidance for the full year. That guidance missed the average analyst estimate. Shares of KBH down nearly 2% in the post-market. Chewy shares down 3.1% now in the post-market. The pet product retailer announced a $1 billion public offering. Chewy backer BC Partners looking to sell $1 billion in Chewy shares. Tesla rolled out its long-awaited robo-taxi service to a handful of users following almost a decade of hype from Elon Musk. And Tesla managed to handpick the first riders. That means the general public still has to wait. Shares of Tesla gained 8.2% in the regular session. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. We return now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. There you go.
I know. It's been a hard day.
Sometimes I get my name
day.
wrong.
Listen,
Amy, to be honest.
That's true.
It is
I
true.
always get your name wrong. I'm like, who are you? Who are
It
you?
happens.
Amy, thank you so much. Hey, listen, folks, we just want to mention once again that headline that crossed the Bloomberg that a divided U.S. Supreme Court lifted a judge's order that required President Trump
Faen, jeg har mikken av. Helvete, altså. Jeg sier, det ingen som synes dette her rart? At det på grunn av Donald Trump sier krigen over, da betyr det at det ikke blir noe mer bomber fra Iran? Derfor skal markedet bare gå opp? Det ingen som synes dette helt fucka? Det ingen som har egne meninger? Så fordi Donald Trump sier, nå er det fred, da krigen over? Det faen ingen som har hørt meg, for faen. Jeg sitter og prater med meg selv, det. Helvetes, det ballerunk, ass. Nei, jeg helt satt ut. Ja, tjent masse penger i dag. Men det her gir null mening. Det virker nesten som den krigen med Iran var konstruert. For gull skal over 400. Hvis dette her er vanlig marked, så gull over 400 nå. Gull skal over 400. Nasdaq skal ikke opp. Oljepriset skal ikke ned. Det her er bare veldig spesielt. Bare prøv å tenke hva jeg skal gjøre for noe.
Der røyk Chanel-veska mi som jeg skal kjøpe på torsdag.
Hæ? Jeg har jo tjent masse penger, jeg.
Jævla Nasdaq.
Ja, men det her er det rareste.
Jeg hadde alt under kontroll i dag tidlig.
Nei, du kan ikke ha kontroll med Trump.
Jo, jeg hadde det, og så gikk det.
Trump har nå sniket seg inn i påvirkning av gullprisene. Trodde alle skulle få til. Han bare, nå skal vi starte krig. Nei, nå er det ikke krig. Ja, nå er det krig. Nei, nå er det ikke krig. Snart 300, helt rått. Så bra, Geir. Jeg er bare litt sånn, litt usikker på hva jeg skal gjøre nå, for det, i mitt hode i dag så skulle ikke krigen bli over så fort. Det var ikke min plan i dag. Ja.
Den dua blåser seg opp. Betyr det at den er redd og prøver å skremme meg?
Nei, det betyr at den koser seg. Men jeg prøver å fokusere her. Jeg er usikker på hva jeg skal gjøre for noe.
Jeg hadde startet på nytt igjen i morgen.
Jo, men jeg har kjøpt gull på jævlig langt ned i forhold til hvor jeg har vært den. Teknisk så har jeg kjøpt ned riktig, men jeg er jævlig usikker. For hvis det ikke blir krig, så vil dette falle. Men skal vi virkelig tro at det på grunn av Donald Trump sier at det ikke er krig, så er krigen over, liksom? Er det prestestyret så jævla, unnskyld språket mitt, så fittefeige, at de bare skulle undertrykke sitt eget folk, men det er ikke baller til å svare amerikanerne eller israelerne? Jeg kan ikke tro det.
Det hørtes ganske rett ut, da.
Ja, at de ikke... Altså, at de bare fordi Donald Trump sier hei, hei, nå er det fred, så er det fred, liksom?
Ja, men jeg skal til å si, de vil vel ikke ha amerikanerne til å delta noe mer, da.
Ja, men da er krigen over.
Ja.
Da må det bli revolusjon i Iran.
Det kan det fort bli.
For det pressestyret har tydeligvis 0 baller. Det her gir det... Jeg har aldri hørt om en krig som varer 1 dag før. Jeg har hørt om, jo, den 2-dagerkrigen med Kypros og Tyrkia. Den krigen varte vel i 2 dager eller noen timer. Nei, jeg skjønner ingenting. Ja, de må gjerne ta tap. Det blir ikke akkurat så mye tap. Det blir $20 i tap eller noe. Jeg har kjøpt den helt der nede. Og inflasjonen stiger videre, så selv om den krigen her ikke er en krig, så skal jo også gull gå videre oppover. Sånn uavhengig av krigen, da. Det er bare... usikker nå. Jeg kan bare ikke tro at en mann kan bare...
Maria?
Hva er det for noe?
Du kan ha åt med ost på. Nei, jeg mener tomat.
Du hadde ikke smør på der?
Nei.
Du må ha smør også, da.
Du kan ha smør og sånn cream cheese.
Å, fy faen hva salt det var. Hva helvete. Jeg liker salt, da. Har du tatt på salt? Hva helvete, det var helt jævlig. Se Nasdaq. Ja, men vi må resonere oss her nå. Nå må vi resonere oss frem til en ting. Iran alarmerte jo og fortalte hvor de skulle sende disse jævla missilene. De ga beskjed så ingen skulle bli drept. Den er grei. Men de har fortsatt bomba sønder og sammen med flere bygninger i Iran, da. Nei, i Israel. Så der er de jo tydeligvis ikke ferdig. Jeg bare nekter å tro at krigen over så fort før den har startet. Jeg får meg ikke... Jeg faen skjønner ikke. Olje, går den videre opp eller ned, eller?
Ned.
Fy faen, 9%.
70,89.
Hva skjer, liksom? Jeg er litt redd for at hvis vi tar ut gull nå, her nede, husk på vi kjøpte den på, jeg kjøpte på snitt 380.
Jeg har jo litt støtte her da, men neste er jo 33, ja,
50. Mye på 50?
Ja, 55 på diagonalen på den visst tidligere.
Ja, jeg tenker funnet nå, skjønner du. Jeg bare tenker, er krigen over liksom? Tror vi det? Hvis krigen er over, så kan gull falle en god del. Men er krigen over? For Donald Trump sier krigen er over? Eller er den ikke over? Hva er det dere tror for noe? For her er bare opp til alle sammen å si hva man mener. Er krigen over? Er iranerne så feige at de ikke baller til å gjøre noe mer? Er det ferdig da, liksom?
Nei, men altså, vi har noe Houthiene som truer med, skal du si, ta ut amerikanske skip i regionen. Og der, de er jo, ja, apekatter. De gjør det jo for nærmest moros skyld, tror jeg.
Ja.
At de liker det.
Gull er også kjempestøtt akkurat her også. Så hvis man skal kjøpe gull, så skal man kjøpe her. Og gull har falt mye fra toppen i dag. Nasdaq begynner å falle litt videre her nå. Og jeg har masse marginer, så jeg kan kjøpe en til for å få snittet meg litt ned. Jeg tror gull skal opp, jeg tror ikke jeg skal ned nå. Så se nå på
Gull har jo kommet litt, nei, unnskyld, dollaren har jo kommet litt ned i forhold til norske kroner. Men opp i forhold til euroen.
Ja, nå begynner kobberet å styrke seg, palladium ut å styrke seg, sølv ut å styrke seg. Så du har det, så er det bondsene ligger nå på, ja, det er blandet fortsatt da. Eneste som kan også ødelegge litt på natta er marketmakerne. De kommer til å kjøre dette her alle veier på natta. Jeg tipper jeg kommer til å kjøpe mer gull etterpå. Jeg har kjøpt det så jævlig her nede uansett, liksom. Så kan vi se på åpning hvor det åpner den da. Ja. Det gir null mening at gull skal falle her nå. Det gir absolutt null mening. Null mening. Rentene stiger. Kopper stiger, palladium stiger. Dollaren svekker seg. Nasdaq er litt grann toppers. Gull fra topp har falt med, var oppe på par og 90 i sted. Vi har kjøpt gull akkurat på support her. Og hvis gull stikker av videre, så går den fort. Kan fort gå $20 opp den. Ja, vi har bare sånn liten posisjon nå.
Ja, jeg ser jeg er nede på 550 i margin da.
550?
Ja. Det er kun du som trader på den.
Jeg har min på 748.
Ok.
Og jeg har bare 5.500 kroner på konto. Hvor gjør du på konto der nå? Jeg har tatt ut alt det. Hvor gjør du da?
$1,671 totalt. Balanse.
Da har du mye mer enn meg.
Ja.
Men også kan du ha mindre margin enn meg da, hvis du har mye mer penger enn meg, og jeg har bare de kontraktene. Jeg har bare 0,44 ganger. Nei, 0,14 ganger.
Jeg har det er realisert $191 på den.
Jo, men hvis du har mer penger på konto, da skal du ha mer marginer enn meg, ikke mindre.
Ja, det Nei, men altså, det skyldes nedgangen. Ikke noe annet i hvert fall.
Ja, men nå skjønner jeg ingenting. Det er ikke noe diskusjon. Jeg har tatt ut alle pengene på kontoen i dag, så at det skal være... Jeg har tatt ut alle pengene i dag, så at det skal være likt, så at, ikke vi skal, så at alle skal tjene mye penger. Ikke sant? Jeg har tatt ut alt. På min konto nå så står det bare $554 står det nå. Og så er jeg short... Hæ?
Hvor mye kontrakter har du inn nå?
Ja, bare 0,04 totalt, altså 0,014 ganger. Jeg har ikke noe mer.
Ja, jeg har 0,16.
Ok, da har du dobbelt så mye som meg da.
Ja. Eller, nei. Jeg har 4 ganger så mye som det.
Ok.
Ja, men det er ikke bare å... Vi må, for å si, hvis vi er på når vi starter opp igjen, så kan jeg jo stenge en av posisjonene for å frigjøre margin til lenger ned.
Kan ikke du gjøre det, for det... kan ikke du ta ut gevinster, sånn som jeg gjør, så du er på samme marginene som meg, for da har vi stålkontroll?
Ja, skal vi se, det er jo snakk om... Det er jo ikke så mye det, vet du. Jeg hadde jo 1500 innpå den.
Ok. Ja, men for jeg har noen muligheten til å kjøpe en kontrakt til for å få litt bedre snitt, og så gå bananas.
Ja, men da kan jeg ta ut en oppi der, vet du.
Ja, vi bare ser opp på åpning. Det er ikke sikkert vi gjør noen ting. Bare se på åpning. Men jeg er på før klokka... Jeg skal ikke slå av PC-en. Jeg skal gjøre så ikke drite meg ut. Ja, da er jeg på klokken... Jeg er på klokken 11:15, men vi har tjent mye penger i dag da, har vi ikke det?
Ja, og vi har realisert. Men det er nesten det i minus på den traden der da.
Ja, i hvert fall hvis du har så mange kontrakter. 1,6? Nei, 0,16.
0,16, vet jeg så. Nei, jeg trader på andre konto.
Ja, nå er det stengt her. Hva tror dere i dag om hva som har skjedd? Tror dere alt er staged, eller tror dere at det blir fortsetter? Hva tror du, Robert? Tror du alt bare var piss? Sånn seriøst, hva tror du for noe?
Det er liksom... Det er corny, ja.
720 masse er null stress. 720 er ikke noe problem, null stress. I hvert fall så tar man ut halvparten, og så setter man en short, og så treder det inn. Det er ikke noe problem. Jeg er ikke...
Nei, vi tar det når vi starter opp. Takk.
Ja, greit. Ring opp 15:15.
Ja, det er greit.
Greit, ha det.
Vi lar den være på til minutt, ja, takk.
Yes, ha det.
Det går bra.
Have some.
Det på lydløs?
Ikke nå.
Nei, det ikke. Bare sa ingenting.
Nei, jeg skjønner ingenting. Jeg satt og så på det var Sahar som faktisk sendte meg det. En sånn Twitter-melding fra han der øverste presten i Iran. Han sier at de har ikke gitt seg.
Nei.
Etter meldingen fra Trump, for han sier at nå er det fred. Så faen skal du tro for noe?
Hallo. Ayatollahen har lagt ut et eller annet om at Iran er ikke et land som legger seg på ryggen.
Nei. Og da er jo spørsmålet, da er det jo piss det han Trump sa, da skal gull opp igjen da, basically.
Trump prater jo bare piss, så det...
Ja, nå får vi se om 5 sekunder her. Om det går opp eller går ned. Jeg vet da faen jeg.
Det er vel ikke så veldig mye som skjer, tenker jeg. Nå har et minutt ned på gullet.
Ja, gull kan jo kanskje få seg balance, så fyrt det noe videre ned. Det er enten eller.
Ja... Den starter 1 minutt over, gjør den ikke det?
Jo. Ja. 35 sekunder.
Men han Trump, han er faen meg ikke god, ass. Han sier det han vil si, han, for å få en reaksjon i markedet. Det er helt sprøtt.
Ja, vi skulle snart ha sett med håndjern på han.
Gutta boys, det går enten opp eller ned. Ja, det er...
Ja. Helt rett.
Skjedde det ingenting nå, eller?
Nei, det var bare balans og bitte litt. Nei, jeg gjorde ikke det. Åpnet på CDV går ned. Ja, går veldig ned.
Da blåser jeg på den Per.
Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes I
Jeg er sikker på at min alder stiger med 1 år nå i minutt.
Har du bursdag i dag?
Gratulerer med dagen, Empro.
Grattis med dagen, Empro.
Gratulerer med dagen.
Hip hip hooray!
Ja, skjedde ikke så jævla mye her da.
Nei, 64.
Fy faen, hvor mye kontrakter du har av Lost in Heaven?
Har du kjørt long igjen nå?
If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius,
Det roper
portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Bert Malkiel's book,
Han gul tryne.
Og Nasdaq går opp.
50 years ago, had a clear and very message, which was that Wall Street genius is really
Faen, der kommer du av shorten min, altså.
and that
Irriterende som
professionals in
faen.
pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius.
Sitter dere i noen posisjoner, eller er det bare stille?
Nei, jeg kjøpte rett før close, ja. De 4 der er det eneste jeg har gjort.
Basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it.
Å fy faen, se Nasdaq. Hva har skjedd på Nasdaq, da?
Glad to be here. It's pretty funny. It's a
Hva i helvete som skjer nå?
I mean, you say no one in
Gul bare tryne. Nasdaq flyg.
or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word
Ja, hva skjer på Nasdaq da?
and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses. Maybe AI is a genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of
Da
money.
er jeg ute av Botox-kontoen, og så har jeg alt på gullkontoen, så nå har jeg gått med margin.
A lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky. Because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people in Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence...
Trump announces 12-hour ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
Det derfor det gikk ned da.
Because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives,
12 timer.
fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with ego?
Whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly...
For jeg kan ikke finne dette på, liksom.
And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% to manage
You can't make this shit up.
I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. And these guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? You know, I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity in Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. It more like it makes me feel bad, or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination.
Det passer at dere ikke går imot markedet her nå, forhold til ordentlig trynet.
Jobs are economic opportunities to women.
Som prøver å trade eller mot.
I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses that intelligence widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be
Vi får se.
the more we can
Og
do
regner jeg med
information, the better.
vi vil se en endring I sentimentet også. At folk begynner å gå short.
Det gjorde vi I stad. 64,
Nei,
64 tror jeg.
Folk long gull, 63,4.
Ja, var det jeg mente.
Og det jo feil. Vi vil jo ha at han skal gå short hvis at gull skal gå opp.
Ja, men det var det I stad. Samme, det har ikke skjedd noe annet. Tok en liten gevinst av bare jeg kjøpte der nede.
Ja, han traff akkurat på bunnen, tror jeg.
Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it, but
Men hva faen det som drar Nasdaq opp?
Nei, det jo ingen krig.
Nei, men altså, det skal ikke gå på det for dumt dette her. Så bare fordi det ikke en krig, så skal det gå på all time high. Men det går ikke på all time high når det ikke krig. Men når det ikke krig, da skal det gå på all time high.
Ja, Trump, vet du.
Det er så dumt. Det sånn der, Nasdaq rører ikke på seg. Og så tror alle det blir krig, og så faller det. Men så blir det ikke krig likevel. Da går Nasdaq enda høyere enn hva den var før det ikke ble krig. Samme som den tariffen. Nasdaq pika jo på sånn, jeg husker ikke hvilket helt hvor det var. Og så kom tariffen, og så ramlet han til helvete. Og så ble tariffen borte, og så gikk den enda høyere det den gjorde I utgangspunktet før tariffen. Det så fjollete, ass. Nå ble Tesla saksøkt også, på grunn av den selvkjørende greia. Drept noen I sted. Etter at den gikk opp 10%.
Det klart, bryt gull den store trendlinjen, så kan det bli stygt. Jeg satser på at den får en bounce der.
Det blir spennende å se.
Det blir det.
Pleier ikke skje så mye da, før klokka sånn 3-tida?
Nei. Nei, nå skjedde jo jævlig mye da.
Ja, men da var det liksom krig. I dag så den krigen avbrutt. Den avlyst, fordi Donald Trump bare... Nei, det ikke krig likevel.
Ja. Det litt artig da.
Jeg synes det sjukt, det. Han bare... Nå det krig... Men nåde dere som shorter olja, for den skal, eller nåde dere som holder olja høyt oppe. Og da dropper olja med $8, 8%.
Det for sånn mye.
Ja. Han bare styrte hele verden I dag.
Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a genius grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska.
Jeg hadde gjort det en prøve, hvis du har dobbelt så mye som jeg har på kontoet, så har du dobbelt så mye risk. Jeg sitter helt chill, liksom.
And you know whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell
I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw
Jeg skjønner ikke noe av det.
of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means,
Jeg tror ikke det har noe med marginer å gjøre, det der.
there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet. But
Ja, så har jeg doblet kontoen her nå og sett med nesten 1000 eller 900 i marginalen. Men jeg følger deg ikke med hele beløpet. Jeg følger deg med halve.
Ja, det tror jeg er smart, for da har du litt mer marginer å gå på.
One of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
Faen, det svinger her da.
Ja, gull for ned. Nasdaq skjøt videre opp.
What would that kind of genius like actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius
Hvis den bryter hva, står det.
allowing myself to let the universe go through me and I guess use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage.
Så du har 10% minus, så er det all verden.
You now work not just to make
Det med den marginen må se på.
Han ser på feil sted, han må se på marginene sine.
Ja. Du må se på marginene.
It includes all that stuff. What can those of us who
Må jeg utfyllende Dr. Botox hvis jeg skal føre over.
Technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites.
Unfollow.
About 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station.
Må jeg unfollow Dr. Botox-accounten hvis jeg skal føre over de 5 milliarder? Ja, det tror jeg. Det vet jeg ikke, jeg vet ikke.
Ja, jeg gjør det for at jeg ikke skal gå inn i nye trades der med lite penger.
Det er jævla smart.
Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and then it's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself for herself off in a fun cabin, you know?
680%, ja. Så lenge det ikke går så veldig mye lenger ned, så skal det nå holde det. Altså det går inn jo $100-200, så hjelper det jo ingenting. Da må man følge med. Men tviler på at det blir å gjøre det, men det er sånn.
Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be.
Det er bare å ta ut halvparten da. Det er nesten ikke noe. Det er jo nesten ikke noe. Vi har kjøpt den her liksom. Bare å ta ut halvparten.
Those days are gone. Okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your.
Har lunga I hele dag og tjent efter.
Connectedness.
Hva?
With one another. But
Nei, da bare lunga I hele dag.
is that you were
Det har vi også
your
gjort.
childhood you felt really isolated. I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and you know, she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young.
Unforhold meg. Det går helt fint. Det går jo opp og ned hele tiden, Lena. Det har ikke noe med... Det kommer an på marginlevelsen din da. Du må jo... Hvis du ikke har marginer, så kan du ikke følge meg.
Hallo, hallo?
Hallo.
Går det bra?
Ja, det går bra. Sitter og...
Sitter du lang du også, eller?
Ja, vi kjøpte her rett før close.
And then I realized, oh, I have a choice here.
Ja, dere tok swapper, holdt jeg på å si.
Ja, nå er det jo så jævla mixed. Nå sier Trump at det fred, og så sier Iran at det det ikke. Så hva faen?
Det ikke godt å si.
Men hvis det fred, så kommer gull til å falle. Antageligvis, for da tror folk at da så ikke gull opp.
Ja, men det jo ikke på noen måte fred da, virker det sånn.
Nei, men det hjelper ikke når Trump sier det han sier. Han styrer jo hele markedet her nå.
Nei. Ja.
Indigenous people from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that.
Det noe events nå I natt, eller det ikke noe?
På meg det jævla høy mikk på deg.
Det var jævlig lav, spør du meg, men det altså.
Hvis du høyreklikker på meg på Discord der, så kan du skru det.
Også, jeg bare hørte ingenting. Hva det du sa for noe?
Jeg skriker deg inn I øret.
Jeg bare, hva faen liksom? Hva du sa for noe, Dennis?
Nei, det noen nyheter nå I natt, eller det ikke noe før New York I morgen?
Ingenting.
Eller før London I morgen? Okay.
Det bare Twitter-meldinger fra Trump og han der iraneren.
Powell som kan snakke morgen klokken 4 det eneste som viktigst.
Spørsmålet hvem det som snakker sant da?
Jeg fikk ikke med at jeg traff linja mi igjen. Vet jeg skulle gå noen gull nedpå der.
Ja, du får et liquidity sweep før Tokyo Session uansett, vil jeg tippe.
Ja, men jeg skulle skalpe jeg, vet du.
Ja.
Jeg skulle bare ha den på trendlinja og litt opp, men den følger ikke med.
Ja. Jeg sitter både long og short, ja.
Ja, du har det oppe I høgget der du også?
Nei. Shorten sier jeg har en short-posisjon åpen, som jeg åpnet 33,62. Så den jo ganske godt I pluss, og så tok jeg en lang på 33,57. Så den litt I drawdown, ja, så å si 0 nå. Så, men jeg skulle egentlig tatt ut den shorten når vi hadde den der testen nå nettopp.
Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version.
Ja, jeg tok imot på diagonalen igjen da.
Sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old.
Så vi se hvor lenge det varer.
Ayla Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but she considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World
Smakspark fortsatte bare opp I hvert fall.
A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. So Ayla, so
Inkasso, jobber du inkasso nå også?
super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have.
Viksen ramlet så mye at jeg fikk kobla.
Gjør det også.
Ramlet Viksen?
Men på 2017 så jeg fikk dobbelt opptalen.
A genius or something like that. It's like when people start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing.
Hva sier folk på forskjellige steder da? Nå?
When I was that age, so this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty.
God mat, check. 100 kroner rabatt, check. Underholdning, check. Foodora. Oppdag Ninja Airfryer-serien.
kompakt enkeltskuff, dual zone cooking eller megazone med stor kapasitet. Finn den perfekte airfryeren.
Jeg forstår hvor lang dere ceasefire-greia varer da.
12 timer.
Ja, nå tenker jeg på at det er ingen som bryter eller noe.
Ja, jeg tror ikke... Når Trump går så hardt ut og sier at det er ceasefire 12 timer, da tror jeg ikke noen tør å bryte det, altså.
Ja, den tror jeg går bra.
Jeg er bare så jævla satt ut, da. Ikke på bevegelsen, men bare på det at det ikke er krig. Jeg synes det er jævla rart. At det skulle være krig, og nå er det ikke krig. På grunn av han sier det ikke er krig. Se Nasdaq, da. Det er jo helt spinnvill. Nasdaq jakter 22 000 da.
Ja, det fikk han i hvert fall longen min. Liten kjapp en.
På gull?
Ja, jeg tok på en sånn liten kjapp. Liten scalp.
Tesla shares right higher after the EV maker's launch of its robo-taxi service in Austin. The company started off with 10 to 20 Model Y SUVs running as robo-taxis.
Det blir spennende å se om gull bryter 33,50 nå.
For more on what this all means for Tesla and the road ahead, let's welcome in here TD Cowen equity analyst Itai Michaeli.
Ja, bryten her og så ordentlig bryt, så...
Over the weekend, Itai, did you see Dan Ives over Wedbush? Now we know Dan... Tesla Bull of Bulls, of course. He attended this event. Here's what he said. He even took some rides, Itai. He gave us the summary. He gave us the after-action report. He said these robo-taxis exceed our expectations and offered a seamless and personalized travel experience that has lit the spark for autonomous travel. How do you see it, Itai? Has it lit the spark?
Oh, thank you for having me. Day one does seem like it was successful. There were two aspects of the launch that were better than what we would have expected coming in. The first is where the vehicles actually operated, or the operational design domain was larger than what we would have expected. And some of the pickup and drop-off activity looked pretty impressive for a first day in a robo-taxi operation. It's still premature to draw meaningful big-picture conclusions from a single day, but so far a pretty impressive launch, and we'll kind of have to monitor it in the weeks and months ahead.
Itai, how quickly and aggressively do you think Musk can expand this service across the country?
I think their strategy of a measured approach is the right one. Safety is paramount. We've seen situations in the past where robo-taxi networks had safety issues, and some of them actually shut down as a result of it. And so we want to first and foremost monitor the safety record, rider, and stakeholder feedback in the weeks and months ahead. Does the operational design domain expand from where they are currently? Does a fleet size expand from here? But going at it slow, particularly given Tesla's lead relative to other car companies in the autonomous vehicle space, does give them some breathing room to move slowly, and so execution around that is key. I think if all goes well, probably in the next few months, investors will be asking what the next city could be. And for us, we're also really watching what ends up happening to the consumer fleet, where there's maybe an overlooked opportunity, frankly, in the Tesla autonomous vehicle story to roll out eyes-off FSD features that could both complement the robo-taxi fleet and lead to new services and features for consumers that could drive up not only new revenue streams for Tesla, but also vehicle demand itself.
In this space, Itai, Musk has plenty of competition. He's got Waymo, and Amazon Zoox is in there. And when your clients are asking you what you think his competitive advantages are, what do you tell them?
Sure, cost is one of them, speed is another, and the talent they have at Tesla. This is a $1.5 trillion mobility market in the US. The rideshare industry today is only about $60 billion, so we still have a lot more to go. And we think Tesla's competitive advantage could really allow them to deploy AVs, both robo-taxis and consumer AV features in less dense MSAs, where today the rideshare market is not particularly highly penetrated. And because of Tesla's cost advantage, because of things like shadow mode validation that they can use from their existing fleet, we think they have an opportunity to launch robo-taxis in markets that are today less penetrated and complement those with consumer vehicles, and also, of course, lead to new features and services as well. Think of the vehicle getting your deliveries in the middle of the night. Think of dropping you off at the movie theater and picking you up later on. Features that you could charge for, and of course could create an unprecedented proposition for consumer demand across Tesla's vehicles. And we know, of course, demand has been more challenged in recent quarters. So we look at the AV story as very complementary to the overall EV story and demand story at Tesla. But cost and speed really are key advantages they have today.
Itai, before I let you go quickly, of course, if you're a Tesla investor, you're listening right now, you got some other big dates on the calendar, Q2 deliveries, Q2 results. What are you watching for there?
Sure, the next data point will be Q2 deliveries. Some of the data points are waiting on a few more, have shown some continued pressure thus far in Q2. And of course, the earnings call, we'll expect to see not only the numbers, but I'm sure the next will be formal update around the next steps of the AV journey. Maybe more stats within the Austin
Ny
deployment.
melding på Iran.
From there, all are going to be closely watched in the weeks ahead.
Til CNN at Iran har ikke fått noe ceasefire fra noen.
And of course, a big thanks to Thomas Hayes, Great Hill Capital Chairman, Managing Member, for hanging out with me today for the show. Final thoughts on selectively constructive. I like
Selectively, if we look at earnings by Q1 of 2026, Mag 7 is going to decelerate from 27% earnings growth this year to 10.2 in the first quarter next year. Unmagnificent 493 accelerate.
Klarte du take profit på den der scalp-traden din? Good.
Ja, hold litt frem til nå.
Nei.
Men det gjør jeg.
Hvor break-even for deg nå? Okay.
Jeg ligger rundt her nå på 62, så jeg kjøpte den nå i stad. Så jeg kommer ikke til å selge den. Jeg tror hvis det her fortsetter nå, han kommer til å slite litt her da, akkurat her nå. Så ser vi rundt 66, tenker jeg.
Jeg kan sende deg hva jeg har tegnet opp.
Men jeg tror at hvis vi fyker opp nå, så kommer vi opp til 70 ganske lett igjen. For bare se. Men alt dreier seg om hva faen det som sant? Trump som ljuger nå, eller det Iran som ljuger nå? Det går jo bare på det pisset der.
Ja, men hvor den meldingen står den? Står den på CNN?
CNN.
Ja, har du sett den der?
Nei, se hvem som skrev det I sjefen, sjefforsvartet.
Ja, det kan du jo. Nå går jeg pluss på min.
Kom inn og også byggetorget. Vi har alltid gode råd.
Jeg skal ikke ta gevinst. Jeg har ikke noe tro på dette. Jeg har null tro på at en krig starter klokka 12, og så den ferdig klokka 2:15, for da skal man hjem fra jobb. Jeg tror ikke noe på det. Det det mest fjollete jeg har hørt I hele mitt liv. La oss starte en krig klokken 12, men klokken 2:15 skal jeg hjem og spise lunsj, og da denne krigen ferdig. Ok? Den grei. Takk skal du ha.
Trump skulle inn I rekordbøkene, han.
Det det dumme, for han har ikke klart å få til en dritt.
Han Guinness World Record som sitter på kontoret og følger med.
Han skulle stoppe Ukraina-krigen på 24 timer, da.
Se her, Jørgen. Der har du charten min nå på gul.
Bare si det høyt, da. Jeg ser ikke en dritt her. Hva targeten din der nå?
Nå target jeg toppen av den kanalen. Den oppoverkanalen vi ligger I nå.
Jeg bare si tallet, da. Hvor tror du det?
Kommer litt an på tidspunktet vi går opp, holdt jeg på å si. men rett under 3004. Det swing da. Så
du tror du skal ned?
Den går nok ikke ut.
Du tror du skal opp til 3004?
Ja.
Jeg også tror det.
Hvis du ser
Fy faen, det blir lang natt, ass.
Hello and welcome to Ask for a Trend. I'm Josh Lipton, and for the next half hour, we are breaking down the trends of today down on Blue Stocks tomorrow. There's a lot to keep track of, so we're focusing on what you need to know to get ahead of the curve. Here's some of the trends we're going to be diving into. Violence escalating between Iran and the U.S. with a retaliation attack against U.S. forces in Qatar. Yet Wall Street not spiraling here. Stocks actually saw session highs today despite that geopolitical instability. On Wall Street, all major indices ended the day higher while oil prices slipped. And while we continue to explore the implications of rising tensions, we continue looking at our interconnected economy with China and the impact of terrorism.
Ikke rart folk slutter med trening. Ja, men det ikke helt vanlig det som skjer nå. Det ikke vanlig at du har en president som blander seg så jævlig inn I markedet. Jeg har aldri sett det før. Han påvirker jo alt. Jævla kødden.
Do hang overhead. The high-stakes developments between the two nations putting companies with exposure to China in the hot seat. Strategy Risk founder and CEO Isaac Stonefish joins us now. More Isaac, it's always great to see you, especially on set.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
So you are the perfect guy to talk to today because I'm curious as somebody who knows China, studies China, writes about China. When Xi and the CCP...
Hvis det bombes I Teheran nå, da var den der... Da var det fallet på gull piss, for å si det sånn.
Ja, den der senior Iran official CNN ikke verifisert, så det ikke noe...
Så det bare rykter enn så lenge?
Ja, det kommer så lenge ikke kommet på min newsdesker, så det ikke noe. Det en melding på X, liksom. Så går ut ifra at det fake news.
Ja, marginer på 542. Egentlig har jeg mer, for jeg har tatt ut litt mye her.
Så helst ikke post noe fra X som ikke verifisert. Det gjør bare at folk går inn basert på falsk informasjon. Det litt unødvendig.
It's so crucial to try to figure out and try to parse where Chairman Xi will come down on that.
What do you think China's ultimate role in this conflict is, given that, of course, the Iranian oil is flowing to Beijing?
To Iran, China is far and away its most important partner. I would say bar none. To China, it's not all that important. So the oil is certainly material for Iran. They export roughly 77% of their oil to China. But it's almost a drop in the bucket for China, and the global cost of, say, an embargo I don't think hurts them worse than it hurts other countries and entities that they're competing with.
I want to switch gears here.
Det fint om man holder den gangen på gull.
Break down, Isaac, the top 10
Ja, men det holder lenger, altså.
China-exposed American companies. Before we get to the names, walk me through the method.
Ja, men det liksom både ja og nei.
Ja, nei, altså, jeg gjorde penger, så det ikke noe.
Jeg var surstad da, for jeg var jo long og short, men jeg shorta jo Nasdaq I dag, og så ramlet han med faen meg 250 poeng. Så jeg var med 150 poeng ned, men Og så ble jeg sur for jeg ikke fikk vært med hele veien ned. Men se nå på Nasdaq, han gikk jo opp igjen med 500 poeng.
Jeg tok du ikke gevinst på den?
Jo, masse.
Jo, ja.
Men jeg var sur siden jeg ikke fikk vært med hele veien ned, ikke sant?
Ja.
Men hadde jeg holdt den lenger, så hadde jeg tapt alt. Så jeg tror bare må ta gevinst når du har den, liksom.
Ja, men vet du, det er lett ordet etterpåklok. Etterpåklokskapen, den er fin. Alltid fin.
Ja, man har alltid rett etterpå.
Nei, jeg sier jo ikke. Altså, det er jo bare et sånn irritasjonsmoment at man ikke holder mer. Men alternativet hadde vært at den har gått rett ned, så hadde man jo tapt. Jeg skal nå være fornøyd med når man klarer å ta noe gevinst.
Which I was interested in. Apple. Why not Apple? I mean, a lot of people think the iPhone maker would make your list.
So they were in the top 10 last year. Apple has spent decades being very heavily exposed to China and to the Chinese Communist Party. And over the last several years, they've very, very quietly been decoupling from China. And so there's been focus on the supply chain elements of their decoupling, moving to India, moving to Vietnam, potential investments in the United States. But they've also been quietly unwinding relationships with the Chinese Communist Party. And as you know, Apple's a very zipped up company, but when you're doing business
Getson, nei, det er ikke noen nyheter. Det er liksom
with fear at offending Beijing. And so you had Apple doing something which would get it a lot of credit in the States, would get it a lot of China exposure.
Sorry, jeg ble tatt opp.
Final question for you guys. I'm just curious. How do you think
Eneste nyheten er at Iran sier at det ikke er fred, og USA sier det er fred. Men vi har ikke fått bekreftet det.
Because it feels like one of the very few things that Republicans and
Hva er det for noe?
Democrats agree on at this point.
Det er kontoen min. Den ene challenge-kontoen min.
På challenge?
Nei, altså, det er min private konto. Men jeg har en sånn, bare for å vise hva som går an. Jeg har startet på $5
Og nå er du på 2000, er ikke det? Nei.
Det er litt over 2000.
Lost trade 76, lost trade, profit trade 138.
Ja, men det er god vinnprosent.
Ja, 82 vinnprosent.
Det er dritbra, og fortsett med det.
Men hvordan er strategien din? Er det også noe fast med altså, risk to reward, eller er det forskjellig fra trade til trade?
Nei, det er fra trade til trade. Nei, jeg baserer jo traden min på nivået. Trendlinja, god gammeldags, teknisk analyse.
Ja.
Checking in on the consumer, we're going to be getting monthly consumer confidence data for June in the morning. Economists forecast that number to tick up slightly to 99.8. That would be signaling consumers are feeling slightly more optimistic about the economy than they were.
Så man må ikke ha stor konto for å komme seg opp.
Nei, ikke det hele tatt.
Det kan jeg bekrefte.
Ja, nå kommer det at social media circulation at Iran has announced that it has not received any ceasefire proposal. Men det står at det er social media sirkulasjoner.
Altså det er ikke real shit da.
Det er ikke bekreftet, nei. Ja, står det med mindre det kommer et eller annet om at alt i sammen bare tull og bullshit, så vil det bare gå.
U.S. stocks closing near session highs as investors weigh in Iran's retaliation to U.S. strikes. Yahoo Finance' Jared Blickery joins us now with the trading day takeaways. Jared.
Thank you, Josh. We got to talk about geopolitical shock, and it can happen in both directions. Just like this attack on the U.S., which is not quite an attack on the U.S. However you want to spin it, we saw risk markets respond today. Just want to show you real quick.
Ja, det blir
very impressive screen here.
Relativt sidelengs til klokka 3.
We're going to get to crude oil in a second, but that is a turnaround from what we were seeing at the open. It wasn't dire, but things were heading in the wrong direction. Now I want to show you crude oil futures. Here's
the news. In the wake of the ceasefire announcement, Thomas Massey says he is willing to hold off on his vote on a war powers resolution. Might not be necessary. Massey just told me if there is no hostilities, the resolution is to withdraw or end hostilities. Yeah.
Hostility?
Yeah. Hostilities.
Things are moving in the right direction.
Didn't we also get, my friends, some Fed speak today?
We did. Fed cut in July. First, we heard some rumblings about it from Waller last week, and it was Bowman today, Vice Chair Bowman. And it's interesting because I just posted a piece and did a video segment on how we could actually get a series of rate cuts this year, maybe starting in July. This is all based on not my work, but the work of Alfonso Picatiello over at the Macro Compass. And he outlines the fact that today we are in better condition with inflation and with respect to employment than we were in 2019, even though the Fed cut 3 times in 2019. So why wouldn't they cut right now? And it looks like July's on the table. And I also got to talk to Luke Lloyd today at the fledgling Luke Lloyd Financial Company. This is for Stocks in Translation. The episode airs tomorrow. But we talked about this very subject, Fed rate cuts. Take a listen. When you actually have
Ja, det ikke vits å få panikk, står det.
that cause uncertainty, it decreases spending in the economy, and that is all disinflationary and deflationary.
Liker at du holder hodet kaldt. Jeg har alltid hodet kaldt.
Opinion 6 months ago, but they are still late.
Selv om hvilken vei det går.
Du skal ikke ha panikk hos din neven.
Hadde jeg ikke hatt hodet kaldt, så hadde jeg aldri gjort dette live, altså. Skal jeg sitte der med en gang. Men jeg er jo helt overbevist at jeg har rett alltid. Derfor så har jeg hodet kaldt. Jeg tror jo alltid at jeg har rett. Jeg tror alle tar feil. Alltid.
Now this was, let me just show you the 3-day price action. This hit what, 98, 99,000 and change, and that got a massive risk reversal on all the news today. But what I was pointing out at the open, and this is before we got that major reversal news, all this is, and this is a year-to-date...
Jeg tar og hopper av, og så sjekker jeg inn igjen til åpning av Tokyo. Yes.
Snacks.
Ja, det gjør vi. Hei da.
Bitcoin went sideways to down for almost the entire year, a good part of the year, frustrating traders. So we've only seen about a month of that or so, and we could see a little more. But in the meantime, I don't see that as cause for concern.
What's on the Jared Blickery radar for tomorrow?
I am watching more Bitcoin as a risk proxy and also crude oil, just the incredible moves we're seeing there.
Yeah, wild moves. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate it. Stick around. Much more Ask for a Trend still to come.
Jeg bare kaste inn på med en sånn sovetabletter hos sin neven. Og en whisky. Du får kjøre, skulle du ha giveaway i dag?
Ja, så sa han at de ikke skulle ha det likevel. Så den giveawayen blir jo et svært tap i Nasdaq da. For det er minus på nå.
Flippen
jeg shortet jo Nasdaq i sympati med Saharestad. Og der fikk jeg jo skikkelig dritt der.
Det må du kjøre.
Du må jo backe dama. Jeg tjente litt for mye penger i dag. Så jeg bare, ok, jeg skal være med. Jeg vet jo det å shorte Nasdaq er å be om bråk.
Jeg logger av under dekningen.
Fy faen.
Ja.
Men det skal sies, jeg shortet han på privaten da, så ingen som har fått den på seg.
Ja.
La 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 la, gull går opp, for det skal på topp. La 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 la, gull skal opp.
Bedre marginer etter hvert som vi går opp her.
Gull skal opp, for det skal på topp.
Det er lett å få til 1 million der.
Jævla bra sangstemme egentlig, faktisk.
Jeg tror du skremte noe.
Skremte jeg gull?
Ja.
Hva faen skjedde der da?
Så mer.
Gull skal opp på topp. På topp. Gå opp da, din jævel. Så sier det bare smukk, så går den til 2,80. Og alle bare, hva skjedde?
Jeg må huske på at jeg sanger ganske mye, og når du har ikke fått det med, det er jo sikkert.
Har du spilt i band?
Ja. Ja, faktisk. En gang.
Hva sang du country, du der?
Slurva spilte den på.
Spilte romma.
Markets typically do react to what is happening geopolitically, but not necessarily for a long time. So what we're looking at today in our chart of the day, this comes from Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson.
Jeg er ikke trommis, jeg sa at jeg spilte romma.
After geopolitical tensions have risen, this is looking at more than 20 instances back to 1950. And what you're looking at here is the average performance for the benchmark index a month later, 3 months later, 12 months later. Of course, the key takeaway from the three of these, markets are often always higher as we move
Bias, det kan jeg
this
spille.
conflict. So a couple reasons.
Ja, bias, slurva, samme greie.
Det er lett. Something that we're seeing happening right now is maybe markets move to an extreme case, stock go lower, oil spikes, and then the
Fikk seg klokkeredd.
peak, and then stocks are able to rebound off of that. Now, this is, of course, not always the case. Some of the instances Wilson looked at that would not look as positive for this. You could go back to the 1970s oil spike, or you could look at 2007 and the U.S.'s escalations in the Middle East. Then, of course, both of those instances, there was also multiple things happening in the economy at the time that could have been on average. Stocks usually do bounce back after we see these bouts with geopolitical tension.
Eller nei, jeg vet ikke om det er verifisert eller.
While I have it, you've been reporting and writing a lot about oil, the black gold. I do want to ask you about this move today. I'm looking at oil, Josh, down nearly 9%. We're back to 67.3. What do you make of that move?
Yeah, Josh, I mean, it was a massive fall that we did see in oil today, right? And so the interesting part of that decline to me was, well, it came after Iran actually fought back at the U.S. today. They retaliated, and then that sort of, traders took that to maybe mean that there was, Iran is done for now, then there's going to be negotiations. Again, as I had previously mentioned, sort of peak uncertainty, right, had maybe hit, and then there's sort of your de-escalating from that point. But I will say, Josh,
Sluttgrafen.
on WTI, right? We've been keeping our eyes on that. That's where strategists would get really worried. We moved down 9%.
Nei, jeg snakket til en stor.
Further from that, you're at $67 a barrel. it is a long way from what economists
Støtte eller motstand, spør om Story.
in terms of inflation and in terms of the overall economic story.
All right, Josh. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nå får vi så bounce inn på støtta.
Volatile year as uncertainty from trade
Store
policy
tendringer.
and risk keeps Wall Street on its toes. For more on ways
Og
to
der er den
mitigate
mannen opp.
investing risk,
Så har du den på 3,44. Bryter den her. Så er det neste 3,11.
Well, great to be here. You know, the message is really what
Nå
we
går den
hear
ned.
all the time when we have this sort of edginess about what should we be doing with these geopolitical events or other things that are happening.
Vi må komme på over 61 igjen.
Stay the course. You need to stay invested. You can make strategic adjustments, but the real
Det blir snart en Botox-sang litt til.
where are you going? No rash moves. It's
Jeg synger snart.
you know this very well to time the market to
Jeg må bare ha den over 61,50, så skal jeg synge. Da går den til 82. Det er ikke noe å lure på.
think of the long term. Realize that you're investing.
Ja, det her er bare sånn worst case scenario, det er også nevnt.
You are buying when the markets have tanked. You are buying when the markets are doing great.
Rekk med det. Du blir lost in heaven. Så at det går ned dit.
Sort of taking a breath and giving yourself a bit of a time out to not react emotionally when you hear these things. The other piece that actually helps a lot, so it's having the long-term thing, understanding that you need to balance regularly. It's important to take a look at, you know, are your asset allocations where you want them to be for your time horizon, for the amount of risk you're willing to take. There are variables there. And the truth is, back to those employer-provided retirement plans, many people are in target date funds now, target retirement dates. These funds automatically are rebalanced for and fixed income and bonds. So I think that you need to realize that there is some calm.
Hører dere musikken, eller bare jeg sitter og hører på den?
Hva er det du sitter og hører? Vi hører hvordan
Hvorfor kan ikke dere høre noe av den musikken jeg hører på? Hva er greia med det?
Da må du koble den til mikrofonen.
Ja, da må vi fikse, for det er jo jævla kjedelig ikke å høre en shit da.
Men det er sånn så at de trykker på hvis de trykker på det ned på dashbordet, altså ned på her, så er det sånn her unmute music, så kan de ha på musikk selv.
Ja, det er litt kult da.
Det er sånn.
De klarer å progge sånn at jeg kan få sånn der varsel som kobler opp hver 50 minutter på den chart på Discord, eller?
Ja.
Faen, Dennis, han klarte det ikke.
Du tenker på altså at hva kommer opp?
For spørsmål angående plattform, kontakt, support, et frontblokker. Da slipper jeg å svare på, jeg klarer ikke å svare på noen ting på greiene der.
Går det an å legge inn kommandoer? Men det er ikke så vanskelig.
Jeg hører du sier det.
Jeg kan sette det, men jeg har jo... Ok, jeg må ta telefonen.
Ja. Hvor faen er det som ringer klokka 1 på natta? Helvete.
Burken som ringer og lurer på om du kan hente ungene inn, vet du.
Ja.
Just 10 minutes inside of today's futures, transitioning into the trading session here, and we've been watching a myriad of reaction here. World leaders are reacting to an escalation in the conflict in the Middle East. The U.S. entering Israel's war with Iran over the weekend, striking 3 nuclear sites. The UN Secretary General writing in a statement, he is, quote, gravely alarmed by the use of force by the U.S., saying, quote, it is critical to avoid a
Hva er det som skjer på Nasdaq nå? Nå gikk den opp med 50 poeng. Kom det melding nå, eller?
The only path forward is diplomacy. You've also got Russia and China condemning the U.S. for its attack, the UK and the EU also calling for de-escalation and a return to the negotiation table. And a big risk for now, a counter-attack from Iran. Investors bracing for retaliation and the possibility that Iran could close the Strait of Hormuz, which transports a quarter of the world's oil. Here to discuss, we've got Jason Furman, who is the Harvard University professor and former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors under President Obama. Also joining, we've got Steve Clements, founding editor of the Washington Note. Great to have you both here with us. First, I want to begin with you, Jason. Just what typically would be the conversations taking place inside the administration as this all is playing out, and especially with the decisions that were made over the weekend?
There's nothing that gets the White House's attention more than oil prices. It matters to the economy, it matters to politics. And right now, though, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Men du, Morten Stig, det har skjedd et eller annet nå, for nå går Nasdaq bananas her. Det er et eller annet som har skjedd. Det er ikke normal bevegelse der, altså. Går opp med 70 poeng på 1 minutt.
Ja, det er ikke kommet noe til meg.
Ingenting.
We started to see some vessels actually, according to reports, rerouting. And so what is the larger implication, the knock-on effect there?
Well, you know, I think that there are a lot of areas that Iran can hit back at the U.S. The Straits of Hormuz are one of them, but there are also a lot of U.S. military assets in Iraq in which Iran has a pretty free hand to operate and can threaten those. And I think the rerouting makes sense because the entire Iran legislature voted in favor of closing those straits. What Iran is good at is not taking on the United States directly. There's no way they can. What Iran is good at is asymmetric responses, asymmetric threats, and that's why a lot of people are concerned not just about the Straits of Hormuz, but a return to a very nasty form of transnational terrorism.
Jeg ser jo, nå er Iran på fredssamtalen med USA.
We were just beginning our conversation with, as we're thinking through some of the other large countries who are not.
Da var det sant det Trump sa likevel, da.
The actions made and the decisions made by the White House, but also are
Nå kom det da.
ongoing negotiations in the other frame of mind about tariffs. You know, as we're continuing to kind of march towards this deadline of early.
Han sa nettopp før det, så sa han at de ikke skal gi seg. Dere vet Iran, og så kommer det.
Ja, det som kommer.
This essentially a moment where it says to You know, we have no choice but to really kick the can
Ja.
down the road if this is everybody's priority.
Nå sier du stygg motsatt av hva de sa i stad.
This administration, with all due respect, ever thinks it ever
Herregud,
has
fy
just
faen for en gjeng med idioter.
I also don't think it feels
Her sitter vi og trader basert på hva faen sånne der jævla nisser sier.
About these actions that President Trump decided to take in bombing these nuclear facilities in Iran. And I think with regard to, you know, tariff strategy, I think, you know, you made it, we may find it complex, but I think Donald Trump and the Trump White House has
Ja, så var det falske nyheter i stedet at de ikke var...
you know, different tracks. And they don't confuse them. I think
Jo, men han komikei-kameraten gikk og sa også det at dere kjenner Iran, vi er ikke interessert i å gi oss. Så kommer en ny melding nå at jo, vi gir oss. Det er jo helt umulig å forholde seg til dette her.
But from the president's perspective, I think he's basically barreling. Here's our national security course in which he shocked a lot of his own base with the direction that he went with Israel in bombing those facilities. And with regards to Europe, Macron and whatnot, he's not playing nice with any of these players. And so I wouldn't expect the president to change or feel compelled to move anywhere with regard to tariff strategy that he's not ready to go.
Okay, and so what is the risk, Jason, then, of longer term tariff implications, especially as we have more institutional firms really trying to evaluate what the long run rate will be that will average out at?
Yeah, I mean, we have two supply shocks going on right now. One of them is tariffs. The second one is oil. Both of those have the same impact of raising the price level. Both of those have the same impact of raising the unemployment rate. Neither one of them lends itself to a very good solution from the Fed. Of those two, I'm frankly more worried about tariffs than I am about oil. The United States is a big oil producer. When oil prices go up, it hurts consumers, it benefits producers. It's roughly a wash for GDP and jobs. Tariffs is a much more unalloyed negative. But either way, the Fed is now going to have to be looking really hard at both sides of its mandate and looking really hard at this question of whether the inflation is getting embedded and built into expectations. So far, everything looks encouraging, at least on that point.
And so with that in mind, what would you be watching for? What's kind of your checklist to make sure that we don't tip into a stagflationary environment?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there's the labor market, and you're just barely seeing a little bit of slowing there, but it's hard to distinguish what is a slowdown in the economy from just a reduction in the number of immigrants, which is a different thing and not something the Fed can do anything about. There's how consumers are feeling about all of this. We've seen some small cracks there. But in general, at a time like this, I frankly favor hard data because soft data can often indicate a level of panic that doesn't actually show up in the economy itself.
Jason, Steve, thanks so much for joining us here.
So then, do you at Citi, do you create thematic ETFs?
No, so we're thinking about thematic baskets, or we're slicing and dicing.
Okay.
We think about almost 6,000 stocks globally, and
Right.
we map them to over 100 themes. And the beautiful thing about this is the list of those names changes over time.
Right.
So we're thinking about these groups of stocks, and then we break them into the
Oi.
innovative, the cyclical, and the defensive types of groupings.
Der tar Gul ut,
And from there, we can
prøver å lage en
choose
bånd her nå.
which themes I like the best.
And you're not using, did I hear you right? You're not just using US stocks?
Global.
Global stocks.
Global.
So you could have European stocks in, you could have Asian stocks in there, you could have US stocks in there, which makes it even more interesting. And then so if I were going to buy into this theme, I'm not buying an ETF then, right? I have to buy, here's the theme, here are the names that are in it. I have to buy those names. Am I right?
For some investors, yes.
Yeah.
They can buy into this using single stocks. A lot of our institutional investors like to go down that path.
Right.
A lot of stocks, a lot of our institutional investors like to go down that path.
Right.
A lot of, honestly, retail, or actually some of those institutions that want some more diversification,
right,
can use an ETF or
Okay.
a sleeve of these stocks.
Right. Okay. So there's the point. If you have a retail investor that wants to incorporate some thematic investing into their portfolio, where are they going to find these ETFs? Because they're not Citi ETFs. Am I right?
Oh, they're out there in the world.
They're out there in the world.
Yeah,
So
we're
they're-
looking at 4,000 plus ETFs that covers probably 90% of the themes that we track.
Right. So does iShares or S&P have thematic ETFs? that people can buy?
Oh yeah, tons and tons of issuers. Go down the line, you'll find lots of different exposures.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the funny thing about themes, because everyone can think about these differently,
Right.
you got to know what you own.
Right.
Whether it's in that ETF
Right.
or in that single stock, know what you own.
Well, because the problem there is you could have one name that could be in 2 or 3 different thematic strategies. And so then you end up, you go with those different thematic strategies, but then without even realizing it, you may end up being overweight in a number of names, which is what you're trying not to do, right?
If you're going to be overweighted, and we don't mind having overweights, know that you're doing it.
Well,
make it a conscious decision.
Well, and
That's
that's
beauty,
so
right?
that's the point, right? So
Yeah.
when you look at things like, I talk about this on other podcasts, but when you look at things like the XLK, you look at the top 3 names in the XLK, make up 40% of that one ETF, right? But it's Apple, it's Amazon, and Microsoft. I think those are the 3 top names in the XLK ETF. And that's great, as long as you know that that's it, because then you go buy, an innovative tech ETF, or you go buy, maybe you own Apple stock separately. Some people may not realize that, unbeknownst to them, they became overweight in a name that they didn't necessarily want to become overweight in.
And it's funny, even from a thematic perspective, think about the S&P 500
Right.
and the Mag 7 at the top.
Right.
You're getting a lot of that thematic exposure just in a core type of holding.
That's right.
So
Core
then you-
holding would be the S&P 500.
Yeah.
Or would be the S&P 500, right?
So
You're gonna
something broad and diversified, depending what stocks are heavyweights at the top.
Right.
You're going to get some thematic exposure there. You layer on a sector bet, you layer on a stock bet, you're just adding more to that theme, just in different ways.
Right, just in different ways. And I think that's the important part. That's what people need to understand is that how you do that and making sure you understand that you know what's in those different themes to make sure that you don't necessarily, unbeknownst to you, overweight yourself in a name, and then suddenly that sector comes under pressure and then you underperform.
Yeah, it's, how can I say this really simply? There's many roads to Rome.
Yeah, yes, there are many roads to Rome, and trust me, I think I know all of them. Anyway, let me ask you a question. Let's talk about, recent market action has caused all kinds of volatility in the markets. There's been this whole play on tariffs with Trump trying to level the playing field in terms of who's charging.
Hva var det vi snakket om
where
i
we're
stad?
going with it. And so he dubbed it
Jeg må
liberation.
ta telefonen.
A couple of weeks
Jeg vet
ago, as
ikke.
far as I'm concerned, the last
Ja, var det botten,
I
ikke
see
det?
we've been liberated
Hæ?
from our money, the way the market
Jo,
is
botten,
going,
da.
because the market's
Ja.
done nothing but go down. Now,
Jeg har jo egne servere og sånt som jeg kan eventuelt ta den på, men jeg er litt usikker på om jeg har tilgang til å få den inn.
right? You can only
Nei, jeg vet
with
ikke.
200, now it's trading
Bare sånn
at
auto som
I don't necessarily consider
svarer
it a loss
sånn
yet because you didn't
hvert
take
50
the
minutter,
loss.
liksom.
Yeah, okay. It's
Yeah, yeah.
That's because it's adjusted its price, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get people to think differently because right away everyone thinks loss, and they get panicked. It's not a loss until you take it, and it may not ever be a loss because if it's just part of the cycle, and Apple is Apple, right? That people shouldn't necessarily panic. So talk to me about what's the view at Citi.
So I like to step back and try to be a little bit cold when these things happen.
Cold.
Yeah, be calculated here.
Right.
What did change? Tariffs. The view on trade, longer term, and kind of the view of U.S. business. What can change in the next hour, week, day, is we can roll some of this back.
Right.
So first off, I do like to think about what is changing from a numbers perspective. Is there risk to Apple's earnings? Are there risks to the S&P 500 earnings? Yes.
Right.
But if I think about this out the other side, who's going to survive this?
Right.
Do I want a big U.S. company that has a bunch of operating leverage, good margins, a lot of financial flexibility, and do I want to bet against companies that can make productivity changes and adapt?
Right.
Because guess who's left on the other side? Good, strong companies.
Right.
So do we think tariffs are good for the U.S. market and earnings? No, that's math. Do we think it is good for long-term multiples? Can we trade at very high PEs on the S&P, for example? Probably not if they're this high for a long time.
Right.
But does it change my view that I want good companies, and am I going to be able to step into some winners at a much lower price today than I did?
I think that question is yes. although it still feels nervous, right? Because look, the market is still kind of under pressure, but you saw what happened. I mean, you get one positive headline and the market spikes higher because it's looking for something positive. And you can imagine that there's probably a bunch of people out there that are short the market, thinking it could go lower, and it might go lower. But if we get that positive headline and the market turns, it's going to be a rip-your-face-off rally, I think. Because then you're gonna have the market responding to the good headlines, and then you're gonna have all the shorts trying to run for cover, which will only exacerbate the move to the upside.
And that's the not so cold side of me is here's where sentiment starts swinging.
Right.
Do we think investors are completely panicked? We got to really step back and realize where we started the year at. We've taken a lot of froth out of the market.
Right.
A lot of this like irrational exuberance, not to steal a book title here, but we've pulled some of that out. And now we have a better starting point for assessing the risk to these companies that are really strong structural names.
Right.
So the beauty of that is we put out a shopping list with some names as a first response to the tariff headlines, not us just freaking out, changing estimates right away. We wanted to think about what we could own or should own in this volatility, not...
Magdalena. Fy faen, altså, det går opp her, altså.
Ja, fortsatte opp, det.
Ja.
Howdy y'all, I'm Elizabeth Gore. Welcome to The Big Idea from Yahoo Finance, the show that navigates the world of small business and entrepreneurship. All businesses start with one light bulb moment. And each week, I'm going to take you on a journey with America's entrepreneurs. As the co-founder of the small business funding platform Hello Alice, it has always been my mission to ensure entrepreneurs have the tools they need to live the American dream. So let's cowboy up.
På vei og også går, så har det kommet en melding.
Jeg skal komme inn så fort den kommer inn til Kiel.
Okay, so welcome back. We left off where we were talking about, how to react in a market that's volatile. So I'm in your camp, and I spend a lot of time as a wealth manager talking to clients when it gets nervous like this, because people get anxious. And so I go over once again about those themes, about the names that they own. Has the thesis changed? Okay, are tariffs maybe the best thing? Maybe not. Maybe yes, maybe no. One way or the other, they're here, and we have to figure out how then to make it work. And so you have a list of names that you can certainly, go shopping for. These are names that are on sale. This could be, I heard some people talking about being a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get some of these names at the prices they're now trading.
Yeah, so this comes back to themes and the structural nature of them.
Right.
So it's fun to tie this all full circle. When we think of structural themes, and I'll stick with a couple innovative ones.
Right.
AI. Now, I know that scares people.
No.
But we have kind of a view on that and how you should think about that. FinTech.
Right.
We mentioned that. And another one of our favorite themes, digital leisure. So
what's digital leisure?
So this is fun. Think about what you consume at home. It's this podcast.
Is that what they call it now, digital leisure?
But it could be the streaming services on your
TV.
You don't read the physical newspaper. Mind you, I still get one. Trust me, I'm older than I look. The physical newspaper, but people will read it on a tablet.
Right.
And then even like online gambling, for example. So a lot of things we can consume easier on the go in different formats.
Yeah.
Something like digital leisure is also a theme.
It's interesting. I'd never heard the sector described like that. I guess it's, welcome to the 2025, right?
Exactly. So these are types of things with this sell-off and this volatility.
Right.
Is that going to change your behavior and go, I'm not doing social media and podcasts anymore because the market went down? No, people are still consuming stuff.
No, they may actually end up consuming more
of it,
right?
Yeah.
Because people want to be, either they want to be entertained, or they want to be educated, or they want to understand what the minds are thinking, right? And it's a great place to do that.
So those types of names, while they may not be as affected, are there short-term impacts if there's consumer confidence and spend? Yes, but longer run, is that going away? No. So that's a theme, and we think of some of the stocks within it that we would step back into.
Right.
It's not even outperforming in this mess right now.
Right.
It's a beta sell-off.
No, right. That's right. It's a beta sell-off. It's a beta sell-off. But here's the question: the AI theme, right? So let's think about that theme for it. That theme is not going away. That theme is only going to get stronger. Okay, so NVIDIA is now trading at 86, down from 147. Screaming buy. NVIDIA's going away. NVIDIA sits right at the nexus of the whole AI architecture.
So this is our thought, and not to get really specific on NVIDIA, because there's other semiconductors we like in that space too.
Agreed.
But semiconductors are there. But you also need data centers to make it happen.
Right.
You need the software. And then the one spot where we think investors got to start going is we got to think about some of these users that are going to change their business with AI.
Right, 100%.
Think about how that changes mobility.
Right. It's already changed mobility. Listen, we need to come back and have this conversation in a couple of months after the market calms down, after we see what happens with tariffs, after we see whether or not any of your themes have changed in terms of kind of where you're focused and what has happened as a result. Because I'm sure in all this mess, there's going to be new themes that emerge, and I'd love to talk to you about it.
That would be absolutely awesome.
So, as always, I end our podcast with a dish, which I think kind of reacts to how we're feeling for the day. So today I'm giving you chicken scarpariello, which is shoemaker's chicken. It's a beloved American dish with a rich, albeit somewhat murky history tied to the immigrant experience in the United States. Now, the name scarpariello comes from the Italian word scarpato, meaning shoemaker. The dish likely evolved from the southern Italian peasant cooking traditions, specifically from regions like Campania, Calabria, and Sicily, where resourcefulness was key. In Italy, a dish called scarpariello exerts as a quick tomato-based pasta sauce in Naples. The chicken version is distinctly American. Chicken, affordable and widely available, became a centerpiece, paired with sausage, a nod to the southern Italian flavors, and peppers, which were abundant in American markets. The use of vinegar is a hallmark of the dish that reflects a practical way to add bold flavor with minimal cost, much like a shoemaker might call his materials while making the shoe. You can get this recipe by accessing the QR code on the screen. That's a wrap for today's Trader Talk. But the conversation keeps going. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you get your podcasts. If you got questions or topics you want covered, email me at tradertalk@yahooinc.com. We're listening. Until next time, stay sharp, stay disciplined, and stay in touch. Take good care.
Nej, var ikke
Content is
noe
not intended to be
Hva nyheter
financial
som
advice
kommer?
and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
Altså, det er nyheter om vanlige aksjer, men ikke SpaceX, satellitter.
Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. The podcast that will make you a smarter investor.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery. Welcome to Financial Freestyle.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement. Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Welcome to Trader Talk, the podcast that dishes out the market straight up.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance Sports Report.
Welcome to Word Money. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Skal du være våken hele natt, eller kan det være lurt å sette en stopplås/TP, spør Story.
Jeg skal følge med, men akkurat nå satte jeg en short, så nå bare går jeg 0 her. For jeg vet ikke om han bryter.
Ready to master the markets and dare I say become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Podcast that will make you a smarter investor.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery. Welcome to Financial Freestyle.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement. Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Welcome to Trader Talk.
I'm Elizabeth Gore. Welcome to The Big Idea.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance Sports Report.
Welcome to Word Money. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or
episode of Opening Bid Unfiltered. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Real special episode of the pod here. We're coming to you from Cannes Lions, the Yahoo Beach House. Our party's getting ready to kick off, and we have the headliner here, world-renowned DJ, musician, producer. I'm just a fan. Diplo, good to see you, man.
How are you? Thanks for having me.
Do you ever feel like you made it, or you're still in your head, you have to grind?
I just wake up every day thinking that it's a gift that I can do something that I love. And I still love making music. I'm still inspired by it. If there was ever a moment where I feel I'm not inspired or it's not fun, I would pull back, I would quit. But I'm still inspired by other musicians, the scene. I feel like I helped to build the scene, so it's cool to see where it moves and where it goes. I'm just a creator at heart. I'm not really happy unless I'm creating something or working out or whatever it is, building on something.
Where are you finding inspiration?
These days, it's a weird time. There's a lot of AI, and I actually use a lot of tools to create music now with AI software, traveling, working with different, other producers, musicians, watching movies, reading. Everything's an inspiration. Being with my kids, hearing what they're into.
Nei, da tar jeg kveld.
Natta, gutten.
God natt.
Today, big up Laser, did a good job. Yeah, every day, different things.
What do you think about AI and how it's impacting music?
There's always been a sort of an alternative way to work, whether you have ghost producers or using sample packs or, using, or even recording live instruments or sampling from old vinyl. There's always been a utilization of technology to make something that wasn't just purely playing on a guitar or piano or recording a live instrument. So AI generating songs that you like is not so unique for me or unusual. It's almost like I'm better off writing like a prompt that says I want to sample a 70s soul record with an Indian top line or whatever that is. I might be in a record shop for hours looking for that anyway. So instead of, that was my job when I was 19, 20, I used to go to vinyl shops and flea markets and thrift stores and buy vinyl. So to create something like that out of nowhere, it sounds vintage and it's clean, and then using that and twisting it up and creating a sample out of it is something that it's really easy to do now. Or you can create something that's brand new. Like I could say a prompt, you're not allowed to use the actual artist names, but you can use the style and create something so easily that it's just time efficient.
Gul ble litt svekket etter den meldingen fra Trump, da. Det skal sies.
Den ble eget. Det ligger langflat med det.
Tror vi skulle slippe Trump på gull.
Ja, det gjorde det ikke.
The musician is still the brand. The musician is still the creator you want to invest in. It takes a lot more than just, dropping a guitar line anonymously. You're investing in the whole person, what they do, what their life is like, what their
Vi bare skal ta ut
you could copy their style.
Jeg tror gull skal opp, ja da, men marginen blir jo fucka ut.
It actually is more time efficient for an artist to use.
De kan ikke bli det og tenke der. De kan ikke bli det.
That's amazing. If you fight it, you don't think it's necessary or it's not going to go anywhere, you're probably going to lose that war because technology always trumps, your ideology.
Is it going to change?
Ja, de spiste opp 10% av marginalen på ned på 8,90. Da setter jeg med en profitt på minus 500.
Og du hadde dobbelt i stad? Du hadde dobbelt så mye på kontoen enn meg?
Ja, men jeg følger jo med, skal du si, altså nå følger jeg med 500, ja, men for det justerte jeg ned i stad, for jeg så på den shorten du setter i stad, så ble det jo 0,6 på meg.
Ble den så stor?
Ja, men, ja, for du setter
Jeg satt bare 0,01, jeg.
Ja, og da skal du se på det tidspunktet så fulgte jeg dem med 1600-1700 eller noe sånt nå. Og hadde jo all randeringen, men det er klart at jeg får sikkert full lott da når du shorter imot da, kanskje. Så da hjelper det på en måte ikke å sette seg ha et beløp stående som du ikke følger med eller. Det er jo litt rart. Men tenkte du på å ta ut noe, eller?
Ja, jeg tenker det, men jeg vil være oppe litt mer sånn, for jeg ser ikke hva som skjer her nå. For nå sier jo Iran at de ikke skal... Altså først så sa USA det blir våpenhvile, og så sier Iran det blir det ikke, og så nå kom Iran ut og sier at det blir det. Så da kan det gult falle litt da. Jeg var jævlig sikker.
Det vi ser er at gullet ramler.
Akkurat det, så jeg lurer på om jeg skal sette en liten short, eller om jeg bare skal ta det ut, og så bare vente til om morgenen til ting får roa seg ned. Det er jeg litt usikker på.
Pitches I usually share with my more affluent friends that know what they're doing, and then I'm the guy that's seating the person like, yo, this guy's gonna win, or this woman's gonna win, whatever it is. I feel like I have a knack for that. And I've done well with investments. I moved more towards it, like, you know, when I sold my catalog, the money went to other things, like it was futures and properties and, you know, some consumer beverages, and a lot of times some sweat equity for things that I enjoy too, that I can help pass on to an audience. It's different things. Whatever comes in my head.
Who do you go to for advice? Any?
I have a small fund called Torch Capital that my friend runs, and I have a friend named Abe that looks over all my deals. He writes a newsletter. My management, my father, my business manager, you know, they've all done really well for me, and have made me pretty literate in the space. But it's hit or miss. It's still like gambling, you know. But my father and my business manager are the safest. I'm the one who's taking the risky investments, but we both, you know, fare about equally.
What did your dad tell what has he told you through the years on how to manage your career and what to do and
he's really good at like having investments that do well, and you know he's really good at predicting when things are going to fall and saving yourself some trouble. Like sometimes people just hold forever. He's the guy that's like, okay, we did enough here. I think we've done enough for our investment. Let's move on to something else, because you're not always going to be on a run, you know.
You can't take it with you either.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I hope to spend all my money I make in my lifetime, and I'm letting my kids realize, you know, it's up to them to do something else. Because I heard Shaquille O'Neal always said this. He was like, "I'm rich. You guys aren't rich." To his kids. So I'm like, that's a kind of a good lesson to keep your kids hungry, you know. But I always support my kids. My dad, even when I was a fucking mess, he was always there, like to help me when I had problems, and I really appreciate that. And he taught me discipline and kept me on track to be a success, even in music, which wasn't related to business, but I used some of his advice and I can use it in any sphere of my life.
Two last ones. I know you're going to go on stage for us and get ready. One, tell us about your run club.
Right. The Run Club, Diplo's Run Club, we're doing 8 cities this year. Last year we did Seattle and San Francisco. We had a big success. We brought about 24,000 people out to run. We had a party afterwards. You run at 9 a.m. The party starts at 10. The party's done by noon. You're at the bar, you're drinking, you're in the cold plunge, you're in the Normatex, you're getting hyper ice.
I love those Normatex.
So everything's great for you. You can also just go get a margarita afterwards as well, but I did like this mode of partying on a runner's high, partying with a purpose, and enjoying music and discovering music, but you don't have to be out till, 7 a.m. I do that too.
So you'll party and then go run?
Not this time. The first time I did a marathon, I ended up at Space nightclub in Miami at 9 a.m. The headliner was on, and I had the idea, let's do something more like this. a lot. The next year, 40 people ended up at the party. And this year, I was like, let's do it ourselves and make a party. So we went from Seattle and San Francisco to New York, Miami, Arizona, back to Seattle, San Francisco, San Diego, and Philadelphia. So we have 8 more cities and hopefully go international next year.
Lastly, are you a big longevity guy?
I try to be, but I mean, I'm also down to die at some point.
We don't want you to die.
I'm not trying to live forever, but I'm also, I want to have a good life, but.
You saw Brian Johnson? I mean, these guys taking like 90 vitamins a day.
Yeah, he's the man. I mean, he told me one piece of advice that's like, I do a lot of supplements. I look out for myself in my diet, but he says sleep is the one thing that I do that is the most underestimated and underrated thing. Is just he says he has the best sleep score in history of humans. I believe him. Yeah. If all his diets and pills work towards that sleep score that keeps him young, then maybe that's where he has to do.
You can't sleep in your field. I mean, you're up all night.
Yeah, we don't sleep, DJs. We don't even. There's like a meme going with this girl's like, it's from Twilight, where she's like, wait, where's your bed? And he's like, I don't sleep. Yeah. And every girl sent me that. That's like a DJ's life. Yeah. You know, we just stay awake and we always go city to city. But I do love sleeping. Yeah. And I'll probably sleep after this.
All right. Well, we'll let you get on stage.
Right,
I don't want to like get in trouble.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Diplo. Good to see you.
Bye,
That's
guys.
it for the episode.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
right, joining me now here at Cannes Lions. Well, you'll never know who you're going to come across here on the pier, the Yahoo pier, I should say. Former NFL wide receiver Chad Ochocinco. Chad, it feels like I was just watching you play. I don't know, time flies, dude.
Yeah, time does fly. Actually, right now I just go by Ocho.
Ocho.
Yeah, I took the Cinco out.
What was this?
Huh? I just did it myself. Yeah, I want to go by just a symbol, just a number. You know, it doesn't make any sense. We needed to be changing my last name, but here we are.
This is true. This is a true thing. You are now Ocho.
Just Ocho.
All right, joining me here right now on the pier for Yahoo Finance. It's just Ocho.
Yeah, I love you at home.
There's two different lanes I want to go
Yes,
with
sir.
you. First up, media. You've had one heck of a media career after you have retired. What do you attribute that affinity for all things that you put out there?
I mean, for me, authenticity. Authenticity. I've always been myself since day one. I think a lot of people gravitate towards that. I'm not really one that is known to be politically correct, and I say some of the things that aren't supposed to be said. I say what other people are thinking, and I choose to say it on platforms of any magnitude, whether it be podcasts, whether it be linear television or not. I think that's one of the things that people value about me, and I value that about myself. Is always remaining authentically myself at all times, regardless of the rooms that I'm in.
What's next for you in the media space?
I don't know. I want to do everything. I want to do everything. I want a lot of jobs. I want a lot of jobs. Right now, I think I have 67 jobs.
Ole, det kommer helt an på Trump, rett og slett. Jeg hadde tatt ut noe, kanskje.
I look at my own podcast. I mean, I'm not Ocho, but still, I mean, the growth has been off the charts. And all we're doing is talking in a video.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome though. It gives everybody a voice. At times, the media space was dominated by obviously the big dogs, and now we have smaller podcasts where people also have their voices and able to get their opinions out there based on subjects, whether it be sports, whether it be politics, whether it be race, whatever it may be. Everyone has a voice now, and I think it's cool. Should everyone have a camera and a mic? Absolutely not. But the fact that everyone has a platform where they can express themselves in their way is pretty awesome.
Talk to a lot of ad folks in the industry. They're putting a lot of money to work in women's sport. And one person left a really important comment or a phrase for me. They said this is a movement in women's sports. What do you think about the women's sports movement?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a great thing for them. I think the entire movement in general, the equal pay thing, as far as U.S. women's soccer was talked about not too long ago, and the fact that women in any space is being graced with the opportunities that we as males have is awesome. At any point, because they put in the same kind of work, the same kind of hours, and I expect and hope moving forward that they continue to strive in those areas.
You think that the pay gaps can continue to close versus?
It can. I think also in women's sports, continue to bring excitement to your respective crafts, whatever that may be, showing emotion, showing enthusiasm, theatrics, the things, entertainment.
I still remember you dancing.
Yes. Bringing those aspects to women's sports also makes it exciting. It makes people want to watch. People that probably wouldn't want to tune in general. You need those other dynamics to get the viewership and the eyes watching.
Who's the Ocho in women's sports right now?
In women's sports, the Ocho? Nobody is as flamboyant and upfront, in your face. My whole concept when I played was football is an entertainment sport. Now, during my time, entertainment and individualism was frowned upon. But I chose to take it upon myself to continue to be myself, regardless in a structured environment that is all about control. That's what the NFL is about. It's about control. But I chose not to conform. Now, the one thing that they do in all sports, when you get in trouble, what's one thing they take away from you? After check?
Money.
They take away your money because they think that's the way to control us. So their mindset, CEOs or the higher-ups who write the checks, the only way to control these individuals is to take what they think we value most. It's not what I value most. I love the game of football.
How would you do it differently if you were
well, now the game itself, look at the NFL now. Have fun, celebrate, enjoy it. You don't have to act like you've been there before. Why am I acting like I've been in the end zone before when I haven't? I worked my tail off to get to this point in life. Now you're telling me how I should play the game. No.
What did Vince McMahon call the NFL when he was launching the XFL, the No Fun League?
Yeah. I mean,
this is the XFL.
Yeah, it wasn't no fun because you weren't allowed to do anything as far as expression-wise goes, marketing and branding-wise goes, or individually. Now they control all that. Now everybody has a platform. Everyone has social media. Everyone has the ability to create their brand, which can be a good and a bad thing, because more players are focused on their brand as opposed to if you take care of your business on the field, the brand will take care of itself.
Is it the players' movement then? For the first time, we're seeing. I mean, I guess are the players bending the leagues to what they're doing?
Yeah, a little bit. But for those that can focus, on their craft, on their respective craft, and still remain really good at what they do on the field, it makes everything else after that super easy. Super easy.
Where did your individualism come from?
Being from Miami, being from Liberty City, my environment, circumstances, where I grew up, what I grew up watching. Think about the Hurricanes of the 90s, if you remember. Dennis Erickson, Jimmy Johnson, that's what I saw. In the area I come from, we are a place of having fun. It's about entertainment. It's about talking trash, being able to back it up, anything you do say. So that is where it all came from. I didn't just make this league and all of a sudden, I just happened to make it out of my environment, with unfortunate circumstances and defeated the odds.
Do you see someone or someones in the NFL that are like you, that are trying to push the envelope and be individuals?
Not to that extent. I was a little outlandish with it, because you have to understand this is not an individual sport that I played, but I talked as if I was in control of the outcome every time. I had to rely on 10 other people, but I talked trash leading up through the week, which added more pressure on me because I had no choice but to perform. And I was able to do it at a high level consistently over time because I put the work in.
Since you always do tell it like it is, Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers.
Aaron.
Come on.
Aaron.
Hot take there. This is not going to end well, is it?
Oh, yeah, it's going to end well. It's going to end well. Because listen, you have to think about it. Regardless of what we say about Aaron, regardless of whether you like his views on politics, on COVID, or any of this stuff that would be dark retreats he'd like to take, Aaron Rodgers gives Steelers fans, the organization, that team hope. Because look what the options that they had to choose from. It's very hard to find a quarterback, which is why some teams are continuing to struggle year in, year out. Think about the Browns. The Browns have been through 1,676 quarterbacks and still haven't found. Listen, I'm just being honest.
Well, the Jets have gone, 9,000 days without
bingo. Another one. Exactly. And the quarterback position is so difficult to find. If you find one, Commanders, Jaden Daniels, all of a sudden you're in the NFC Championship. First year, C.J. Stroud, turn that organization around like this. So Aaron Rodgers gives that team hope based on what he's done in the past, because he's a Super Bowl champion. Who knows how many All-Pros? He gives you hope, and that's a good thing. He might not be the same Aaron Rodgers of old, but what he is now, even if he is a shell of himself, it's better than the options you have.
You think it's a one-year play by the Steelers? Go for it all?
Yeah, it could be, or it could be another one until they can find that diamond in the rough that changes that organization. It's very difficult, very, very difficult.
The other storyline in the NFL, Shedeur Sanders. Where do you see the next 5 years of his career going?
Probably if given, he will get the opportunity, because I think based on what I've seen, everywhere he's gone, he's won. He was able to turn Jackson State around along with his father. He went to Colorado and turned Colorado around. He has the right tools, the right intangibles, and he's a very rhythmic and timing quarterback, which will be good for that offense. I think when he gets his opportunity to play, which I think he will this year, Joe Flacco, Super Bowl winning quarterback, but he has his ups and downs. At his age, I think he's there as a mentor. Shedeur, Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, those other options that they had. Wait, no, Kenny's not there. Whoever the other options are at Cleveland, I think at some point this season, Shedeur will start, and when he does, I doubt he gives that job up.
Are you surprised by what he had to go through in the draft?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all, because they will do that. They will that. You're never bigger than the program. You're never bigger than the machine. You understand that, They don't like his approach, maybe how flamboyant he is, how much he talks, but that's just him. The quarterback position never has ever been loud like that. It's never has. It's not the way they've carried themselves, but it's going to be a change. There's going to be a change in that being accepting, because he could be the first one to actually come in and be himself, which he is, and still excel.
Before I let you go, I know you're a busy guy here. We are, in fact, Yahoo Finance, talk about business, talk about finances, investing. I heard this story from you.
Faen, han satt det litt dumt den siste.
First 2 years of working with the
Bengals, yeah, when I got drafted, yeah.
For those not familiar, why in the world did you do that?
I mean, you have to understand, I'm from Liberty City, Dade County. You got to think back in the 80s. I don't come from much. Went to college, bounced around from school to school, and I get to an NFL stadium. I finally get drafted. My childhood dream finally come true, and I go to visit the stadium, and you take your tour, you meet, owners, GM, all the stuff, the family business, and they have everything I need there. Showers, cafeteria, players lounge, Xbox, PlayStation, pinball machine,
home run,
everything's there. So I thought to myself, I take a tour, go around the city. Realtor shows me houses, shows me condos, shows me apartments, and I think to myself, there's really no point. This really makes no sense. So I didn't say anything. I never reached back out to the realtor who showed me places, and I was supposed to choose and get some. Stay right there at the stadium. There was no point. Everything I needed was there, and I was locked in those first 2 years. It wasn't until Marvin.
Du har jo en som følger deg med 100 000. Kan dere prosessere ut det?
Welcome to the Yahoo Finance family. We always wanted to talk to you. We appreciate the start. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Det kommer an på om man har vært med hele tiden da.
Much more head on Yahoo Finance.
Han kom inn samtidig som oss alle andre. Og før meg.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast whether you're a seasoned investor or just starting your...
Ja, for det ble 3-4 ganger det jeg har. Altså, jeg har masse marginer. Jeg har ikke rørt en shit, jeg.
Nei, i utgangspunktet så skal ikke, det skulle ikke være, jeg sjekket, jeg grokka det, og grokk svarer at marginene litt blir berørt. Men det gjør dem.
Da går det veldig fint, for jeg har bare tjent penger i dag, pluss at jeg har masse marginer her. Jeg har bare 4 små drittkontrakter av alt jeg har her. Og hva skjedde her nå igjen? Akkurat nå. Må komme en melding nå. Antagelig.
Skjedde noe på...
Det så skummelt å trade nå, altså, når det Iran-driten når de holder på sånn, altså. Jeg burde ta ut litt, altså, for det bare kontrameldinger hele tiden her.
I 2029, han stiger Nasdaq, kanskje.
Hva da?
Nasdaqen går jo som faen. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor den står med. Hvorfor det skal være 0. Der, ja.
Det mulig? Svinger så fort at jeg var i pluss der, så gikk jeg faen meg 0. Så vidt det minus.
Nå. På gullet?
Jeg shorta gull. Så tok jeg gevinst, og så fikk jeg ikke noe gevinst, for den rørte på seg så jævla fort.
Hvor faen?
Nå ramler det til Nasdaq ganske bra her da.
Man er på å måle seg mot de 2 bondene bortom der nå, ser.
Good morning,
Brew Daily Show. I'm Neil Fryman.
And I'm Toby Howell.
Today, markets are on edge, but not panicking after the U.S. struck Iran nuclear sites.
Then driverless Teslas are cruising through Austin, Texas, after the company finally launched its autonomous robo-taxis. It's Monday, June 23rd.
Oversolgt I kvarteret.
The business world lost one of its legends on Saturday when Fred Smith, the founder of FedEx, died at 80. Smith had the potent entrepreneurial combo of scrappiness and vision. At age 26, the Vietnam veteran launched Federal Express. People would pay if a parcel absolutely had to get to a different location overnight. Turns out he was correct. And FedEx grew from Smith and a couple of small planes in the 70s to a global delivery behemoth with annual revenue of $90 billion and 500,000 employees. Along with UPS and other rivals, FedEx has been instrumental for greasing the wheels of international e-commerce. But Toby, it almost didn't happen.
Yeah, he also has one of the best pieces of business lore that every MBA student has heard. That story goes that FedEx was down to its last $5,000 and couldn't pay a $24,000 fuel bill. So what did Fred Smith do? He flew to Vegas, played blackjack, and walked away with 27 grand, just enough to
Det liksom ikke noe Jeg må ta ut det, ass.
Totally reckless, but it
Egentlig så putt
along with
spoke
model. This story is very much a part of his
Det her så tullete, ass.
but a great symbol of what entrepreneurial spirit looks like. And now a word from our sponsor, Domain Money. Oh yeah, they're back, baby.
$1
Domain Money expert over the last few months, and boy did we learn a thing or two about our financial lives.
Yeah, turns out my strategy of submitting everything to a tax filing software, then praying wasn't the optimal approach.
Hey, you don't know what you don't know, which is why the certified financial planners we work with at
Det ingen som får med seg noen nyheter nå, eller sitter vi blinde her nå?
Optimize restricted stock units and help you keep more of what you
Jeg setter vel blind antagelig, jeg vet ikke helt hva jeg skal finne av den. Sånn.
Nei, men Truth Social Jeg hater dette her, ass. Sånn på natta. Nei, det ikke noe nytt fra Trump I hvert fall.
You should see the checklist Toby and I received. It is a long.
So check out domainmoney.com/mbdaily to start building your financial plan today. That's domainmoney.com/mbdaily. Quick disclaimer, we are current clients of Domain Money Advisors LLC. Through domain sponsorship of Morning Brew Daily, we receive compensation that includes a free plan and thus have an incentive to promote Domain Money.
Risks to the global economy have heightened after the United States struck 3 Iranian nuclear sites on Saturday, joining Israel, who had been trading attacks with Iran for over a week. In greenlighting the mission, President Trump said his objective was the destruction of Iran.
Bonds stiger også, så gull skal egentlig komme opp her.
To the nuclear threat. He called the strikes, which involved 125 aircraft, including B-2 stealth bombers, a spectacular military success. But Intel says the Pentagon said the strikes caused extremely severe damage. With the United States, the world's biggest superpower,
Faen, ass, jeg var short her oppe, vet du, og så fikk jeg den I minus.
engines from oil flows to commercial shipping to aviation.
Dette ikke bra, ass.
So calm. Stock futures ticked higher this morning, and oil prices barely budged overnight after gaining 11% since Israel first attacked Iran. If oil continues its upward trajectory, it could put inflation around the globe and prevent
Skal vi se, når sjekket jeg det siste?
Ja, men det som skjer nå, ikke sant, at du har marketmakerne som kjører alle kontoer opp og ned her. Hvis noen av dere som har penger, så putt på mer på den kontoen da, for det her kommer til å svinge som av faen, liksom. For nå ramler både Nasdaq også, pluss at du har gullprisen kommer til å svinge alle veier her nå. Nå det marketmakerne som kjører opp og ned. Bondsene går I taket, og så egentlig så skal gull opp her.
The worst case scenario is if shipping is interrupted for multiple weeks or months, but if you don't want to fully shut the strait down, an easy step for Iran would be to just harass ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz. One thing that's been happening already is jamming GPS signals that may...
Ikke sant?
11,68 mot euroen.
Ja, for nå åpner Asia.
Obviously very highly inefficient for the maritime industry. So definitely the big option is closing.
Nei, du har vel Japan åpner 2:30, ikke det? Kina vel åpne nå.
definitely not do that is because it would
Really?
upset China. Now, China isn't really a country that you talk about with the Middle East conflict, but China buys a ton of oil from Iran. Iran sells most of its oil to China through the Strait of Hormuz. It's been a mutually beneficial relationship with Iran under international sanctions by the West. If Iran decides to close the Strait of Hormuz, which carries 20% of all global oil flows, then China would get very upset, and China, you don't want to upset China because it's the second largest economy in the world with a lot of heft. So that is one reason why that investors aren't sending oil prices skyrocketing. They don't think that there's going to be a massive
Hva sa du?
790 på morgen, ned 100 fra sist.
It does look like OPEC members, Saudi Arabia, the UAE could step in and theoretically ramp up that capacity, but they don't have a ton of options for getting that oil out of those markets because, again, you have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That one thing that you do have to note, too, is that while any duration of disruption would be bad, the world's oil-consuming nations, or the biggest consuming nations, have at least 5.8 billion barrels of crude stockpiled in reserve right now. And to put that into perspective, the entire flow of petroleum through the Strait of Hormuz is roughly 7.3 billion barrels a year. So there is a little bit of a healthy buffer there as well.
So the world and Wall Street are just kind of waiting to see what Iran does next. That will determine which way they place their bets overall, though. I think we can say that more companies and investors will just be a little more cautious as they wait to see what happens because we've talked about the fog of uncertainty that's been hanging around the global economy in 2025. It just keeps getting foggier. I think Mohammed El-Iran, who's the chief economic advisor at Allianz, former CEO of PIMCO, kind of summed up the situation best. He said the fate of the economy will really depend going forward on whether the U.S. strikes against Iran open a new, more volatile chapter in this regional conflict, or it hastens the end of the current one. At least from what you can tell on the stock market, they believe that the latter is happening and that this conflict won't expand, but we'll just have to wait to see.
At long last, the day that Elon Musk promised for over a decade has arrived. Yesterday, Tesla officially rolled out its autonomous robo-taxi service in Austin, Texas. For a flat fee of $4.20, a select
Bare at du må passe på marginene, for her det marketmakere som kjører oss opp og ned.
Much of Tesla's $1 trillion
Vet ikke hvor mye marginer du har, da.
success of its self-driving ambitions. Musk has spent millions of dollars and at least 10 years of R&D on a unique approach that differs from its biggest competitor, Waymo. While Waymo makes use of LiDAR, radar, and cameras to create a fully autonomous system, Tesla uses a camera-only system to navigate, cheaper, but potentially more prone to errors in bad weather and low-light conditions. The approach has also landed it firmly behind Waymo in the autonomous race. Tesla's tests included just 10 to 20 Model Y vehicles operating in a limited zone of Austin. The company also said it was going to avoid bad weather, difficult intersections, and will not carry anyone below the age of 18.
Ja, det blir folk kritisk.
Is giving out 250,000 rides per week across multiple cities. So Neil, a very long
Men 400, det gjør ikke noe stort utslag åt det.
expected after a decade of hype and promises.
Yeah, I think one example that sums up the competition here is that Sawyer Merritt, who is an pro-Tesla poster on X, said he saw 30 Waymo vehicles go by just while he was waiting for his Tesla robo-taxi to come. There are a number of bull cases for Tesla, if you want to be bullish about this company, and a number of analysts are. One is the cost that you mentioned. Tesla is building a cybercab, which is...
Skal du si, det jeg gjorde var at jeg sluttet å følge Botox på den vanlige kontoen, og så closet jeg med $65 i tap da. Og så flyttet jeg over hele beløpet, og så følger jeg han ikke med fullt beløp. Men det ser ut som jeg får store lotter fordi om jeg ikke følger med mer enn det jeg gjorde før.
Så ser du tar bort halvparten, så får du store lotter?
Jeg skal se hva jeg fikk på den shorten i stedet. Det var 0,0. Ja, nå fikk jeg 0,01. Ja, jo, jeg satt den på følge med $500, og da får jeg 0,01 lot.
Det er riktig.
Men altså men om du hedger da, så har det jo det absolutt ingenting å si, for altså, det betyr jo ingenting imot de posisjonene som jeg allerede har.
So this is certainly a period where they think they are transitioning from selling vehicles to becoming an
Og i så fall hedge selv.
So that is like the lofty goal here. And I mean, Elon was talking about this launch, saying that Tesla cars should be able to operate autonomously 90% of miles driven within 3 years. But just kidding, he didn't actually say that about the launch. He said that back in
Så flytt over så mye du kan, og så får den med $500.
how long he's been talking about this, how long he's been pledging this vision. This was the first baby step in making that a reality. Moving on, as Trump's big, beautiful bill makes its way through the Senate, one provision is causing all sorts of controversy. Federal land is on the auction block. The Senate's version of Trump's big tax cut and spending bill includes a provision that would open up roughly 250 million acres of public lands in the West, making them available to be sold off to the highest bidder. The idea is to free the land up to boost the housing supply while generating at least $5 billion in revenue, according to Senator Mike Lee, who introduced the plan. But as of right now, selling public land is not a crowd pleaser. A recent YouGov poll shows 71% of Americans are against auctioning off public lands, and even among Trump voters, support barely cracks 16%. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have also expressed doubt that lands up for sale would even be suitable for building homes. But the idea has sparked debate about whether there are better uses for some of the roughly 500 million acres controlled by the federal government. Should Uncle Sam be the steward of so much land? Is it too much to manage effectively? What else could it be used for? These are all the questions, Neil, that the Senate will have to consider if the big, beautiful bill is to be passed by Trump's July 4th goal.
Proponents of this say that the federal government owns an absurd amount of land in the United States, especially out west. They own more than half of Oregon, Utah, Nevada, Idaho, and Alaska, and nearly half of California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Wyoming. They say that selling off a small fraction of that, the cap is at 0.75% of all of that land, is just not a big deal. It could be put to better uses. There are certain exclusions that say that you can't sell off national parks or historic landmarks or all of these things that people hold dear. So the proponents of this, which include Mike Lee and a few other people, and a few other Republicans and more libertarian types, say that this is just, you're not really getting the scope here. There's so much land. Much of it is not for use for recreational purposes. It has no ecological value as well. So why not sell it off? The estimates are that it would raise $10 billion. We have a housing shortage in this country. And so that's what they're saying. That's their argument.
Yeah, and some people who live in districts like California think that people maybe have a differing opinion of what public land actually looks like. They think that it's this extremely perfect place, but a lot of the times, because the federal government has so much land to manage, and it contributes to wildfires and things like that. But if you sell those lands off to, people to build houses on, or maybe even for other interests, that doesn't necessarily solve the land management problem either. So that's a pushback to that. What else could you do with federal land? Some people advocate for turning them more parcels over to universities, to indigenous tribes to manage, particularly where in spots where the federal government is pretty overwhelmed. Maybe expand an airport, things that contribute to public good, add a reservoir. That's another plan that's being floated in Utah. So there are economic development ideas. So yeah, it's not necessarily something on the surface that seems particularly popular, and the polls show that, but there are some economic reasons why you might open up some of this land for development.
It's just going back 250 years. This was the debate that the Continental Congress was going about, whether the state should be in control of the land or the federal government, and Americans just have this very emotional tie to the land that should be used for public goods. Teddy Roosevelt, I think, was a big figure in establishing a public land system that was expanded by JFK. So it's just rooted in American history that this vast expanse of land should be given to the people, and that continues to this day. I mean, Ryan Zinke, Republican representative of Montana, is very vociferously against this bill. He's the former Interior Secretary. He said he was a hard no. This was my San Juan Hill. I do not support the widespread sale or transfer of public lands. Once the land's sold, we will never get it back.
Yeah, and Montana was actually excluded from this provision because he was, so against it.
Welcome to Winners of the Weekend, the segment where Toby and I pick two things that did not forget to bring sunscreen to the beach. I won the pre-show sandcastle building contest with a stunning Sagrada Familia replica, so I get to go first. And my winner has a 2-note theme song and was the reason you stayed out of the ocean for the first decade of your life. It's Jaws. Steven Spielberg's Shark Attack classic celebrated its 50th birthday this weekend, and as a gift, everyone is giving it credit for inventing the summer blockbuster. And as they should. Before June 20th, 1975, the day Jaws came out in the United States, the summer was considered a trash season for movies. It was the window when studios dumped their weakest films. Jaws became the first movie to gross more than $100 million at the U.S. box office. It launched the career of Spielberg, and it gave Hollywood key evidence that Americans would pack theaters during the summer for the right stories with mass appeal. That formula has been replicated by some of the biggest summer blockbusters since, including 5 in the Star Wars franchise, Top Gun, Finding Nemo, and a bunch of superhero movies.
Yeah, and the craziest part is the movie almost didn't happen because the scariest words...
Øverste ruta Jeg vet ikke hvor du ser den. Jeg tror ikke du ser på... Du må gå på din egen profil.
Ja, men på treningssida.
Spielberg was still an unproven director. He was more than 100 days behind schedule, and a lot of movie execs would come up to, movie producers and say, "I'm so sorry that you're having to deal with this movie. It was kind of like this ugly stepchild." Then they showed it to audiences, and they went nuts, and it caused them to kind of totally recalibrate their expectations and say, "No, this movie is
Gull var dette.
The smartest thing that they did is movies at that time usually were kind of rolled out locally, where you would buy ads in local papers, target local news stations, but very rarely did you see this big national push to try to create an event around a movie release. Jaws was one of the first movies to really do that, and it worked out so well. This movie was the highest grossing movie in history when it debuted, so it was just a stunning, smashing success.
Great lore about Jaws. You mentioned the animatronic sharks. Well, they did not work in saltwater. They had so many mechanical problems that the first shark does not appear in Jaws until the 81st minute of a 124-minute film. It was supposed to come before, but they had to push it back because they just couldn't get it working. And that was considered a stroke of genius to create this suspense around what does a shark look like, everyone's so scared. And to not drop it until the second half of the movie is very Hitchcockian. It's set the template for a lot of movies going forward. And it also, one of the other legacies of Jaws is that it popularized what's known as the creature feature, which many movies have copied since. It has elements like the creature, remote location, the first anonymous victim, a reluctant hero. There's the oppositional local authority. You got to round up the experts. Some beloved character makes a sacrifice. You have the big confrontation at the end, which results in the creature's
Og det var premarket til Hongkong og Japan, men Kina åpner vel litt senere. Skjønner det var vel et bra purs på Müller.
My winner of the weekend is the Los Angeles Lakers, not because they actually won anything, on earning a ring yesterday, but because they were just sold for $10 billion, making them the most valuable sports franchise of all time. The eye-popping price tag was paid by Mark Walter, the CEO of Guggenheim Partners, a privately held financial services firm with more than $325 billion in assets under management. The Lakers have been owned by the Buss family since 1979, and in that time they've won 11 titles, the most in the NBA. But the team and the Busses are unique in the sense that the Buss family had no other income stream, so the Lakers are running on the revenue generated by the Lakers. It helped that they landed a massive local TV rights deal with Spectrum that pays them $3 billion over 2 decades. But that alone wasn't going to be enough for them to keep up with deeper-pocketed teams like their crosstown rivals, the Clippers, who are owned by Steve Ballmer and just spent $2 billion alone on a new arena. With Walter at the helm, they have a little bit more fun money to play around with after decades of pinching pennies, and an owner who knows how to translate those dollars into wins. LeBron may be retiring soon, but the Lakers just got the LeBron of sports owners to take the reins.
Sports franchise values just keep going up, almost exponentially. It was just a few months ago we were talking about another record sale in the NBA and across the professional sports world. That was the Celtics, who sold for $6.1 billion. There's just a number of factors driving these valuations so high. A lot of it has to do with these massive media rights deals that these leagues are getting from media companies, and that's because live sports is the holy grail of content at this point, and that's what draws the eyeballs. So every single entertainment company out there is shelling out tens of billions of dollars to these leagues in order to grab up this content, and it's sending valuations skyrocketing. They also have better data for better monetization. They have different revenue streams that they can pull on these leagues and teams, and then maybe sports gambling is also a factor in driving up valuations. Meanwhile, that's all good and well, but at the same time, supply is fixed, and there's not that many new teams coming in. So if you grab a sports team at this point, it's going to be an excellent investment.
How about this, though? I saw a mind-blowing stat on X from anchor Magpul. Jerry Buss bought the Lakers for $67 million in 1979, just exited for 149 times that at $10 billion in 2025. That sounds like a lot, right? But that is somehow less than he would have made by simply indexing the S&P 500 over that same time period. He would have done $13 billion. So the lesson here is just keep buying. Yes, there is more to the story because the Lakers spit off dividends and whatnot, but still a pretty wild stat that just, keep on buying.
That's why Warren Buffett never bought a sports team.
Exactly.
Okay, it is Monday, so here are the big events you need to know about the week ahead. Why aren't you cutting interest rates? Jerome Powell will be hearing that question a lot when the Federal Reserve Chair heads to Capitol Hill for his twice-a-year testimony on Fed strategy. Expect Powell to defend the Fed's cautious, no sudden movements approach as lawmakers press him on what the Fed exactly needs to see with inflation to begin cutting rates. Remember, last week the Fed left rates unchanged, saying the economic environment was too uncertain for any sudden moves.
I mean, we have to come up with different metaphors to talk about how the Fed isn't changing rates. Jerome Powell has to go in front of a committee and explain the go slow approach every single time. So he's got his talking points. He wants to see that the economic impact of the White House's trade policy filter through the economy before they make any sudden movements. So yeah, the go slow policy approach is definitely going to be defended.
New York City's Democratic primary for mayor is tomorrow, which is expected to determine the next leader of the Big Apple. The outcome will have major implications for Wall Street, the world's top financial hub. And Wall Street execs are nervous. They're sounding the alarm that Zoran Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic socialist who surged to number 2 in the race, will raise taxes to fund social programs, has little leadership experience, and would generally be hostile to business. They give him massive sums to Mamdani's top opponent, Andrew Cuomo, to stop his rise. And by
Jeg tok ut den øverste posisjonen han har.
Who lives nowhere near New York.
Yeah, Cuomo is kind of ripping the old, expensive playbook where his PAC is just putting millions of dollars into these negative attack ads. Mamdani, on the other hand, has collected more than 27,000 individual donations, 6,300. So very different approaches here. One final wrench is, we're about to talk about this massive heat wave that is coming. Temperatures peaking around 100 degrees on tomorrow. So early voters might make the difference because they beat the heat versus people who might not turn out because it's just so damn hot.
Noen nye posisjoner for at forandringen går med.
70 million Americans are sweltering under the hottest temperatures of the year so far. Just days after summer officially began, a heat dome has descended from the Midwest to the East Coast, delivering a 4 of 4 extreme heat risk through at least Thursday. New York is expected to hit 97, DC 100, and Boston 94, all at or near records. Toby, I think we can lock in stock of the week already, air conditioning.
Yeah, holy moly. Heat domes are brutal because they can remain stationary for a few days until this high pressure system kind of moves on. And so this weather pattern is supposed to stay here until at least Thursday, and it just feels oppressive because it is oppressive. You have, 30 to 40,000 feet of hot air just sitting right on top of you, and oh my gosh, I'm already sweating.
That is all the time we have. Thanks so much for starting your morning with us, and have a wonderful start to the week.
Great show today, Neil. Let's run it back tomorrow.
Og
All right, welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid Unfiltered. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Real special episode of the pod
ikke godt å si det. Jeg tror kanskje at jeg sovna.
Our party's getting ready to kick off, and we have the headliner here, world-renowned DJ, musician, producer. I'm just a fan. Diplo, good to see you, man.
How are you? Thanks for having me.
Do you ever feel like you've made it, or you're still in your head, you have to grind?
I just wake up every day thinking it's a gift that I can do something that I love. And I still love making music. I'm still inspired by it. If there was ever a moment where I feel I'm not inspired or it's not fun, I would pull back, I would quit. But I'm still inspired by other musicians, the scene. I feel like I helped to build the scene, so it's cool to see where it moves and where it goes. I'm just a creator. I'm not really happy unless I'm creating something.
Robert snorka på live.
Du faen, du er rett som er.
Det har du gjort før. Og du får ikke slå av Mikkel når du har sånn.
I've just been following you for so long.
I always post. My son graduated 5th grade today. Big up Laser, did a good job. Yeah, every day, different things.
What do you think about AI and how it's impacting music?
There's always been a sort of an alternative way to work, whether you have ghost producers or using sample packs or, using, or even recording live instruments or sampling from old vinyl. There's always been a utilization of technology to make something that wasn't just purely playing on a guitar or piano or recording a live instrument. So AI generating songs that you like is not so unique for me or unusual. It's almost like I'm better off writing like a prompt that says I want to sample a 70s soul record with an Indian top line or whatever that is. I might be in a record shop for hours looking for that anyway. So instead of, that was my job when I was 19, 20, I used to go to vinyl shops and flea markets and thrift stores and buy vinyl. So to create something like that,
Nå går pisse, altså.
it sounds vintage, it's clean, and then using that and twisting it up and creating a sample out of it.
Det kunne være.
It's really easy to do now, or you create something that's brand new. Like I could say a prompt, you're not allowed to use the actual artist name.
Gud, det går jo så det greier der.
So easily that it's just time efficient.
Jeg har noen duker stående i kjelleren her, men jeg tror det smaker plastikk av dem.
The technology for AI software has changed so much just in the last 5 weeks. That was, like a year, you're like,
Jeg
that's
spydde
crazy.
faktisk plastikk sist jeg drakk da, akkurat det.
I had a chat here with the CEO of Time Inc., Jessica Sibley, and they're about to drop later this year AI podcast. I'm like, Jess, what the hell is that? It's like a 5-minute podcast with like AI hosts. I mean, do you think the musician eventually goes away? Is that where this is going?
I don't think the musician will go away. I think a lot of producers might lose their footing because the musician is still the brand. The musician is still the creator you want to invest in. It takes a lot more than just, dropping a guitar line anonymously. You're investing in the whole person, what they do, what their life is like, what their story is. You can't create that on AI, but you could copy their style easily. And you can make 4,000 copies of it and find one that's great. So
Jeg har faktisk druesprit på den, ja, holdt på med det.
and then come back with a version of it that they love and perfect it. So if you use it as a tool, that's amazing. If you don't, if you fight it, you don't think it's necessary or it's not going to go anywhere, you're probably going to lose that war because technology always trumps, your ideology.
Is it going to change like the type of music you hear over the next decade?
I don't know, maybe the marketing and the branding and the algorithm might shift because of the way that AI moves. It's not going to be the hive mind that we have with people clicking on things now, but it will be something
Det går ikke så veldig verst nå.
what form people will digest music. I wouldn't have predicted TikTok or different forms of music consumption 5 years ago. I wouldn't have expected it. So who knows what's happening next? There seems to be always 20 to 40 suitors of like what's the next thing. Maybe it's
Ved timeskjart jeg har hatt opp der nå, så er det veldig glibbers med en liten dupp nå, og så litt vann opp igjen, så har vi hatt en reversal head and shoulder.
it's a way to like release endorphins for something that you love in rhythm and sound that you can easily recreate that.
One of the other biggest trends I think in music the past 3 years is really big name artists have sold their catalogs.
Men jeg trenger ikke å tenke på den så lenge at den er et minuttskjart.
Why are musicians realizing like they need to hold on to stuff that they created and they work so hard for? Not everything I guess has a price point.
I think a lot of people could be holding for what the futures look like because, you know, when the Queen deal got done, that was for the futures of Freddie Mercury's voice and records that weren't made yet. That's a new kind of deal. That I think only one of those. So I think people are looking at when you have a brand that's that great and the artists are past, there's still records to be done. Someone does own the rights. I mean, you can still make. There's a Freddie Mercury language learning model online. You can just kind of make a whole album myself. It's never been released. So there is more technology that we don't know the value of it. But I think I sold my catalog a few times. You can always sell and build more. You know.
Sold it a few times?
Yeah, you can sell your catalog for a certain point and then keep on to other things. Like I did a 75% sell like 5 years ago, and I already built another catalog that I want to maybe move again because sometimes I'd rather have capital to invest in other things, my dreams, than to just kind of hoard my music rights all the time.
That's some savvy stuff.
But I mean, people like Benny Blanco, Ryan Tedder, they sold their catalogs like 5 times.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you can constantly do it. There's always more music to be made.
So you sell parts of your catalog. Where else do you invest? Like I follow your Instagram. I see when many different places do charitable work. It's a
lot of things. I'm really into personally biomed, kind of and future medical devices or fintech. You know, wellness. You know, it could be. It's really like when I get a deck from somebody or somebody I like, I'll always invest in that person, and then the deck might become secondary. Like, oh, this business model works, but if the person is gonna succeed no matter what, I put my money behind them. A lot of times that works.
How do you know?
The pitches I usually share with my more affluent friends that know what they're doing, and then I'm the guy that's seeding the person like, yo, this guy's gonna win, or this woman's gonna win, whatever it is. I feel like I have a knack for that. And I've done well with investments. I moved more towards it. Like, you know, when I sold my catalog, the money went to other things. Like it was futures and properties and, you know, some consumer beverages, and a lot of times some sweat equity for things that I enjoy too that I can help pass on to an audience. It's different things. Whatever comes in my head.
Who do you go to for advice? Any?
I have a small fund called Torch Capital that my friend runs, and I have a friend named Abe that looks over all my deals. He writes a newsletter. My management, my father, my business manager, you know, they've all done really well for me, and have made me pretty literate in the space. But it's hit or miss. It's still like gambling, you know. But my father and my business manager are the safest. I'm the one who's taking the risky investments, but we both, you know, fare about equally.
What did your dad tell? What has he told you through the years on how to manage your career and what to do and
he's really good at like having investments that do well, and you know he's really good at predicting when things are going to fall and saving yourself some trouble. Like sometimes people just hold forever. He's the guy that's like, okay, we did enough here. I think we've done enough for our investment. Let's move on to something else because you're not always going to be on a run, you know.
You can't take it with you either.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I hope to spend all my money I make in my lifetime, and I'm like my kids realize, you know, it's up to them to do something else. Because I heard Shaquille O'Neal always said this. He was like, "I'm rich. You guys aren't rich." To his kids. So I'm like, that's a kind of a good lesson to keep your kids hungry, you know. But I always support my kids. My dad, even when I was a fucking mess, he was always there, like to help me when I had problems, and I really appreciate that. And he taught me discipline and kept me on track to be a success, even in music, which wasn't related to business. But I use some of his advice, and I can use it in any sphere of my life.
Two last ones. I know you got to go on stage for us and get ready. One, tell us about your run club.
Right. The Run Club, Diplo's Run Club, we're doing 8 cities this year. Last year we did Seattle and San Francisco. We had a big success. We brought about 24,000 people out to run. We had a party afterwards. You run at 9 a.m. The party starts at 10. The party's done by noon. You You're at the bar, you're drinking, you're in the cold plunge, you're in the Normatex, you're getting hyper ice.
Oh, I love those Normatex.
So everything's great for you. You can also just go get a margarita afterwards as well. But I did like this mode of partying on a runner's high and partying with a purpose and enjoying music and discovering music, but you don't have to be out until 7 a.m. I do that too.
So you'll party and then go run.
Not this time. The first time I did a marathon, I ended up at Space nightclub in Miami at 9 a.m. The headliner was on, and I had the idea, let's do something more like this. A lot of the next year, 40 people ended up at the party. And this year, I was like, let's do it ourselves. So we went from Seattle, San Francisco to New York, Miami, Arizona, back to Seattle, San Francisco, San Diego, and Philadelphia. So we have 8 more cities, and hopefully go international next year.
Lastly, are you a big longevity guy?
I try to be, but I mean, I'm also down to die at some point. I'm not trying to live forever, but I'm also, I want to have a good life. But
you saw Brian Johnson. I mean, these guys taking like 90 vitamins a day.
Yeah, he's the man. I mean, he told me one piece of advice that's like, I do a lot of supplements. I look out for myself in my diet, but he says sleep is the one thing that I do that is the most underestimated and underrated thing. It's just he says he has the best sleep score in the history of humans. I believe him. If all his diets and pills work towards that sleep score that keeps him young, then maybe that's what we have to do.
You can't sleep in your field. I mean, you're up all night.
Yeah, we don't sleep, DJs. We don't even. There's like a meme going when this girl's like, it's from Twilight, where she's like, wait, where's your bed? He's like, I don't sleep. Yeah. And every girl sent me that. That's like a DJ's life.
Yeah.
We just stay awake and we always go city to city. But I do love sleeping. And I'll probably sleep after this.
All right, well, we'll let you get on stage.
Right,
I don't want to like get in trouble.
We gotta go.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Diplo, good to see you.
Bye,
That's
guys.
it for the episode.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your
All right, joining me now here at Cannes Lions. Well, you'll never know who you're going to come across here on the pier, the Yahoo pier, I should say. Former NFL wide receiver Chad Ochocinco. Chad, feels like I was just watching you play. I don't know, time flies, dude.
Yeah, time does fly. Actually, right now I just go by Ocho.
Ocho.
Yeah, I took the Cinco out.
What was this?
Huh? I just did it myself. Yeah, I want to go by. I just did it myself. Yeah, I want to go by just a symbol, just a number. You know, it doesn't make any sense. We needed me changing my last name, but here we are.
This is true. This is a true thing. You are now Ocho.
Just Ocho.
All right, joining me here right now on the pier for Yahoo Finance. It's just Ocho.
Yeah, I love you at home.
There's two different lanes I want to go
Yes,
with
sir.
you. First up, media. You've had one heck of a media career after you have retired. What do you attribute that affinity for all things that you put out there?
I mean, for me, authenticity. Authenticity. I've always been myself since day one. I think a lot of people gravitate towards that. I'm not really one that is known to be politically correct, and I say some of the things that aren't supposed to be said. I say what other people are thinking, and I choose to say it on platforms of any magnitude, whether it be podcasts, whether it be linear television or not. I think that's one of the things that people value about me, value that about myself. It's always remaining authentic to myself at all times.
What's next?
I don't know. I want to do everything. I want to do everything. I want a lot of jobs. I want a lot of jobs. Right now, I think I have 67 jobs. Whether small or big, join them all together, and I can't get enough work.
Are you surprised by the growth in podcasts? I look at my own podcast. I mean, I'm not Ocho.
Jeg er faen så heldig akkurat nå, synes jeg.
All we're doing is talking in a video.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Altså, jeg er faen så heldig akkurat nå, så jeg.
times the media space was dominated by obviously the big dogs, and now we have smaller podcasts where people also have their voices and able to get their opinions out there based on subjects, whether it be sports, whether it be politics, whether it be race, whatever it may be. Everyone has a voice now, and I think it's cool. Should everyone have a camera and a mic? Absolutely not. But the fact that everyone has a platform where they can express themselves in their way is pretty awesome.
Talked to a lot of ad folks in the industry that are putting a lot of money to work in women's sports. One person left a really important comment or a phrase made. They said this is a movement in women's sports. What do you think about the women's sports movement?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a great thing for them. I think the entire movement in general, the equal pay thing, as far as U.S. women's soccer was talked about not too long ago, and the fact that women in any space is being graced with opportunities that we as males have is awesome at any point, because they put in the same kind of work, the same kind of hours, and I expect and hope moving forward that they continue to strive in those areas.
You think that the pay gaps can continue to close versus?
It can. I think also in women's sports, continue to bring excitement to your respective crafts, whatever they may be, showing emotion, showing enthusiasm, theatrics.
Ser vi 280?
I still remember you dancing.
Yes. Bringing those aspects.
Jeg er langt borte her, ja. Men vi kan jo få oss en liten korreksjon etter hvert der, men...
In women's sport, the Ocho, nobody is as flamboyant and upfront in your face. My whole concept when I played was.
Det er greit hvis den trykker på litt her, altså.
Now during my time, entertainment and individualism was frowned upon, but I chose to take it upon myself to continue to be myself, regardless in a structured environment that is all about control. That's what the NFL is about. It's about control. But I chose not to conform. Now, the one thing that they do in all sports, when you get in trouble, what's one thing they take away from you? Out your check.
Money.
They take away your money because they think that's the way to control us. So their mindset, CEOs or the higher-ups who write the checks, the only way you can control these individuals is to take what they think we value most. It's not what I value most. I love the game of football.
How would you do it differently if you wanted to?
Well, now the game itself. Look at the NFL now. Have fun, celebrate, enjoy it. You don't have to act like you've been there before. Why am I acting like I've been in the end zone before when I haven't? I worked my tail off to get to this point in life. Now you're telling me how I should play the game. No.
What did Vince McMahon call the NFL when he was launching the XFL, the No Fun League?
Yeah. I mean,
this is the XFL.
It wasn't no fun league because you weren't allowed to do anything as far as expression-wise goes, marketing and branding-wise goes, or individualism. Now they control all that. Now everybody has a platform. Everyone has social media. Everyone has the ability to create their brand, which can be a good and a bad thing, because more players are focused on their brand as opposed to when you take care of your business on the field, the brand will take care of itself.
Is it the players' movement then? For the first time, we're seeing. I mean, I guess are the players bending the leagues to what they're doing?
Yeah, a little bit. But for those that can focus, on their craft, on their respective craft, and still remain really good at what they do on the field, it makes everything else after that super easy. Super easy.
Where did your individualism come from?
Being from Miami, being from Liberty City, my environment, circumstances, where I grew up, it's what I grew up watching. Think about the Hurricanes of the 90s, if you remember. Dennis Erickson, Jimmy Johnson, that's what I saw. In the area I come from, we are a place of having fun. It's about entertainment. It's about talking trash, being able to back it up, anything you do say. So that is where it all came from. I didn't just make it to the league and all of a sudden, I just happened to make it out of my environment, with unfortunate circumstances and defeated odds.
Do you see someone or someones in the NFL that are like you, that are trying to push the envelope and be individuals?
Not to that extent. I was a little outlandish with it, because you have to understand this is not an individual sport that I played. But I talked as if I was in control of the outcome every time. I had to rely on 10 other people, but I talked trash leading up through the week, which added more pressure on me because I had no choice but to perform.
Men det stod 3:30 på Shanghai og eller Hongkong og Tokyo Shanghai etterpå vel.
3:30?
3:30 for oss, men det skal vi se. Nå har det sikkert til det.
COVID or any of this stuff that the dark retreats you like to take, Aaron Rodgers gives Steelers fans, the organization, that team hope. Because look what the options that they had to choose from. It's very hard to find a quarterback, which is why some teams are continuing to struggle year in and year out. Think about the Browns. The Browns have been through 1,600
Shanghai 3:30.
Well, the Jets have gone, what, 9,000 days without a title?
Exactly. And the quarterback position is so difficult to find. If you find one, Commanders, Jaden Daniels, all of a sudden you're in the NFC Championship. First year, C.J. Stroud, turn that organization around like this. So Aaron Rodgers gives that team hope based on what he's done in the past, because he's a Super Bowl champion. Who knows how many All-Pros? I mean, he gives you hope, and that's a good thing. He might not be the same Aaron Rodgers of old, but what he is now, even if he is a shell of himself, it's better than the options you have.
This is you think it's a one-year play by the Steelers? Go for it all?
Yeah, it could be, or it could be another one until they can find that diamond in the rough.
Var nok med den der duppen der.
Very, very difficult.
The other storyline in NFL, Shedeur Sanders. Where do you see the next 5 years of his career going?
Probably if given, well, he will get the opportunity, because I think based on what I've seen, everywhere he's gone, he's won. Stayed around Colorado and turn Colorado around. He has the right tools, the right intangibles, and he's a very rhythmic and timing quarterback, which will be good for that offense. I think when he gets his opportunity to play, which I think he will this year, Joe Flacco, Super Bowl winning quarterback, but he has his ups and downs. At his age, I think he's there to mentor Shedeur, Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, and those other options that they had. Wait, no, Kenny's not there. Whoever the other options are at Cleveland, I think at some point this season, Shedeur will start, and when he does, I doubt he gives that job up.
Are you surprised by what he had to go through in the draft?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all, because they will do that. They will that. You're never bigger than the program. You're never bigger than the machine. You understand that, They don't like his approach, maybe how flamboyant he is, how much he talks, but that's just him. The quarterback position never has ever been loud like that. It's never has. It's not the way they carry themselves, but it's going to be a change. There's going to be a change in that being accepting, because he could be the first one to actually come in and be himself, which he is, and still excel.
Before I let you go, I know you're a busy guy here. We are, in fact, Yahoo Finance, talking about business, talking about finances, investing. I heard this story from you that you lived in the facility for the first 2 years of actually working with the
Bengals. Yeah, when I got drafted. Yeah.
You've been asked
college, bounced around from school to school, and I get to an NFL stadium. I finally get drafted. My childhood dream finally comes true, and I go to visit the stadium, and you take your tour, you meet, owners, GM, all the stuff, the family business, and they have everything I need there. Showers, cafeteria, players lounge, Xbox, PlayStation, pinball machine.
Home run.
Everything is there. So I thought to myself, I take a tour, go around the city. Realtor shows me houses, shows me condos, shows me apartments. And I think to myself, there's really no point. This really makes no sense. So I didn't say anything. I never reached back out to the realtor who showed me places, and I was supposed to choose and get some. Stay right there at the table. There was no point. Everything was the same. And I was locked in those first 2 years. It wasn't until Marvin Lewis came in and realized, well, how the hell are you always here first?
Ocho, speaking of names, we're going to leave it there. Welcome to the Yahoo Finance family. We've always wanted to talk to you. We appreciate the time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Are you guys hiring?
Well, let's take that offline. Much more ahead on Yahoo Finance. Stick around. You have enough jobs there, Ocho. Enough jobs.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your
Welcome to Yahoo Finance's flagship show, The Morning Brief. I'm Brad Smith. Let's get to the 3 things that you need to know today. First up, U.S. stock futures fluctuating this morning as investors await a response from Iran following U.S. attacks on its nuclear sites over the weekend. Iran has vowed to retaliate and kept up attacks on Israel, fueling fears of a wider war in the Middle East. The spike in oil prices fading today as traders wait to see if there will be any disruption into the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, we've got British Airways and Singapore Airlines canceling flights to the Persian Gulf, increasing disruptions in the region. Plus, investors keeping an eye on the Fed this week. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell will testify before the House Financial Services Committee amid growing pressure from the Trump administration to cut interest rates. His commentary will be closely watched after Fed Governor Christopher Waller signaled a July rate cut could be on the table. Also out this week, inflation data closely watched by the Federal Reserve. We'll be bringing that to you. And Tesla has debuted its long-awaited robo-taxis. The first robo-taxi trips were limited to a narrow portion of Tesla's hometown of Austin, Texas, with an employee in each vehicle keeping tabs on the operations. The car maker handpicked a friendly crop of initial riders, which featured investors and social media influencers who live-streamed their trips. Inside of 30 minutes into the start of the trading day, let's get a check on stock futures right now. We've got the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ all pointing higher right now. Fractional moves as they may be, flat just barely to the upside for the Dow, 0.1% for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. If you want to be friendly and round it off to 0.2%, nobody would fault you. Let's turn now to our top stories of the day here as we're continuing to track these futures higher as investors watch the escalating conflict in the Middle East after the U.S. bombed Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. The Fed in focus ahead of Chair Jerome Powell's testimony before Congress this week, and the third to round out the trifecta, oil prices wavering as investors weigh supply disruption concerns. So let's break it all down. I'm joined now by markets reporter Josh Schaefer, senior reporter Ali Canal live from the NASDAQ, and Fernando Valle, who is the Hedgeye Risk Management Energy Analyst. Great to have you all here with us this morning. Josh, I want to begin with you, especially as we begin to really get a glimpse of how investors are reacting to what's playing out in the Middle East right now. What has been the kind of cross the street tenor that we've heard so far?
Yeah, Brett, so you had that U.S. strike on Iran on Saturday, and sort of the key takeaway that investors thought we might see would be a stocks lower, oil higher trade, but that has not been playing out as oil has not really moved that much higher. We saw a spike late last night, but not a significant spike. And so what strategists have pointing out is the key to this from a stock market perspective is simply where oil is going to go. If oil were to go significantly higher, Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, the chief investment officer over there, pointed out that you might need to see WTI at about $120 a barrel. That's significantly higher than what you're looking at on your screen right now with oil in the mid-70s. But you would normally see a 75% to maybe 100% increase in WTI crude from the year prior in order to start weighing on the overall economic story and weighing on stocks. That has not played out to this point. So right now, the street seems to think that perhaps we are seeing an escalation for a de-escalation. That is something that Ed Yardeni pointed out, that might be one of the things we're watching.
And Ali, I heard you ready to chime in as well here as we're standing by and actually we're going to switch gears. We're going to go to Fernando here for a hot second. And it actually dovetails well with what Josh was bringing up there a moment ago, Fernando, in terms of how oil and energy prices could also impact the broader kind of inflationary measures that the Fed is going to be watching for as well here. But we know these readings are going to be kind of backwards looking that we get on the CPI front this week. What's your assessment right now of the early reaction that we're seeing in oil markets and in energy and commodities markets off the back of the conflict in the Middle East?
Yeah, Brett, I think two factors. First, as you said, oil is the biggest weight in our inflation nowcast. Definitely would have a significant impact if it did rise significantly. But it does seem like the market is fading the chances of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. We tend to agree with that. We think the likelihood of Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz is very small, both because it would be very bad for the Iranian economy. A reminder, it's wholly based on oil exports that go through the strait. They cannot move all of their 1.7 million barrels a day through pipeline to the south to bypass the strait. only about
Hva er det du sier?
barrels a day.
Nei, jeg driver og egentlig har lyst til å putte på mer marginer, så jeg kan sitte rolig.
The strait closed. So,
Men det blir feil da for de som sover, så jeg må ta et tap etterpå.
OPEC would be against closing the strait. Even their main supporters in China were the largest importers of crude and natural gas that goes through the strait would also likely be.
Men hvis du tar ut noe som du tar ut den øverste i hvert fall.
Now, strictly in plain sight, and we've got the map up here for our viewers just to get a sense of how much traffic flows through there. And then additionally, if you're not able to leverage that waterway, then what are the other options and how much does that change prices?
Well, their other options are to conduct strikes, random strikes within the strait, not close it outright, but make it a lot more challenging and expensive for Western-bound ships to traffic on the strait, and just continue attacks on Israel or potentially U.S. military bases. The one signal that we've said would mean a significant escalation from the west side, from Israel and the U.S., would be bombing Iran's Karg Island, which accounts for 1.3 to 1.4 million barrels a day of those oil exports that I mentioned for Iran. If that was the case, that's the only scenario in which we see Iran going out to try to close the straits, because at that point, they've already lost significant export capacity.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that for a hot second here. Ali, I want to bring you back in. I believe we got your audio all straightened out now. So as we're also going to be watching this week, of course, coming off of the FOMC meeting and decision last week, but also perhaps more clear, a signal for the market participants out there is what the projections were for the long run, perhaps cuts that we've been anticipating, and 50 basis points has been largely the thought process going into and by the end of this year. And so what's going to come this week in terms of inflation data that's really going to sway the Fed's mind one way or another at their next meeting?
Well, we have that critical inflation data due on Friday, the PCE report. We'll also be hearing from a variety of Fed officials later this week, including Fed Chair Jerome Powell, which kicks off his two-day testimony on the Hill tomorrow. So all eyes are going to be on the Fed. And obviously, everything going on between Iran and Israel, that complicates the Fed's path forward, especially when we think about oil prices, as we were just discussing. Oil prices to the upside, that's going to pressure the cost of gas at the pump. That directly impacts consumers. That could lead to higher inflation expectations over the long run. And if that occurs, the Fed might want to stay on hold for longer. There's also another argument on Wall Street that if gas prices are higher and energy prices are higher, that could actually dent GDP, demand, and potentially trickle through into the unemployment rate. And then the Fed would have to prioritize the second part of its dual mandate of maximum sustained employment. And if that occurs, maybe they accelerate their pace of growth. So there's a variety of outcomes here. Jerome Powell himself has said that higher oil prices, typically it's a price shock that doesn't last too long. You can most likely look through it. However, if history is any indication, especially the past year, we know that things don't always turn out the way we thought. So that is something that the Fed is going to be continuously focused on. We've seen a deceleration when it comes to prices. A big part of that has been gas prices falling. So this oil situation could definitely complicate the Fed's next move, and that's what they're going to be closely watching this week.
You know, Josh, it's particularly interesting because as these data points come out, we do know that for the back half of June, and I was looking at some data from a good friend of the show, Ryan Dietrich, over at Carson, and he was basically tweeting out that the second half of June is pretty weak historically, and then even into the early moments of July as well. All that considered, how much can these data points actually move the markets, especially if you have low volume, and then you could get some more outsized volatility potentially?
Yeah, Brett, I mean, I think these data points could be important, right? But I think it's really going to be these data points combined with what we get probably also in July, maybe even in August, right? I think you're waiting for more signs to confirm a direction in terms of the labor market. You're starting to see claims come up, weekly claims for unemployment, but will that maintain for a several-month period seems to be a big point of concern and a talking point among strategists. I think that will be something we continue to watch. As far as data from this upcoming week goes, it seems like strategists right now feel like what is happening in the Middle East and the direction of oil will be the driver of markets, at least for the next few days.
And so, Fernando, just lastly, while we have you here, for commodities more broadly, what should investors be watching for in reaction to some of the spillover that's now anticipated as you have different world leaders really chiming in as to now how they need to evaluate what their own measures will be right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the two areas, it's Kharg Island, as I mentioned, in Iran. That would be significant escalation from the Israeli-U.S. side. And then, as always, China. China is the largest importer of oil in the world, a larger importer of a lot of the other commodities as well. And so they've been trying to stimulate their economy over the past several months. And as was mentioned here, if we get oil prices significantly higher, then the demand side would be much, much weaker. You could even look at the U.S., the fuel demand as well. Typically over the past 3 years, it's speaking very clearly after the 4th of July weekend. And higher prices here could make that more of a certainty this summer. And so something to watch for. If the drop-off is very significant after the 4th of July, it may signal that the economy is not doing so hot.
Josh, Ali, Fernando, thank you teeing up today's market activity and all of what we're watching this morning. Appreciate it. Well, the S&P 500 has been within striking distance of its all-time high in recent weeks, but the data shows that investors may have some time to wait before notching another record. Let's send it on over now to our market correspondent, Josh Schaefer, with more.
Hey Brad, so what we're taking a look at today is how long it normally takes the S&P 500 to make it back to an all-time high after a large drawdown. So we've been talking about the benchmark index being near an all-time high for it feels like over a month now, but what Exhibit A was looking at here in the team over at Compound Media, Matt Ciaramino, what they're looking at is after a 20% drawdown, how long does it take the S&P 500 once it gets within 5% to get back to an all-time high? The average is 3.6 months. It's only been about a month since May 12th when we got there. So normally you would see sort of the choppy trading action that we've seen over the last couple of weeks continue for a little bit longer. And of course, Brad, we were just discussing there are a lot of risks out there right now when we talk about risk on in the equity markets and how things could be impacted, right? You're thinking of headwinds such as the conflict in the Middle East. We don't know what the Fed is going to do. We're waiting to see how tariffs will impact economic data. So if you just spin this data, you take the average, you think 3 months, that gets you to maybe July or August. And in some ways that doesn't feel too unreasonable as we wait to see how all of these different cross headwinds are going to play out.
All right, Josh, thanks so much for breaking that down. Interesting chart there. We're going to continue to monitor, of course, if we can get back to those new highs here. We got some time. Now time for some of today's trending tickers. We are watching Tesla, Apple, and the airlines industry. First up, Tesla rolling out its long-awaited robo-taxis over the weekend in Austin, Texas. CEO Elon Musk says that the company is starting with a small fleet of about 20 cars in Austin and will eventually expand based on performance. The EV manufacturer is charging a flat rate, $4.20 for each ride. Next up, Apple eyeing a potential acquisition bid for Perplexity AI, according to a report from Bloomberg. A deal would help Apple develop an AI-based search engine. The discussions are in early stages among Apple executives and main Perplexity recently completed an investment round that valued it at $14 billion. And finally here, international airline stocks, they are falling as the conflict escalates in the Middle East. This after the U.S. entered the weekend, striking Iran's underground nuclear facility. British Airways, owned by International Consolidated Airlines Group, Air France, and Lufthansa are among the major carriers that are suspending flights in the Arabian Gulf. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Coming up on Morning Brief, we break down the price action in crypto markets as Bitcoin takes a hit amid escalating geopolitical risk. All of that and much more coming up on Morning Brief.
Jeg klarer ikke å holde meg våken selv, jeg er så trett. Det er jævlig.
Same here. Jeg klarer ikke å sette og stirre på den jævla grafen.
ulykker, eller?
Nei, jeg følger med her, vet du. Der skjer noe som beroliger meg. City Gold Star kjøpt gull.